Moonlight. Love chapters, where love howls with the moon. Werewolves, passion, and darkness. Open your chapter. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Chapter 1. I flung my backpack into a corner of the studio and gave Rodney a high five as he headed out. "Hey, Kitty. Thanks again for covering the midnight shift," he said. He'd queued up some third-gen grunge band that made my skin crawl, but I smiled anyway. "Anytime." "I noticed. You never used to like the late shifts." He wasn't wrong. I'd become a full-on night owl these past few months. I just shrugged. Things change. Well, take care. At last, the studio was all mine. I dimmed the lights until the control board glowed with that eerie, futuristic vibe, like something off a spaceship. I tied my blonde hair back into a ponytail. I had on jeans and a baggy sweatshirt that had clearly seen better days. One of the perks of the night shift? No need to look presentable for anyone. I slipped on the headphones and leaned back in the chair, which squeaked in protest and had rips in the cushion. First thing I did was switch out the music, Bauhaus followed by the Pogues. That'd shake 'em up. Being a DJ felt like playing God. I had total control over the airwaves. And spinning tracks on an indie public radio station? That was like being God, with a manifesto. Like you were the first person ever to discover the Clash, and it was your sacred duty to share it. Of course, by now I knew better than to romanticize the power of being a radio DJ. I'd started in college radio, graduated a couple of years back, and landed this gig at Knob after interning here. I used to be full of big ideas, philosophical rants, and opinions I thought the world needed to hear. But outside of campus, no one really cared. The real world was bigger and messier, and I felt completely unmoored. College was supposed to sort that out, wasn't it? I flipped on the mic. "Good evening, Denver. You're listening to Kitty on Knob. It's 12:12, and I'm bored out of my mind. So prepare to be bombarded with nonsense unless someone calls in with a request for a song recorded before 1990. I've got the latest wide world of news here. Picked it up when I grabbed a frozen burrito for dinner. The headline says, 'Bat Boy Attacks Convent.' This is like the 10th Bat Boy story they've run this year. The kid really gets around, though if he's been around this long, he's got to be pushing 50 by now. Still, if he's as active as the news claims, someone out there must have seen him. Anyone out there caught a glimpse of Bat Boy? Call in, I want the details." The lines open. To my surprise, the phone rang immediately. No need to beg tonight. "Hello." Yeah, hey, dude. Can you play some Pearl Jam?" "Did you hear me? Nothing past 89. Try again."
Bye.
Another call was already waiting. Double win. "Hey there. Do you believe in vampires?" I paused. Most DJs would have brushed that off with a joke. Just another midnight weirdo fishing for attention. But I knew better. "If I say yes, will you tell me a good story?" "So, do you?" It was a man's voice. Calm, steady. I let the smile carry into my tone. "Yes." "Those Bat Boy stories? I think they're a cover-up. All the stuff in the tabloids, those shows like Uncharted World." "Yeah. People laugh at them. Say it's all just garbage. Too insane to be real. But if everyone thinks it's a joke, then if something is real, nobody would believe it." "You mean, hide the truth by drowning it in absurdity? Talk about the supernatural just enough to make it sound ridiculous, so no one takes it seriously?" "Exactly. So, who's doing the hiding?"
They are.
"The vampires. They're covering everything up. Vampires, werewolves, magic, crop circles." "Easy there, Van Helsing." "Don't call me that." His voice sharpened with anger. "Why not?" "Because I'm nothing like him. He was a killer." The hair on my arm stood up. I leaned closer to the mic. "So, what are you then?" He let out a breath that crackled softly over the line. "Forget it. I just wanted to talk about the tabloid." "Right, Bat Boy. Are you saying he's a vampire?" "Maybe not exactly. But before you dismiss it, think about what might really be out there." Thing was, I didn't need to think. I already knew. "Appreciate the heads up," I said. He hung up. "That was intriguing," I murmured, half to myself, forgetting I was still live on the air. The world he hinted at, vampires, werewolves, all the dark things that hide in the shadows, was one people usually stumbled into by accident. A world where survival was uncertain and silence was survival. You didn't talk about it, especially not with outsiders. Who would believe you anyway? But this wasn't exactly a confession. It was late-night radio. A performance. A joke. I sat up straighter and pulled my thoughts back into line. Well then, lots of possibilities here. Was that just a crank call? Or is there really something out there? If you've got a story about something that shouldn't exist, I want to hear it. Phone lines are open. I queued up Concrete Blonde and let the music roll. Before the bass line had fully dropped, the call light blinked. Part of me hoped no one would pick up. If I kept things tongue-in-cheek, I could keep pretending none of it was real. I answered. "Hold on," I said, and waited for the song to finish. I took a few steadying breaths. Maybe this next caller just wanted to request some Pearl Jam. Kitty here. Hi, so I think I know what that last guy was talking about. You know how they say wolves have been extinct around here for over 50 years? Well, my family has a cabin up in Netherlands, and every summer I swear I hear wolves howling. I've heard it for years. I even called the wildlife office once, and they just told me the same old thing, wolves are gone.
But I don't buy it.
Are you sure they're not coyotes? I asked, playing the skeptic, keeping it light. But I'd been up in those woods. I knew what she meant. I knew she wasn't entirely wrong. I know the difference. These weren't coyotes. Maybe there's something else, like werewolves or something. Ever seen anything?
No.
Honestly, I'm too scared to go out there at night. Smart move. Thanks for calling. As soon as I hung up, the next call came through. Hello.
E.
Do you think that first guy was really a vampire? I'm not sure. Do you think he was? Maybe. I hang out at a lot of clubs, and sometimes people show up and they just don't fit. Too cool, you know? Like they should be in movies, not standing next to me at the bar. Picking up frozen pizza at the store? Exactly. Gotta love imagination. Let's go to the next caller. Hello. Yeah, if vampires were real, don't you think people would have noticed? Bodies with bite marks showing up in alleys. Unless the medical examiner's reports were altered. The calls didn't stop. Just because someone's allergic to garlic. What's the deal with blood, anyway? If a werewolf girl got pregnant, would the baby turn into a cub when she shifted? Do werewolves need rabies shots? What about flea collars? Then the call came, the one that changed everything. Up to that point, I'd kept a foot on either side of the line. Kept it playful. Detached. I was trying to stay grounded in a world that barely felt real anymore. And honestly, I was losing that fight. The voice was flat, tired. I'm a vampire. I know you believe me. That stopped me. Maybe my voice had given me away all night. Maybe he'd heard that flicker of belief under the jokes. Okay, I said. Can I talk to you? I need to talk to someone. Of course. I was turned about 5 years ago. I didn't choose it, it was an attack. Before that, I was a devout Catholic. Still am in some ways. It's been difficult. I can't go to Mass anymore. I can't even step into a church. And I can't kill myself. That's a mortal sin. According to the church, I'm already damned. Just an abomination in God's eyes. But Kitty, it doesn't feel that way. Just because my heart stopped, does that mean my soul's gone too? I wasn't a priest or a therapist. I had a degree in English literature, not theology. I wasn't equipped for spiritual crisis management. But he sounded so heartbroken. I had to say something. I'm guessing your local priest isn't exactly the person you can talk to about this. He gave a small laugh. No, not really. Okay. Have you ever read Paradise Lost?
No.
Of course not. Nobody reads anymore. Paradise Lost is Milton's epic poem, an account of the war in heaven, the rebellion of the angels, Lucifer's fall, and the exile of Adam and Eve from Eden. Some folks even believe that's when vampires and werewolves first came into being, twisted reflections of humanity, born of Satan's contempt for God's creation. Anyway, in the early chapters, Satan is actually the protagonist. He gives these long, soul-searching speeches, wrestling with whether or not to seek revenge against God for casting him out. But the thing is, the more you read, the more it becomes clear his worst mistake wasn't his pride or even his rebellion. It was giving up on the possibility of forgiveness. He believed God would never forgive him, even if he repented. That's not just pride, that's despair.
Self-pity.
And I think that's a choice every one of us faces, human, vampire, whatever. You can live angry at the world, or you can come to terms with it and try to live with honor in spite of everything. So the question is, do you believe in a God who understands and forgives, or one who condemns without mercy? In the end, it's between you and God. You'll have to find that answer yourself. That actually helps. Thank you. Thanks for listening. You're welcome. By the time my shift ended at 4 a.m., I was exhausted, emotionally wrung out. I didn't go straight home. I never did. After these late nights, I always met TJ at the diner down the block for coffee. He was usually waiting. Not this time. I ordered my coffee anyway, and just as it was set on the table, he walked in, slouching in his usual army surplus jacket, scanning the room before sliding into the booth across from me. "Hey, Kitty." He waved the waitress down for a cup of his own. Outside, the sky was turning steel gray with a coming dawn. "How was your show?" "You didn't listen?" I tried not to sound let down, but I had kind of wanted to talk about it.
Sorry.
I was out. I sighed quietly and closed my eyes. The place smelled like frying oil, smoke, and fatigue. My senses picked up every trace of it, but strongest of all was the scent coming from him. Night air, damp forest, fur, and the faintest touch of blood. "You shifted. You ran as a wolf," I said, frowning. He looked away, avoiding my gaze. "TJ, you keep doing this, you're going to lose your grip." I know. I'm halfway there already." His eyes went distant. Part of him was still out in the woods. We weren't bound to shift except during the full moon, but we could if we wanted. Some people did it all the time, and the more they did, the harder it was to come back. Eventually they stopped trying. They ran in packs, human in name only, but ruled by instinct and hunger. "Come with me next time. Tomorrow." "The full moon's not for another week," I said. "And I'm hanging on by my fingernails as it is. I like being human." He looked away, tapping his fork on the table. "You're not cut out for this, Kitty. You never were." I'm surviving. And that was no small thing. I'd made it these past couple of years since the attack. I hadn't lost myself. I hadn't been killed by those stronger than me who saw a young lone female as easy prey. I was still standing, still holding on to what scraps of a normal life I could. Not that there was much left. A stale degree from CU, a one-room apartment with peeling paint, a late-night DJ job that barely covered the bills, and no future worth naming. Sometimes, running into the woods and never coming back sounded tempting. 3 months ago, I'd missed my mom's birthday. It had fallen on a full moon, and I couldn't face my family with the wolf inside clawing to get out. I made up some excuse. Mom said she understood. But it was one more sign that when it came down to a choice between being human or wolf, the wolf usually won. Since then, it had been hard to find a reason to keep pretending I had a normal life. I slept all day, worked all night, and thought more and more about the pack, about the wild freedom of running with them. That life was calling. Later that evening, I dragged myself back to Knob for my next shift. Ozzy, the station manager, a weathered old hippie with a ponytail and a permanent air of bemused disapproval, handed me a pile of notes. "What's this?" I asked. "I was hoping you could tell me," he said. "What the hell happened on your shift last night? We've had calls coming in nonstop. Phone rang off the hook all day. And these," he gestured at the notes, 6 people claiming they're vampires, 2 who say they're werewolves, and 1 guy asking if you know a good exorcist." "Really?" I said, flipping through the messages. "Yeah, really. But what I really want to know," he trailed off for dramatic effect, and I braced myself. I was supposed to be running a music show, eclectic, offbeat, but music all the same. Instead, I'd turned it into a paranormal confessional. I was sure he was about to fire me. Then he said, "Whatever it was you did last night, can you do it again?" Chapter 2. The second broadcast of what would come to be known as the Midnight Hour aired a week later. I always considered that first unexpected night the unofficial debut. The extra time gave me a chance to dig deeper. I uncovered half a dozen articles from second-tier medical journals, plus one surprisingly in-depth government study, a kind of paranormal equivalent of Project Blue Book. This research, backed by the National Institutes of Health and the CDC, aimed to collect scientific evidence on the existence of beings like vampires, lycanthropes, and the like. But it went beyond mere speculation. The study included photographs, graphs, case files, and statistics. The final conclusion? While such phenomena might exist, they weren't prevalent enough to merit official government action. The evidence itself didn't shock me. I'd seen most of it before in one form or another. What surprised me was that anyone from the supernatural community actually took part in the research. Where did they find the test subjects? The study was vague, treating them like expendable lab rats, which raised a whole new set of moral questions I was more than ready to explore on air. Still, the key takeaway was this. At least a corner of the medical world was openly acknowledging that people like me existed. I kicked off the show by laying out the research. Then I opened the phone lines. It's a government cover-up, because the Senate is full of blood-sucking parasites. Not literally vampires, but you get the point. So, when does the NIH go public? Secret medical school programs. Is the world really ready for this? In a more progressive society, we wouldn't be hunted like animals. Would lycanthropy qualify under the Americans with Disabilities Act? My shift passed in a blur. The next week we tackled the question of whether certain historical figures had been secret vampires or werewolves. My favorite theory came from a particularly imaginative caller. General William T. Sherman was a werewolf. I looked him up. Compared to the other buttoned-up Civil War generals, Sherman, with his wild hair, stubble, unkempt collar, and fierce glare, definitely fit the part. The following week, we dove into calls about how to break the news to your family if you're a vampire or a werewolf. I didn't have much advice there. I hadn't told mine. Being a radio DJ was already strange enough for them. And so it went. I'd been hosting the show for about 2 months when Ozzy called me at home. "Kitty, you need to get down here." "Why?" "Just get over here." I ran through a list of worst-case scenarios. Maybe someone was suing me over something I said on the air. Maybe the Baptist church had called for a boycott. Honestly, that might be good press. Or maybe something serious had happened, someone hurt or worse, because of the show. It took me half an hour by bus to get there. I hadn't showered and I was cranky. Whatever Ozzy had waiting, I just wanted to get it over with. His office door was open. I slouched in, hands in my jacket pockets. "Ozzy." He didn't look up. His desk was buried under piles of papers, books, and newspapers. A radio in the corner played a quiet knob news segment. "Come in," closed the door. I obeyed. "What's going on?" "Nothing bad. Take a look at this." He handed me a stack of documents, dense with print and legal jargon contracts. My eyes glazed over almost instantly, but one word leapt out. Syndication. When I looked up, Ozzy had his hands folded on the desk and was grinning like the cat that ate the canary. "What do you think? A dozen stations want to carry your show. I'll stay on as producer. You'll get a raise with every new market. You in." This was real. A national gig. Well, at least a regional one to start. I glanced over the proposal. LA wanted me?
Ella?
I leaned back and let out a laugh. Just a few months ago, I wouldn't have believed I could handle anything like this. It meant commitment, responsibility, all the things I'd avoided since I started spending time with people like TJ. But if I didn't do it, someone else would. The radio world had gotten a taste, and the idea was out there. Like it or not, this was mine.
"I'll need a website," I said.
Later that evening, I stopped by TJ's place, a little shack behind a garage out near Arvada. He didn't keep a regular job, mostly fixing bikes for cash. The human world didn't hold much sway for him. I came by a few nights a week. He cooked.
He was decent at it.
More importantly, he didn't judge me for craving steaks that were barely warm in the middle. I'd known TJ forever, or it felt like it. When I was new to all this, he'd helped me more than anyone else in the local pack. He wasn't a jerk. Too many werewolves use their condition as an excuse to be one. I never had to pretend to be human around him. Around TJ, I could just be me. I found him out back in the shed, hunched over his bike, a beat-up Yamaha he adored and constantly had to fix. When he saw me, he tossed his wrench into the toolbox and pulled me in for a hug, greasy hands and all. "You're all lit up," he said with a grin, practically glowing. "They're syndicating the show," I said, nearly bouncing. "They're going to air it in LA.
Can you believe that? I'm syndicated."
He smiled. "That's amazing. Good for you. I want to celebrate. I found this underground club pretty low-key. No vampires hang out there. Will you come with me? I thought you didn't like going out. You always complain when we go out with Carl and the pack." Carl, the pack's alpha, our protector and leader, like a father figure, or maybe more like a god. When he took the pack out, it was all about making a statement, throwing weight around in front of the local vampire crowd. Power moves, dominance plays. Not exactly my idea of fun. This is different. I just want to enjoy myself. You should probably tell Carl, though, if you're planning to go out. I sighed. He'll say no. Wolves in a pack were strong. Alone, we were exposed. I knew that. But this was my celebration. Something human.
I didn't want it to be about the pack.
Still, the truth about being part of a pack, you need someone watching your back. I didn't want to go without TJ. And maybe TJ didn't want to go without Carl's blessing. I gave him one more pleading look. No pride left. Please? Just a couple hours. What could possibly go wrong? He wiped his hands on a rag, giving me that familiar smirk, the same one that always made him feel like an older brother. If I'd been in wolf form, I'd be wagging my tail. "Fine," he said. "A couple hours." I exhaled, deeply relieved. The club was called Livewire, tucked into the back of a converted warehouse near Coors Field, in that part of Lodo that was just starting to be revitalized. No neon sign, no velvet rope, just a garage door at the loading dock, and bass you could feel in your chest from half a block away. Vampires liked flashy places, the kind with long lines and beautiful people to prey on. This place wasn't like that. I didn't dress up. Faded jeans, a black tank top, hair in 2 braids. I was ready to dance until my legs gave out. TJ, though, looked like he was on duty. He had his hands in his jacket pockets, easygoing on the outside, but his eyes were scanning, nostrils flaring, reading the room in ways no normal human could. "This is it," I said, motioning to the door. He slipped past me and went in first. There would always be a part of me that entered a crowded space and immediately thought, prey. Warm bodies, blood pumping, so many heartbeats. I clenched my fists and pushed the urge aside. I inhaled. Sweat, perfume, alcohol, smoke. Something sharper, too, heroin recently used. I could hear voices from the bar, feel the music in the soles of my feet. Sisters of Mercy played. "I'm going to dance," I said. "I'm going to go check out the cute guys in the corner." He nodded toward 2 guys in tight leather, laughing over drinks. It was a shame, really. The nicest, most decent guys always turned out to be gay. Before I was a werewolf, I was a DJ. I've always loved dancing, getting lost in the rhythm, sweating out the stress. I slipped into the crowd, not as a monster, not a predator, but just as me. It had been years since I'd done this. Too long. But surrounded by movement and sound, I let go. I closed my eyes, felt every heartbeat around me. Joy bubbled up, pure and simple. And then I smelled something wrong. Cold. Sharp. A blade slicing through the warmth of the crowd. People parted around it like water. I didn't need to see to know. Vampire. Werewolves don't lose their senses when they shift back to human form. I could smell him across the room. And before I could bolt, he was there. In front of me. Blocking my way. I tried to sidestep. He mirrored me, smooth as glass. I froze. He was young, cocky. Local family, probably. Red silk shirt open at the collar, smirking like he owned the place. Just enough fong showing to send a message. "You don't belong here," he said. Wiry, manic, something clockwork orange about him. I glanced across the room. TJ was cornered by two more of them, slick and silent, dressed like runway models. His fists were clenched. He caught my eye, gave me a tight nod.
He'd try to get to me.
But he was too far away. I thought you didn't like this place, I said. We changed our minds. You're trespassing.
No, iwis para.
This was supposed to be my escape. I trembled. Every instinct screamed to run. And then I smelled something else. Fur. Musk. Werewolf.
Carl.
He didn't say anything. Just stepped into the vampire's space and made it his. The movement pulled the other vampire's attention. TJ elbowed past them and started toward us. Carl grabbed my shoulder. Outside. Now. At 6'4", he towered over me. Wild brown hair, beard, eyes that burned. Even if you didn't know what he was, you'd know. He had that look. He yanked me toward the door, fast. I stumbled to keep up, heart racing, but I was too relieved to argue. A bouncer stepped up as we passed.
Big guy.
Not as big as Carl. This guy bothering you? He asked. Carl's hand tightened. None of your business. The bouncer looked at me. He saw a woman being dragged and assumed the worst. I steadied myself. Everything's fine. Thanks. He moved aside. TJ caught up, and the three of us exited. We turned a corner and ducked into an alley. Carl turned on me, slamming his hands to the wall on either side of my head. What the hell were you thinking? Going somewhere they could find you? I assumed he meant the vampires. My breath hitched. With him so close, I couldn't calm down. My pulse thundered. I wanted to curl into him, to make him stop being angry. It was just for a little while. I didn't think they'd be there. TJ was with me. I thought it was safe. I looked away, swiping at a tear. They weren't supposed to be there. Don't argue with me.
I'm sorry, Carl.
Really, I am. Groveling upright felt wrong, especially without a tail to tuck between my legs. TJ stood a few feet away, leaning against the wall, arms crossed and shoulders hunched. It's on me, he muttered. I told her it was okay. And since when do you get to hand out permission? TJ looked away. Carl was the only one who could make him look that sheepish.
City.
You should have called me. I was still catching my breath. How did you know where we were? He glanced at TJ, who scuffed his boot on the pavement. I left him a note, TJ admitted. I shut my eyes, defeated. Can we do anything without reporting to Carl first? Carl growled. Human vocal cords can growl. Wrestlers do it all the time, but they don't mean it the way Carl does. When he growled, it was like his wolf wanted out. Wanted blood. Nope, TJ said simply. TJ, go home. Kitty and I need to talk. I'll deal with you later. Yes, sir. TJ caught my eye briefly, offered a supportive look, nodded to Carl, and walked off down the street. Carl placed a hand on the back of my neck and guided me in the opposite direction. This was supposed to be my night. Usually, Carl's presence overwhelmed me. He had that dominant aura, especially among the pack. All I ever wanted was to make him happy, to earn his love. But right now, I was furious. I couldn't remember the last time I was more angry than afraid. It was strange, this internal tug-of-war between emotion and animal instinct. My body readied itself for fight or flight, but for once, I wasn't ready to run. The hair on my arms and neck bristled. Something old inside me stirred. His truck was parked around the corner. He opened the passenger door and drove. I got a visit from Arturo. Arturo, master of the local vampire family. Like Carl, he kept his people in check, and as long as we stayed out of each other's way, peace held. If he'd come to Carl, something was wrong. What did he want? He wants you to quit the show. Carl stared ahead. I flushed. I should have seen this coming. Things had been going too well. I can't quit. The show's expanding, syndication's on the table. This is a big deal, You can, if I say so. I rubbed my face, strained. I couldn't see a way through this where we both got what we wanted. I steadied my voice. So, you do think I should quit? He says some of his people are calling you for advice instead of going to him. He sees that as a challenge. Honestly, he has a point. Carl and Arturo agreeing must be a banner day for supernatural diplomacy. Then maybe he should talk to them, not blame me. Kitty. I slouched, pouting like a kid. He's also worried about exposure. He thinks you're drawing too much attention to us. All it takes is one televangelist or senator calling for a witch hunt, and people will come sniffing around. Come on, 90% of the audience thinks it's a gag. He shot me a look. We've kept the secret a long time. Arturo, even longer. He's not going to think your radio show is harmless. Then why didn't he come to me directly? Because it's my job to keep you on your leash. Leash or choke collar? Sorry. I added quickly, before he could glare. You need to quit. You always do what Arturo says. Not my strongest argument, but it was all I had. Carl wouldn't like the idea of following Arturo's orders. It's too dangerous. For who? Arturo? You? The pack. You ever consider I might be thinking of you? Arturo may be paranoid, but you're drawing attention. What happens when someone decides you're the devil's mouthpiece and shows up at your studio with a gun? He'd need silver bullets. If he thinks the show's real, he might just bring them. It's not going to happen, Carl. I'm not outing myself. And how long can you keep that up? Carl didn't like the show because he couldn't control it. It was mine. I was supposed to be his. I turned to the window. Every time a news station picks us up, I get a raise. It's small now, but it could be big. Half of it's yours. The truck rumbled down the highway, darkness swallowing the world outside. I didn't even need to think about what I'd give to keep the show. It was a gut-deep truth. I'd hand Carl every dollar of syndication money, grovel at his feet every day, if it meant I could keep the show. Because it mattered. It was mine. I was proud of it. And I'd never been proud of anything before. He stayed silent for a long time. Every second made the knot in my throat tighten. If he were going to say no, he wouldn't need this long to decide. Okay, he said finally, but I might still change my mind. That's fair. I felt completely drained, like I'd run a marathon. He drove us 20 minutes outside of town, to the wild acreage skirting the foothills along Highway 93. This was the pack's territory, private, safe, untamed.
No estretlichts. No neighbors. Just hills and sky.
He parked on a dirt road, and we started walking into the hills. I thought the argument was over. It wasn't. We'd only settled the human part of it.
Change, he said.
The full moon was still weeks away. I hated shifting when I didn't have to. I hated giving in to that side of myself. I hesitated. But Carl was already undressing, already transforming. His body bowed, limbs lengthened, fur bristled. Why couldn't he let this go? I should have been afraid. But I wasn't. I was angry. And for once, I didn't care if I got hurt. There was no way I could take him on. He was twice my size. Even if I had training, I wouldn't stand a chance. So I did the only thing I could. I ran. As I moved, I yanked off my shirt and bra, paused only long enough to kick off my jeans and underwear, and changed mid-stride, for spreading across my skin before my feet even hit the ground again. As long as I didn't dwell on the process, it wasn't too painful. Hands broaden, claws extend. Think of water flowing to ignore the grind of bones shifting beneath skin, joints and tendons twisting into something new. She crouches, breath rasping through elongated teeth. Her face stretches, hair erupts, vision sharpens. The world brightens, crisp and alive through the wolf's eyes. She surges forward, fully changed, the wolf sprinting on four legs, movement smooth and effortless. The earth barely kisses her paws before she springs again. Wind cuts through her fur, scents flood her nose, trees, damp soil, decay, prey, water, old footprints, gunpowder, dried blood, pain, her pack. Their land. And him, the alpha. Behind her, chasing. No, she's fleeing. Better that than fight, though the instinct to turn and battle burns hot. He'll kill her if she doesn't submit. But she is sorry. She would do anything for him. She runs. But he's faster. Stronger. He catches her. They tumble. She struggles, panicked, but his jaws clamp on her shoulder. She yelps. He uses the hold to shift his weight, pinning her. She ends up on her back, belly exposed. His bite never breaks skin, controlled, deliberate. She goes still, whining with each breath, head tilted to bare her throat. He could end her right now. His jaw tightens around her neck, then finally eases. Only after she's motionless for what feels like forever does he release her. She licks his chin over and over. "You are God," the gesture says. She crawls after him, belly low, because she loves him. They hunt together. When he brings down a rabbit, she waits for a signal before touching it. He leaves her the scraps, skin and bone. But she's content. That's enough. I woke as myself in the pale dawn light. The wolf still lingered, her instincts stronger, clearer, especially when it came to him. Naked, I lay beside him in the den, a secluded hillock where he slept off the shift. He was beside me, also naked, and already aroused. He nuzzled my ear, licked along my jaw, nipped my throat, then pressed over me, his body opening mine with gentle force. I moaned and let him in, welcoming the connection. In a low voice, he murmured at my ear, "I'll take care of you. You'll never have to grow up. Understand?" Yes. Oh, yes. He came, pinning me to the ground, and I clung to him until my mind slipped away again, and I was simply myself once more. Alpha's right. He could sleep with whoever he wanted in the pack, whenever he pleased. It was one of the perks. Maybe that's why I always melted around him. One look, one touch, and I was his, ready, eager, aching for approval. With his scent thick in the air and the pack around us, I felt wild, feral. I curled against him, comforted by his presence. My protector. I needed the pack. I couldn't survive alone. Out in the wild, wolf pups had to be taught to hunt, to fight. No one had taught me. Carl didn't want me to learn. He wanted me dependent. I had no duties, no burdens, so long as I obeyed him. As long as I stayed a cub, I'd be safe under his care. But the next day at the studio, I jumped at every sound. Every creak, every whisper of wind made me flinch. In the light of day, I still expected vampires to crawl through the walls to get me. I hadn't thought anyone really took the show seriously. I didn't even take it seriously half the time. If Arturo really wanted me off the air and I refused, there'd be consequences. I didn't know what kind, but they'd find me, one way or another. And next time, Arturo might not go through Carl. He might come straight to me. I started watching my back like prey in the woods. Always scanning. Always waiting. Carl couldn't follow me to work. He couldn't protect me there. When Matt, our sound engineer, came back from dinner, I flagged him down. Perks of success. Someone else could manage the PSAs and station IDs. Matt was relaxed, helpful, the kind of guy who always knew a guy. "Hey, Matt, do you know anyone who teaches a decent self-defense class?" Chapter 3. This is Kitty Norville, and you're tuned in to the Midnight Hour, the show that's not afraid of the dark or the things that live in it. Let's go to our first caller tonight, Marie from Oakland. Hi there. Thanks so much for taking my call. My pleasure. What's on your mind? It's not exactly a question. More like a situation. Go on. It's about my master. I mean, I can't really complain overall. He's super attractive and has money to burn. I get spoiled, nice clothes, jewelry, all that. But there are a couple of things that bug me. I wince slightly. Marie, just to clarify, you're human, right?
Yeah.
And you voluntarily became a vampire's human servant. Well, yeah. She wasn't the first, of course. And now you're second-guessing it because it's not what I imagined. Also not the first to find that out. Let me guess, there's more blood involved than you expected. You end up cleaning up after blood-soaked parties. Oh no, I'm fine with the blood. It's just, he won't drink from my neck. He prefers the inside of my thigh. And that's a problem? Sounds like he appreciates your legs. But in all the stories, it's the neck. That's how it's supposed to be. Some legends have vampires ripping out hearts and slurping the blood from the chest cavity. Count your blessings. And he doesn't even wear silk. What could I say? The poor girl had built a fantasy and walked right into a different reality. Has he at least asked you to eat bugs?
No.
Marie, try this. Frame your wishes as gentle suggestions, not demands. Make it appealing to him. Buy him a silk shirt as a gift, maybe for his birthday. Who knows, he might surprise you. All right, I'll give it a shot. Thanks, Kitty. Best of luck, Marie. Next up, Pete, you're on the air. I'm a werewolf trapped in a human body. Well, technically, that's how most of us would define a werewolf. No, I mean literally.
I'm stuck.
When's the last time you shifted? That's the thing I never have. Then you're not really a werewolf.
Not yet.
But I know I'm supposed to be one. How can I get a werewolf to bite me? Try walking into the woods during a full moon with raw steak strapped to your face and a sign that says, "Eat me, I'm dumb." I'm serious. So, listen, you do not want to be attacked by a werewolf. You really don't want to become one. You might think you do, but let me explain again. Lycanthropy is a disease. It's chronic. It changes everything permanently. Sure, some people manage it better than others, but it's still a curse. It ruins normal life, and it raises your risk of dying young and painfully. But I want fangs. I want claws. I want to take down a deer with my bare hands. That'd be awesome. I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. Every show, at least one of these guys. It's not awesome when you do it out of bloodlust because you have to, not because you want to, when the alternative is people. And then you're in real trouble. How do you feel about tearing into a human being, Pete? I get used to it. You get used to being hunted, too. By people with silver bullets. Last warning. Lycanthropy is not a lifestyle choice. Next caller. Hey there. I've been wondering, werewolves and vampires are stronger than regular people, right? So what's stopping us from robbing banks or whatever? Cops couldn't stop us. Bullets don't work. Why aren't more of us out there causing chaos? Human decency, I answered without thinking. But we're not. Human? You don't think you are? Well, no. How can I be? I leaned back and crossed my arms. You'd be surprised. Most of the people I talk to, vampires, werewolves, whatever, they still want to be part of human society. There are benefits to belonging. So they agree to live by the rules. They accept the social contract. That's why most don't go out terrorizing the world. And honestly, I surprised even myself with how reasonable I made that sound. But I had to believe it. Otherwise, why even do the show? After a pause, the caller said, "So, if I told you I'm a werewolf, you'd still say I'm human?" He didn't realize he was asking me to define myself.
Yes.
And if you want to live in the human world, you have to play by human rules. The trick with this show was all about confidence. I just needed to sound like I knew what I was saying. Yeah, well, thanks. Appreciate the call. Next up, James, you're on the air. I've got a question, Kitty. His voice was low and muffled, like he was too close to the receiver. Go ahead. Does a werewolf have to be in a pack? Can he be on his own? His voice carried a hint of longing. Technically, no. A werewolf doesn't need a pack. Why do you ask? Just wondering. You never talk about lone werewolves on your show.
Do you?
You're right. It doesn't come up much. I think this is where things got complicated. How much could I say without dipping into personal experience? Without revealing anything? I think packs are important. They provide safety, structure, a sense of community. They also maintain order. A lone wolf making trouble draws attention, and packs don't like that. It's how they keep track of the lycanthropes in a region. Same goes for vampire families. But just because someone's alone doesn't mean he's dangerous, right? There was tension in his voice, tight, anxious. What do you think, James? I don't know. That's why I called. You're always saying people, even monsters, can choose their own path, rise above their nature. But can we really? What if staying out of a pack is how I stay in control? What if it's my way of not giving in? I can handle myself. I don't need them, right? I can make it. On my own, right? I couldn't do it. Since the night I was attacked, I'd always had someone, TJ, Carl, Somebody, reassuring me, reminding me I wasn't alone. They helped me hold on, gave me a place to go when I was unraveling. Without that, what would I have done? How many like James were out there, no pack, no family, listening to my show, thinking I had all the answers? That wasn't what I signed up for. Had I even had a plan when I started? Who was I to think I could help people? I couldn't function without my pack. Maybe James could. I can't tell you for sure, James. I don't know your life. If you're looking for someone to validate you, tell you you're doing fine on your own, and everything will work out, I can't. I don't have all the answers. I can only speak from what I know, what I've seen. Look at your life. If you're okay with it, if the people around you are okay with it, then maybe you don't need a pack. But if something feels wrong, figure out what that is. Then decide what to do. Maybe a pack helps. Maybe not. This world is too weird to pretend one answer fits everyone. I waited a beat. His breathing still came through the line. James? You all right? A pause. Then, yeah. I'm going to the next caller now. Hang in there. Take things one day at a time. Okay, Kitty. Thanks. Please let the next call be simple. I hit the button. You're on the air. I've been a lycanthrope for about 6 years now, and I think I've handled it okay. My pack, and I get along fine. That's good to hear. But I don't think I can talk to them about this. See, I've got this rash. I had an office. Not a big one, more like a supply closet with a desk, but it was mine. I had a phone, business cards, Kitty Norville, the midnight hour, knob. Just a few months ago, I never thought I'd have a real job. Now I had one, business cards. Who would have thought? The show aired weekly, but I worked nearly every day. Mostly afternoons and evenings, keeping in line with my nocturnal rhythm. I spent an absurd amount of time handling logistics, booking guests, cleaning up messes, researching. I didn't mind. It made me feel like a legit journalist. Like the ones I'd admired on NPR. The media even called me sometimes. The show was niche, kind of weird, but it was catching the eye of people who tracked pop culture oddities. A lot thought it was just a goth gimmick. I had pre-written answers for most of their questions. I got asked all the time if I was a vampire, werewolf, whatever. The skeptics asked if I thought I was. I always said I was human. Not entirely a lie. What else could I say? I loved the research. I subscribed to a clipping service that sent me articles from every kind of source. Anything about vampires, lycanthropes, magic, ghosts, psychics, crop circles, telepathy, ancient cities, whatever. Endless fuel for the fire. A producer from Uncharted World reached out to invite me on their show. I declined. I wasn't ready for TV. Probably never would be. No need to shine a spotlight on myself. I got fan mail. Some of it was nice. Some of it was more like, die, satanic whore from hell. I kept those in a folder I gave the cops weekly. If I ever got murdered, they'd have a solid suspect list. Werewolves are immune to standard bullets. I've seen it. 6 months. I'd been doing the show for 6 months. 24 episodes. 62 stations nationwide. Not much in the world of syndicated radio. But to me, it was massive. I figured I'd burn out by now. But somehow, there was always more to talk about. One night around 7 or 8, I was in my office, reading the local paper. There was an article about a prostitute killed downtown. Page 3. I was barely past the first paragraph when my phone rang. Hello, this is Kitty. You're Kitty Norville? Yes. I want to talk to you. Who's this? He paused, then said, these people who call you, the ones claiming to be psychics, vampires, werewolves, do you believe them? Do you think it's all real? It felt like I was back on air, dealing with the crazy that had become my life. But it was just me and this guy. He sounded normal. On air, I had to draw people out. Make them feel safe enough to talk. I wanted that now. Yes, I believe them. Do they scare you? My brow furrowed. I couldn't tell what he was leading to. No. They're just people. Vampirism, lycanthropy, it's illness, not evil. Some abuse it, sure. But you can't judge all of them for that. That's a remarkably rational view, Ms. Norville. His tone shifted. firmer, sharper. Confident. Who are you? I'm with a government agency. Which one? I shouldn't even be calling you. Oh, come on. I've been trying to understand what drives you to do your show. Let me guess, NIH? I don't think someone would have started a show like yours without a personal reason. A chill crept down my spine. So, you're with the CDC? A pause. Then, don't get me wrong, I admire your work, but you've caught my attention. Ms. Norville, what are you? Okay, that was weird. I had to think fast. What do you mean? What am I? I think we might be able to help each other. Share some information. I felt like the miller's daughter in Rumpelstiltskin. You with the CIA? Look into the Center for the Study of Paranatural Biology.
Click.
Awesome. I had my own deep throat now. Hard to concentrate after that. I kept replaying the call, wondering what he wanted. Barely 5 minutes passed before the phone rang again. I jumped, startled, heart pounding. I was sure the caller would hear it. Cautiously, I answered. Hello. Kitty? It's your mom. Mom's voice was as cheerful and normal as always. I closed my eyes and let out a sigh. Hey, Mom. What's up? You never told me if you're coming to your cousin Amanda's wedding. I need to confirm with them. I had totally forgotten, mostly because I absolutely didn't want to go. Weddings meant crowds. I hated crowds. And the questions. Like, so, when is it your turn? Or do you have someone special? Define special. Really. Trying to be polite because Mom didn't deserve my frustration, I grabbed my planner. I'm not sure. When is it again? She gave me the date, and I flipped ahead to next month. The day after the full moon. There was no way I'd be in any condition to face the family then. I couldn't fake being nice to that many people right after the full moon. Now, if only I could come up with a decent excuse. Sorry, something else came up. I'll have to skip it. I think Amanda really wants you there. I know.
I'm sorry.
I'll send her a card. I even jotted down a note to actually do that. Truth be told, I doubted Amanda would miss me much. But other forces were at play. Mom didn't want to explain my absence, just like I didn't want to explain it to her. You know, Kitty, you've missed the last few big family events. If you're busy, I get it, but it'd be nice if you showed up sometimes. That subtle guilt trip. Moms have it perfected. It wasn't like I was avoiding them just for the sake of it. I'll try next time.
I always said that.
She pressed on. I know you don't want me worrying. You used to be so outgoing, and now, I could almost see her shrugging, lost for words. Is everything okay? Sometimes I wished I could just tell her I'm a lesbian or something. Everything's fine, Mom. Just busy. Don't worry. Are you sure? If you ever need to talk. I couldn't tell her. I couldn't imagine the nightmare scenarios she'd invent about what I was up to. And I couldn't tell her the truth. She was normal. She wore pantsuits, sold real estate, played tennis with Dad. How do you explain werewolves to that? Mom, I have to get back to work. I know you're worried, and I appreciate it, but everything's fine, I promise. Lying through my teeth. But what else? All right then. She sounded unconvinced. Call me if you change your mind about the wedding. Okay. Talk to you later. The click of the phone felt like a weight lifted. Phone calls, business cards, maybe next I'd need a secretary to screen them. A knock on my door startled me minutes later. I nearly jumped, dropping my newspaper to see a man standing there. My office door was open, so he'd slipped in unnoticed. Average height and build, dark hair to his shoulders, refined features. Unremarkable, except for the smell. Like a corpse. Well-preserved, not rotten, but cold blood instead of warm. No heartbeat. Vampires always manage to sneak in unnoticed. He probably walked right past security. I recognized him. Rick. I'd met him a few times at family meetings when Carl and Arturo settled disputes. Strange guy. Part of Arturo's family, but uninterested in politics. Always on the edges. Unlike most vampires, he could actually laugh. When I asked, he told stories about the Old West, the real Old West. Sighing, my hair prickling, I sank back in my chair and tried to seem casual. Hi, Rick. He smiled slightly, showing needle-sharp fangs. Sorry if I startled you. No, you enjoyed it. I'd hate to lose my touch. I thought you couldn't enter without an invite. That rule doesn't apply to commercial property. So, what brings you here? My voice was tense. He must be here because I hadn't quit the show, and Arturo wasn't happy. His expression didn't change. What do you think I'm here for? I glared, not in the mood for mind games. Arturo told Carl to get me to quit the show. I haven't. I assume his mighty undeadness will start coming after me directly. You're here to threaten me. Paranoid much? I pointed. Not if they really are after me. Arturo didn't send me. I narrowed my eyes suspiciously. He didn't. He doesn't know I'm here. That changed everything. If Rick was telling the truth, and he had no reason to lie, he must have a good reason for sneaking around behind Arturo's back. Then why are you here? I'm looking for information. Thought you might help. He pulled a folded paper from his pocket and handed it to me. It was a cheap flyer printed on yellow paper, maybe even typewritten and photocopied. It said, "Do you need help? Have you been cursed? Vampires, lycanthropes, there is hope. There is a cure. Reverend Elijah Smith and the Church of the Pure Faith want to save you. Pure Faith will set you free." The date was a few weeks ago. The location was an old ranch 30 miles north, near Brighton. I frowned. It sounded ridiculous. I pictured a stereotypical Southern preacher praying over someone like Carl. Carl would bite his head off, literally. A cure? Faith healing? Is this a joke? No, sadly not. One of Arturo's followers left to join them. We haven't seen her since. I smell a rat. Arturo must be furious.
Yes.
But it's been impossible to learn anything about Smith or his church. Arturo's too proud to ask for help. I'm not. You have contacts. Heard anything? No. I flipped the flyer over.
Blank.
A cure, huh? Does it work? Every cure I'd ever heard about turned out to be myth. I don't know, he said simply. I've never seen one that worked. Neither have I. Arturo's follower believed it. And she never came back. So maybe it worked. Maybe. Could be a trap, bait to lure and kill or enslave us. Why would anyone want that? He shrugged. It's happened before. The possibilities chilled me, stirring vague fears I couldn't name, witch hunts, pogroms, reality TV.
He wanted me riled up enough to do something.
It worked. I'll look into it. Maybe Smith would come on my show. Thanks. Thanks for the tip. I suppressed a grin. Good thing subordinates run around behind their leaders' backs, or nothing would get done. Rick glanced up innocently. Don't say that to Arturo or Carl. Everything came back to them, the master, the alpha. We were hardwired to follow. Probably kept our communities from falling apart. More seriously, I asked, do you think Arturo will act about the show? That depends on Carl. If Carl does nothing, Arturo might act. I winced. Right. I should go.
Yeah.
Take care. He nodded, almost bowing, a reminder Rick was old-fashioned. Then he left as quietly as he came.
Phone. Business cards.
Secretary. Maybe a receptionist.
And a bodyguard.
Chapter 4. Wearing sweatpants, a sports bra, and a tank top, I stood on the mat. At the instructor's cue, I aimed kicks at swirling dust particles. Craig, an impossibly fit and energetic college guy who looked like he belonged on an MTV reality show, shouted, "Go!" The dozen of us, all women in our 20s and 30s, responded with kicks. The class wasn't about mastering a particular martial art. Instead, it borrowed moves from various disciplines, blending them into a practical technique meant to disable an attacker long enough for us to make a run for it. Style points didn't matter. Mystical meditation was out. We drilled the moves relentlessly so they'd become instinctive in a real fight. It was a great workout, too. Breathing hard and sweating. I could tune out everything outside the gym and let my mind go blank for an hour. We switched legs, kicking a dozen times more, then Craig placed his hands on his hips. All right, line up. Time for sparring. I hated sparring. We'd started out hitting punching bags in the first few classes. Most women barely moved the bags, but I set mine swinging. I got compliments on my upper body strength, but it wasn't training. It was the werewolf in me giving me power beyond normal humans. Without effort, I could outfight anyone in the class, probably even Craig. That strength wouldn't help against vampires, though. The punching bag episode taught me I had to be careful sparring with humans. I didn't know my own strength or limits. I had to hold back every strike. I didn't want to hurt anyone by accident. Truthfully, I didn't want to hurt anyone at all. The wolf inside me groaned at the thought of fighting because she knew Carl wouldn't approve. I was supposed to be a monster. Fierce, ruthless. But a monster at the bottom of the pack's hierarchy might as well be a scared puppy. Resigned, I lined up and clenched my teeth. We practiced falling and getting back up, tripping, tackling, rolling on the mat. I fell more times than I could count, my teeth rattling with each thud. I didn't care. My sparring partner was Patricia, a cheerful, slightly overweight single mom who'd never done sports before but was determined to keep up with her 8-year-old taekwondo prodigy son. She was thrilled at the idea of toppling a grown woman with a couple of quick moves. Many women in the class were overcoming their cultural conditioning to avoid physical conflict. I was happy to help Patricia with that lesson. "You're holding back, kitty." I lay flat on my back. Opening my eyes, I saw Craig, 6 feet of blonde energy, towering over me, looking strangely distorted from this angle. He was all legs. "Yeah," I sighed. "Come on, get up." He offered a hand and helped me up. "Now I want you to knock me all the way across the gym." He had a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. The class formed a circle around us, an audience I didn't want, and that made me tense. Wolf hated fighting. She preferred cowering. Inside, I was whining. Craig bent his arms, crouching as if to charge. The plan was for me to drop and trip him, then shove him to make him lose balance. He ran at me. I dropped. But instead of tripping, he sidestepped. Had I shoved, he would have fallen, but I just sat there while he slipped behind me and locked an arm around my neck. "I know you can do better than that. Let's try again." I could fight, and I was strong. But I had no will to do it. Too used to being the victim. I closed my eyes, feeling like a kid failing yet another test. Slowly, I got back up. Craig faced me. "Okay, this time, pretend I'm your worst ex, and this is your chance to get even." That was easy. That would be Bill. Just saying it brought him to mind, along with all the anger. I clenched my fists. Anger meant no holding back. I wasn't sure I could hold the next punch even if I tried, with Bill on my mind. Craig charged. I ducked, then shoved with my shoulder and full body weight. I hit his side hard. He made a grunt. Both feet left the mat, and he flew. Women gasped and dodged as he crashed to the floor, bouncing twice before lying still. My stomach dropped. I nearly passed out. I'd killed him. My self-defense instructor.
Shit.
I rushed to him, crouched, and touched his shoulder. "Craig?" His eyelids fluttered. After a few panicked beats, he opened his eyes and grinned. "That's what I'm talking about. You've got to learn to hit people." He was gasping for air. I'd probably knocked the wind out of him. But never do that again. I helped him up. He rubbed his head. He'd be sore in the morning. How embarrassing. "Wow," Patricia said, coming over. "Your ex must have been a real piece of work." You have no idea. Between the mysterious phone call and Rick's visit, I had already mapped out my research tasks for the upcoming week. I began by investigating the source of that enigmatic call. The Center for the Study of Paranormal Biology was supposedly the government agency behind the research on lycanthropy and vampirism, overseen by the CDC and NIH. However, the study was little more than a footnote buried deep in a rarely referenced CDC report. I couldn't find any contact names associated with it. No one wanted to be linked to the project. When I contacted the CDC, they claimed no knowledge of it, and the NIH simply redirected me back to the CDC. It seemed this agency might not actually exist, maybe just a think tank or a cover story. I wasn't typically one to buy into government conspiracy theories. After all, when Congress struggles to allocate basic funding for its operations, how could I believe that the same government maintained a secret, highly organized group bent on hiding the truth and controlling the world's minds and souls? Unless vampires were involved. If vampires were part of the equation, then all bets were off. Next, I shifted focus to Rick's Flyer. Reluctantly, I began with the Uncharted World website. The internet was flooded with supernatural news communities, but most of it was sensationalized or outright fake. However, Uncharted World had a search filter for news of the weird, and with enough patience, following links and cross-referencing sources, I managed to find reliable information. My breakthrough came when I discovered a series of forum posts and missing persons reports filed with several local police departments. About 4 months ago, a revival-style tent had mysteriously appeared overnight on the outskirts of Omaha, Nebraska. Flyers were plastered throughout the rougher neighborhoods, likely frequented by lycanthropes and vampires, promoting a faith-based cure led by a self-proclaimed holy man named Elijah Smith. There were no records of what actually happened during the meetings. The tent vanished by morning and reappeared weeks later in Wichita, Kansas, then Pueblo, Colorado. Rumors spread that the cure was genuine, that Smith really had power, and those healed were so grateful they refused to leave. Soon, a traveling caravan of followers formed around that single tent. Smith's group called itself the Church of the Pure Faith, their motto being, "Pure faith will set you free." Yet, I found no photos or detailed accounts of their gatherings. No information on the cure's nature. Outsiders couldn't get close to Smith or his followers. People searching for vanished friends, pack members, or family who had entered the tent were threatened, and attempts to intervene were violently turned away. I also found warnings on a few websites cautioning against Smith. Many labeled the group a cult, and after digging, I was inclined to agree. Vampirism and lycanthropy weren't illnesses in the traditional sense. Scientists had studied, scanned, and dissected us, identifying unique traits separating us from Homo sapiens, but they never found a biological origin. Our existence challenged centuries of scientific denial. It was supernatural. If a cure existed, it likely would come from supernatural means, not from the CDC or the Center for the Study of Paranormal Biology. For vampires, restoring life to the bloodless undead seemed impossible by normal science. Faith healing might actually be the only plausible answer. This made exposing Smith as a fraud and his church as a cult even more difficult. I didn't believe there was a real cure. Someone would have uncovered it by now. Underscore 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 underscore. Later, on my radio show, I introduced a special guest. Welcome to the Midnight Hour.
I'm Kitty Norvel.
Tonight, I have with me Veronica Sevilla, author of the Bledsoe Chronicles, the Book of Rites, and several other best-selling novels chronicling a vampire clan's struggles over centuries. Her latest book, The Sun Never Rises, has just been released. Veronica, thank you for joining us. Please call me Veronica, she replied warmly. Veronica Sevilla, born Martha Perkins, was dressed entirely in black, from her knit dress and stockings to patent leather heels and a fur stole. Her dark, likely dyed hair framed a pale face in tight curls. Diamond studs sparkled on her ears. She sat elegantly, arms crossed over her chest, not out of cold or nervousness, but as a deliberate pose. Her biography offered no age, and her appearance suggested anywhere from 40 to 60, possibly altered by cosmetic procedures. She wasn't a vampire. I could smell her warmth, hear her heartbeat. Yet, she seemed to be trying to embody one. I couldn't help but stare, thinking, are you for real? Veronica, you write vampires in a way that brings them vividly to life. Critics praise your ability to transform them from horror cliches into complex, heroic characters. Of course, she said. It's all about perspective. Your fans are passionate, some claiming your novels aren't fiction, but factual accounts of real vampires. What do you say to that? She waved her hand dismissively, a gesture lost on radio. I wouldn't know where to find a real vampire. They're creations of human imagination. My books are purely fictional. I had my doubts. Beyond her dramatic writing and fan fervor, she got many details about vampire families, their language, dominant struggles, things only insiders would know. Either she researched incredibly well, or she had connections. Before meeting her, I half expected she might be a vampire or linked to one. Why do you think people are so drawn to your vampire stories? My books create an alluring world. Vampires, especially the Bledsoe family, are metaphors for the power many wish they had but lack. Insecure? I suggested. Outcast. Misfit. Socially awkward. So, you're saying your fans are social misfits? She paused, then said, "That's not quite right. You have readers who want to learn about vampires, even become them, seeing you as an authority. What do you tell them?" I tell them it's fiction. Everything is in the books. What do you say when asked that? That maybe being a vampire isn't all it's cracked up to be. Have you ever met a vampire, Kitty? I smiled. Yes, I have. And your novels are surprisingly accurate. Well, what can I say? Maybe you should introduce me to one. I thought Arturo would enjoy meeting her, but he preferred finer company. Why vampires? Why write centuries-spanning family sagas with supernatural elements instead of historical epics? That would be boring, wouldn't it? God knows what Tolstoy was thinking. Seriously, though, where do you get your ideas? Writers hate that question. I think writers say they dislike it just to avoid giving a real answer. Is that really how you treat a guest? I sighed. She was clearly accustomed to being spoiled, dressing rooms and bowls of peanut M and MS with the green ones removed, that sort of thing. My apologies, Veronica. I tend to be a bit straightforward. She glanced me over and gave a slight nod of agreement. The interview wasn't my best. We started off on the wrong foot, and she was way too reserved to make it work. She clearly didn't want to be here. Her publicist had arranged this as part of the new book's promotional tour. She'd probably done dozens of interviews like this already. Afterwards, I took some calls from the usual enthusiastic fans. Veronica managed them better than I did. She had a lot more practice. Finally, like a prison door slamming shut, the show was over. I removed my headphones and looked at Veronica Sevilla. Thanks again for being on the show. I'm sure my listeners enjoyed it. I expected her to scoff, dismiss me with a wave, and storm off, leaving a cloud of arrogance behind. Instead, she licked her lips. Her lipstick needed some touch-up, and lowering her eyes, took a deep breath before speaking. I owe you an apology, Ms. Norville. Really? I wasn't completely honest with you. I have met a vampire. My son is one. I had no reply. I tried to look understanding and waited. I don't want this to become public knowledge. I think you can imagine why. My fans are bold enough as it is. But I wanted you to know the truth. I hope I can trust you to keep the secret. I nodded. I'm good at keeping secrets. I've got a few myself. If it's not too bold of me. How did you find out? He's stayed 18 for 20 years now. I got suspicious. I asked for a secret and he told me. My stories, they're about him. My son won't have the life I dreamed for him, and these novels are how I come to terms with the life he actually has.
If you can call it that.
I escorted her to the door, where she adjusted the mink stole around her shoulders and walked out with her chin held high, the very picture of grace. Full moon night. Time to run. TJ picked me up on his bike, which was running smoothly, its steady rumble like a grizzly bear's growl. He sped along, leaning sharply into the turns. I didn't bother with a helmet, so I could feel the wind whipping past my face. I tilted my head back and savored the rush, as the city smells of asphalt and exhaust faded behind us, replaced by the scents of dry grass, earth, and distant pine trees. The sun was dipping low. The moon hadn't risen yet, but I could sense it, a silver breath pulling at the tides and tugging at my heart. A howl tickled the back of my throat. The pack was close. I held tight to TJ, smiling. The pack assembled at Carl and Meg's house, right on the edge of the national forest. To an outsider, it might have seemed like just another party, about a dozen cars lined up on the street, a group of people mingling inside. But the room was thick with tension, nervous energy, and anticipation. the veil between our world, and the other was drawn halfway back. We could see through it but had to wait before stepping beyond. Carl wasn't here yet. Our local pack had 22 wolves. They came from all over, within a few hundred miles, ranging from Colorado Springs up to Fort Collins along the Front Range. Most of them I only saw on full moon nights. We all knew our place. I stuck to the edges of the room, trying to stay unnoticed. My skin itched. I wrapped my arms around myself, struggling to stay grounded. So close. The wolf, was waiting inside me, staring out through my eyes. Her claws scraped beneath my skin, desperate to break through my fingertips. She longed for fur instead of flesh. Her blood burned hot. I flinched when I sensed someone else's presence, like a force pressing through the invisible membrane around me. I felt Zahn before I saw him step forward, blocking my path. He was young, about my age, but had been a wolf since his teens. Pale skin, messy dark hair, and wild, animal eyes. I hated him. His scent haunted my nightmares. He was the one who attacked me, the one who turned me into this. Sometimes he followed me, waiting for a chance to finish what he'd started. Like he could still smell the blood on me, or thought I owed him something. I avoided him whenever I could. TJ, Carl, and Meg kept him in check the rest of the time. He wasn't all that strong. TJ was in the kitchen, and I'd have to cross the whole room to reach him. Zahn blocked my way. "What do you want?" "You." He leaned in close. I was already pressed against the wall, unable to back away as he brought his lips near my ear. "Run with me tonight." That was a werewolf way of speaking. Zahn always did this whenever Carl wasn't around. Usually I'd shrink back and hide behind TJ. Zahn could take me down, but not TJ. That was how the whole dominance thing worked. I was seriously not in the mood for this nonsense. "No," I said before I even realized the word had left my mouth.
No?
"What do you mean no?" I straightened up from the wall, squared my shoulders, and fixed him with a glare. My vision blurred to gray. The wolf inside me wanted a piece of him. "I mean no. I mean get out of my face." His shoulders tensed. An irritated growl rumbled low in his throat.
Crap.
I just challenged him. I'd questioned his dominance, and he wouldn't let that slide without a brutal beating. Carl and TJ wouldn't come to my rescue because I'd walked right into this on my own. The room went silent. Everyone watched with too much interest. This wasn't the usual pack squabble. Fighting for rank was common enough. But this was me. I didn't fight. As the pack's youngest, I usually got light teasing at best or roughhousing at worst. I always backed down, trading status for safety. Not this time. I couldn't break eye contact with Zahn. I'd started this. Now I had to see it through. The moves I'd been learning in self-defense class relied on the attacker making the first move. It was supposed to be defense, not offense. Yet here I was thinking a few punches made me tough. I'd thrown down the gauntlet. Zahn was waiting for me to act. I feinted low, like I was going to tackle him. He swung to swipe at me, but I sidestepped and shoved him from behind, knocking him off balance. He tumbled back into the sofa. I rushed him again, not sure what I was doing, but the wolf inside me did. Before he could recover, I jumped on his back, my hands clamping around his throat, nails digging in. He roared, grabbing my arms and thrashing to shake me off. My back slammed into the corner of the sofa, stinging sharply. But I held tight, gripping him with arms and legs. I wanted to bite, too. At his next lunge, a floor lamp toppled over. Then Meg appeared. Carl's mate, the alpha female. Tall and lean, with sleek black hair that gave her an unmistakable presence. She wore a tank top and sweats, looking like she belonged at the gym, except she radiated something more: power, strength, dominance. Usually, I'd feel it from across the room, but I was so focused on Zahn, I didn't notice her until she yanked my hair back, holding a chunk of Zahn's hair in her other hand. She looked me over, brow bruised. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Her words were an offer to back down, a warning against my own recklessness. My blood pounded. I wanted to tear Zahn apart, so badly it hurt. I nodded without hesitation. "Then take it outside," she said, pushing us away. Someone opened the kitchen door that led to the backyard. I backed toward the door, holding his gaze. He followed, pressing me. I could hear his heart pounding. His sweat smelled like fire. He clenched his hands into fists. When his muscles tensed, I knew he was going to rush me the last couple of feet to the door. I ducked, letting him trip over me. He flew headfirst, ungracefully, out the door to the concrete pad outside. I didn't wait. I jumped, landing on top of him as hard as I could. His head cracked on the concrete. Effortlessly, he spun me over, turning the tables, so he pinned me to the ground. He backhanded me. I saw stars. My ears rang. He hit me twice more, wrenching my head back and forth while his other hand held my throat. I couldn't breathe. He was going to kill me. I'd wanted to learn to fight to defend myself against enemies, not engage in pack power struggles. What was I doing? Anger and fear. That was what this whole life was about. Anger vying with fear, and whichever won out determined whether you led or followed. I had spent almost 3 years being afraid, and I was sick of it. I need him in the crotch. He gasped, and while he didn't release me, his grip slackened. Grabbing his wrist, I squirmed out from under him. I kept hold of his arm as I slid onto his back, wrenching the limb around. Something popped, and he cried out. I twisted it harder. With my other hand, I grabbed his hair and pulled as hard as I could, tilting his head almost all the way back. It took all my weight pressing down on him to keep him at this angle, which made moving too painful for him. I didn't have the luxury of being able to let go to smack him around. So I bit him, right at the corner of his jaw, taking in a mouthful of his cheek. I bit until I tasted blood, and he whimpered. Finally, he went slack. I let go of his face, licking my lips, sucking the blood off my teeth. I'd taken a chunk out of his flesh. A bite-sized flap of it was hanging loose. I leaned close to his ear. I don't like you. I still hold a grudge against you, and I always will, so stay out of my way or I'll rip you apart. I meant it too. He knew it, because as soon as I eased my weight off him, he scrambled away, cowering on all fours, submissive. I crouched and stared at him. The blood was clouding my mind. I saw him, smelled his fear, and wanted to tear into him again. But I couldn't because he was Pack and he was apologizing. I walked to where he was crouched, curling in on himself like he might disappear. This fight could have gone so differently. I didn't see fear in his eyes, so much as surprise. I'd won this not because I was stronger, but because he hadn't expected me to fight back. I'd never have a fight this easy again. He rolled onto his back. His breaths came in soft whines. I stood over him. Then I turned my back on him and walked away. A part of me was nauseated, but no way would the wolf let me go puke in the corner. She was hungry. I swayed a little. I had a raging headache. I wiped my face. My hands came away bloody. My nose was bleeding. I tried to soak it up with my sleeve, then gave up. I healed fast, right? The thing was, Zahn hadn't been bottom of the pack. Now, others would challenge me in order to keep their places in the pecking order. Carl stood at the kitchen door, arms crossed. He pissed me off, I said, answering the silent question. You don't get pissed off. My first thought was, how the hell would he know? But the last thing I needed tonight was to challenge Carl. Carl wouldn't waste any time in knocking the snot out of me. I dropped my gaze and meekly stood before him. He said, You may have a big-time radio show, but that doesn't make you anything here.
That reminded me.
I groped in my jeans pocket and pulled out the envelope I'd shoved there before leaving home. It was filled with this month's payoff, in cash. I gave it to him. The blood I inadvertently smeared on it glared starkly. He opened the flap and flipped through the stack of 50s. He glanced at me, glaring. It might not have made everything all better, but it distracted him. He handed the envelope to Meg. If Carl was the bad cop, Meg was the good cop. The first year, I'd come to cry on her shoulder when this life got to me. She taught me the rules. Obey the alphas. Keep your place in the pack. I didn't want to make her angry. Inside, Wolf was groveling. I couldn't do anything but stand there. Giving me her own stare, she crossed her arms. You're getting stronger, she said. Growing up, maybe. I'm just angry it's on. He wouldn't leave me alone. That's all. Next time, try asking for help. She prowled off to stash the money. TJ, beta male, Carl's lieutenant, had been standing behind her. I forgot sometimes that within pack law, he had as much right to beat up on me as Carl did. I preferred having him as a friend. I leaned into TJ, hugging him. Among the pack, touch meant comfort, and I wanted to feel safe. The part of me I thought of as human, was slipping away. What was that all about? TJ said, his voice wary. I don't know, I said, but she knew really. I felt strong. I wasn't afraid. I'm tired of getting picked on, I guess. You'd better be careful. You might turn alpha on us. He smiled, but I couldn't tell if he was joking. Because the pack hunts together this night. She feeds on deer. An injured buck, rich with flesh and blood. Because she is no longer lowest among them, she gets to taste some of the meat instead of being left with bones and offal. Others prick their ears and bare their teeth at her in challenge, but the leaders keep them apart. No more fighting this night. She runs wild and revels in her strength, chasing with the others, all of them singing for joy. Exhausted, she settles, warm and safe, already dreaming of the next moon, when she may once again break free and taste blood. I woke up at dawn in a dog pile, with half a dozen of the others. This usually happened. We ran, hunted, ate, found a den, and settled into sleep, curled around one another, faces buried in fur, tails tucked in. We were bigger than regular wolves. Conservation of mass. A 200-pound man becomes a 200-pound wolf when a full-grown Canis lupus doesn't get much bigger than 100 pounds or so. Nothing messed with us. We always lost consciousness when we changed back to human. We woke up naked, cradled in the shelter of our pack. Becky, a thin woman with a crew cut who is a couple of years older than me, lay curled in the crook of my legs. Dav's back was pressed against mine. I was spooned against TJ's back, my face pressed to his shoulder. I lay still, absorbing the warmth, the smell, the contentedness. This was one of the good things. TJ must have felt me wake up, heard the change in my breathing or something. He rolled over, so we faced each other. He put his arms around me. I'm worried about you, he said softly. Why did you challenge Zahn? I squirmed. I didn't want to talk about this now, in front of the others. But the breathing around us was steady. They were still asleep. I didn't challenge him. I had to defend myself. After a moment, I added, I was angry. That's dangerous. I know, but I couldn't get away. I couldn't take it anymore. You've been teaching yourself how to fight.
Yeah.
Carl won't like that. I won't do it again. I cringed at the whine creeping into my voice. I hated being so pathetic.
Yeah, right.
I think it's the show. You're getting cocky. What? The show is making you cocky. You think you have an answer for everything.
I didn't know what to say to that.
The observation caught me off guard. He might have been right. The show was mine. It gave me purpose, something to care about, something to fight for. Then he said, I think Carl's right. I think you should quit. Not this. Not from TJ. Carl put you up to this.
No.
I just don't want to see you get hurt. You've got a following. I can see Carl thinking that you're stepping on his toes. I can see this breaking up the pack. I would never hurt the pack. Not on purpose. I snuggled deeper into his embrace. I didn't want to be cocky. I wanted to be safe.
Chapter 5.
Next caller, hello. You're live on air. It's about my girlfriend. She won't bite me. Bobby from St. Louis sounded like he was in his 20s, youthful and anxious, a lanky young man with grand dreams he struggled to manage. He likely wore a black leather jacket and had at least one tattoo in a spot he could hide under a shirt. All right, Bobby, let's take a step back. Your girlfriend. Yeah, your girlfriend is a werewolf. Yeah, he replied, his tone drifting into a dreamy state. And you want her to bite you and turn you into a werewolf.
Yeah.
She says I don't realize what I'd be getting into. Do you think she might be right? Well, it's my choice. Would you force her to have sex with you, Bobby?
No.
That would be rape. Then don't pressure her into this. Just think how guilty she'd feel if she did it and you had second thoughts afterward. This isn't a tattoo you can easily remove. We're talking about a complete lifestyle change, transforming into a bloodthirsty creature once a month, concealing that from everyone, trying to maintain a normal life while not being fully human. Have you met her pack?
Oh, no.
Then you really don't understand what you're asking when you say you want to be a werewolf.
Oh, no.
Bobby, I usually offer suggestions instead of direct orders, but I'm making an exception for you. Listen to your girlfriend. She knows far more about this than you do, all right? Okay. Thanks, Kitty. Good luck to you, Bobby, I said, disconnecting the call. And good luck to Bobby's girlfriend. My advice to her is to break things off. She doesn't need that kind of stress. You're listening to the Midnight Hour with me, Kitty Norville. For the last hour, we've been discussing relationships with lycanthropes, grievances to air, and issues to resolve. Let's take a break for station identification, and when we return, more calls. I waved to Matt through the booth window. He flipped the switch. The on-air sign dimmed, and the show's theme song, CCR's Bad Moon Rising, began to play. Not the typical synthesized goth music one might expect for a show like this. I chose the song for its rawness and the way it embraced impending doom. I took off my headphones and pushed the microphone aside. If I got tired of this, as I anticipated I might during the first 6 months, quitting would be simple. But I enjoyed it. I still enjoyed it. I hated making TJ angry, though. Not in the same way I disliked making Carl angry. But still, if both were upset with me, what could I do? I didn't want to relinquish something I was proud of, like the show. I resented them for making me so stressed about it. A werewolf pack was the most codependent group of beings imaginable. You okay in there? Matt asked. His dark hair was just long enough to tie back, and he hadn't shaved in a few days. Anywhere else, he might have looked unkempt. Behind the control board, he fit right in. I rested my elbows on the desk and rubbed my temples. I'd been losing sleep. My head throbbed.
Wine.
Yeah, I replied, straightening up and taking a big gulp of coffee. I'd have plenty of time to stress myself into an ulcer later. Could werewolves get ulcers? The 2-minute break ended. Matt counted down with his fingers through the window. The on-air sign lit up, and the lights on my collar board illuminated. Headphones on. Phone line activated. Welcome back to the Midnight Hour. We have Sarah from Sioux City on the line. The woman was sobbing, struggling not to cry, a battle she was losing.
Kitty.
Hi, Sarah, I said gently, preparing for the emotional flood. What's on your mind? My husband, she said after a shaky breath. I caught him last week. I was spying on him. She paused, allowing herself a moment before I prompted her. What happened, Sarah? He turned into a wolf. In the woods behind our house. After he thought I'd gone to bed. And you had no idea. He was a lycanthrope.
No.
I had my suspicions. The monthly business trips during the full moon, his rare steak cravings. How could he keep something like this from me? I'm his wife. How could he do this? Her voice trembled until it was almost a scream. Did you confront him? Discuss it with him? Yes. I asked him about it. He just apologized. He won't look me in the eye anymore. Sarah, take a deep breath. That's it. I know this is tough, but let's analyze it together. How long have you been married? 6 years. And did your husband tell you how long he's been a werewolf? 2 years. Now, Sarah, I want you to consider his perspective. Becoming a lycanthrope was probably very traumatic for him, right?
Yes.
He was working the night shift alone, locking up the store when it happened. He said he was lucky to escape. Why didn't he ever tell me? Do you think he might have been trying to protect you? You had a good marriage, and he likely didn't want to jeopardize that, right? I'm not saying what he did was right. In an ideal marriage, he would have been upfront from the beginning. But he's had to keep this secret from many people. Perhaps he didn't know how to share it with you, or he feared you might leave him if he did. I wouldn't leave him. I love him. But people do leave their partners in situations like this.
He's probably scared, Sarah.
Does he still love you? He says he does. You know what I'd suggest?
Sit down with him.
Explain that you're hurt, but you want to support him if he can be honest with you moving forward. Before you do that, though, you need to decide if you can stay married to a werewolf. You have to be just as honest with yourself as you expect him to be with you. Sarah was calm now. She hiccuped a bit from the tears, but her voice was steady. Okay, Kitty. I understand. Thank you. Good luck, Sarah. Please let me know how it goes. All right, I have many more calls waiting, so let's keep going. Cormac from Longmont, hello. I know what you are. Excuse me? I know what you are, and I'm coming to kill you. According to Matt's screening, this guy had claimed he had a question about lycanthropy and STDs. I should have ended the call right then. But the unusual ones always intrigue me. Cormac? Can you explain what you're talking about? I'm an assassin. I specialize in lycanthropes. His voice hissed and faded for a moment. Are you on a cell phone? Yeah. I'm in the lobby of the building, and I'm coming to kill you. Good old Matt, he was already on the phone with security. I watched him standing there, not talking. What was going on? Matt slammed the phone down. No one's answering, he said loudly enough for me to hear, through the glass of the booth. I set up a little distraction outside, Cormac said. Building security is out of the building. At that, Matt picked up the phone again and dialed, just 3 numbers after hitting the outside line, calling for backup. Then he dialed again. And again. His face turned pale. Line's busy, he mouthed. Did you manage to tie up 911? I asked the caller. I'm a professional, Cormac replied. This was serious. I could almost hear Carl saying, I told you so. I hoped he wasn't listening. On the other hand, if he was, maybe he could come to my rescue. Over the line, I heard the ping of the elevator arriving at the ground floor, the slide of the doors. This was a scare tactic, calling me on the phone while planning my assassination. It was an effective scare tactic. Okay, you're coming to kill me while you warn me on the phone. It's part of the contract, he said in a strained voice, as if grimacing while speaking. What is? I have to do it on the air. Matt made a slicing motion across his neck with a questioning look. Cut the show? I shook my head. Maybe I could talk my way out of this. What makes you think I'm a lycanthrope? Cormac the assassin who specializes in lycanthropes. My client has proof. What proof? Pictures. Video. Yes, I'm sure it's video taken in low light with lots of blurry movement. I've seen those kinds of TV shows. Would it hold up in court? It convinced me. And you're clearly deranged, I said, flustered. Have you considered, Cormac, that you might be a pawn in a publicity stunt to get me off the air? Certain groups have been trying to push me off for months. At this hour, Matt and I had the studio to ourselves. Even if a sharp listener called the police, Cormac would reach the booth before they arrived.
I was sure he counted on that.
Matt came into the booth and whispered urgently, We can leave through the emergency stairs before he gets here. I covered the mic with my hands. I can't leave the show. Kitty, he's going to kill you. It's a stunt. Some zealot trying to scare me off the air. Kitty, I'm not leaving. You can go if you want. He frowned but returned to his board and grabbed one of the remote headsets from the cupboard for me. Matt brought me the headset and transferred the broadcast to it. I stepped out of the booth, positioning myself out of direct sight of the door. The next room, Matt's control area, had a window looking into the hallway. I crouched on the floor, near the door. If anyone entered, I'd see him first. Cormac would need about 5 minutes to ride the elevator and reach me. So, I had to talk quickly. Okay, Cormac, let me ask you this. Who hired you? I can't say. Is that in the contract? He hesitated. I wondered if he wasn't accustomed to talking and resented this part of the job he'd taken on. I didn't doubt he was genuine. He sounded too controlled, too steady. Professional policy, he finally said. Is this one of those situations where I can offer you more money to not go through with it? Nope. That ruins the reputation. Not that I had that kind of money. Just how much is my life worth? A pause. That's confidential. No, really, I'm curious. I think I have a right to know. If it's an exorbitant amount, does that mean I can consider my life a success because I upset someone that much? That suggests I made an impact, and that's all anyone can truly hope to achieve. Jesus, you talk too much. I couldn't help but grin. Matt sat against the wall, shaking his head in exasperation. Getting cornered by an assassin definitely wasn't in the job description. I was relieved he hadn't left. Thinking about everyone who had it out for me felt pointless. So many did, after all. The Witch Hunters League, the Right Reverend Deke Torquemada of the New Inquisition, the Christian Coalition. The elevator pinged. Once, twice, two more to go. So, let's backtrack a bit, Cormac. Most of your jobs aren't like this, are they? You go after rogue wolves, the ones who've harmed people, the ones their packs can't control. Law-abiding werewolves are pretty hard to identify and aren't worth pursuing. Am I correct? That's right. Do you have any idea how few wolves actually cause trouble? Not many. Cormac's claim about my identity, on the air, required a response. Denial. Claims of innocence, wrongful accusations, until he shot and killed me. Or until he attempted to shoot me, and I defended myself. I hoped it wouldn't come to that. He likely anticipated me to deny it, saying something like, "You can't shoot me. I'm not a werewolf." But at this point, it was too late for that. Any denials would just sound pathetic. And if he truly had photographs, where could he have gotten them? The only option left was to face it head-on. So this was it. The big moment. My ratings better be worth it. So here I am, a perfectly respectable law-abiding werewolf. It must be a bit odd for you, tracking down a monster who won't harm you. Come on, Norville. Go ahead and show your claws. I'd welcome the challenge. There it was. I had just declared on national radio that I'm a werewolf. It didn't feel any different. Cormac was still making his way to my floor. But my mother didn't even know. I heard a series of metallic clicks in my headphones. Guns being drawn and readied. Is this really fair, Cormac? You know I'm unarmed. I'm a sitting duck in here, and I have 500,000 witnesses listening. You think I haven't dealt with that kind of thing before? Okay, that was the wrong approach. I tried again. If I shut down the broadcast, would that nullify the clause in your contract that requires this to be on air? My client believes you'll stay on air for as long as possible, that you'll want to capitalize on the ratings this will generate. Damn, who is this client? Whoever it was, they knew me too well. Maybe it wasn't the usual suspects. Someone local with a grudge. Arturo. Carl hadn't forced me to quit the show. Perhaps Arturo decided to handle it himself. He couldn't do it directly. A vampire attacking a werewolf would start a war between the two factions. Carl and the pack would see it as a territorial breach. Then Arturo would have to deal with the fallout. But Arturo could hire someone. He wouldn't have to get his hands dirty. He could work through a middleman, and Cormac would never realize he was working for a vampire. Arturo had the resources to obtain photos of me during full moons. He knew where the pack roamed. I heard the elevator doors hiss open. Boots' steps on the linoleum. I can see the window of your booth, Norville. Hey, Cormac, do you know Arturo?
Yeah.
He's in charge of the local vampires. Did he hire you?
Hell no.
What do you think I hunt when I'm not after werewolves? So he hunted both lycanthropes and vampires. I really wanted to get on this guy's good side, as impossible as that seemed right now. I needed to figure out how to prove that Arturo had hired Cormac through a middleman. Maybe that would convince the bounty hunter to back off. Then I heard the sirens. A window in my studio overlooked the street outside. I didn't have to move to see the red and blue lights flashing. The police. The last few minutes had dragged on, but even if a daring listener had called the cops as soon as Cormac announced his intentions, they couldn't have arrived this quickly. You hear that, Cormac? Shit, he muttered. That's too fast. Hey, we agreed on something. It's almost as if someone called ahead, like they knew you'd be here. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider my theory about being the patsy? Arturo could get to me via Cormac, and with the police downstairs, he could get Cormac too, if he had it out for the bounty hunter. The cops wouldn't buy the werewolf story. They'd charge him with murder. You can't be serious. Arturo, the local vampire master, wants me off the air. Can I assume you've angered him recently? Yeah, you could say that. There was a story there. I'd have to wait to pry it out of him. Let's say he hired you through a third party, then called the cops while you were doing the job, leaving you no time to escape. You may have a vendetta against werewolves, but you can't justify killing me. The moment you pull that trigger, the cops will take you down. How does that sound for a theory? A long pause, long enough for my racing heart to beat several times. "You're insane." I couldn't hear footsteps or weapons. He had stopped moving. Was I nervous? I hadn't seen those guns yet. I didn't need to. I could smell Cormac's body odor, the taut nerves beneath a spicy hint of aftershave. I could smell the gun oil. I could smell silver. He had silver bullets. Any doubts about the truth of his claims and intentions evaporated. He hunted lycanthropes and vampires, and if he was alive enough to use the plural, he knew what he was doing. I was still on the air. I was conducting the show of a lifetime, interviewing my own potential killer live on nationally syndicated radio. Was I nervous? I spoke faster. Words were my weapons, just as Cormac's guns were his. I could only hope my aim was just as lethal. "Hey, Cormac. Ever had to deal with a PMSing werewolf?"
No.
"Well, it's a real nightmare." He was right outside the door. All he had to do was lean in and shoot. My fingers itched, my bones itched. I wanted to change. I wanted to run. I could feel the wolf clawing at my tightly held control, driven by self-defense and survival. I could fight, but I wouldn't. Squeezing my trembling hands into fists, I held my breath. Matt crouched in a corner, eyes wide. He was looking at me, not at the door or at Cormac, but at me, the werewolf. Cormac chuckled softly, almost inaudible even to my keen hearing. The next sound I heard was a click, the safety of a handgun being disengaged. "Can I ask you a question? Was I going to live?"
D?
"What?"
Sure.
"What kind of name is Kitty for a werewolf?" I exhaled sharply. "Give me a break." The name came first. "I have a deal for you. Norville. I'll call off the contract, and you won't press charges." "All right," I responded quickly. I was more interested in keeping my skin intact than pursuing charges. Cormac continued, "I'll do some digging. If you're wrong, I'll come back for you." I swallowed hard. That seems fair. If you're right, we can both rub our churros' face in it. Now, I suggest we wait here for the cops to find us, then we can all discuss things like reasonable people. Can I finish the show?" "I suppose." Matt scrambled back to the board. 40 seconds left, he said, a bit breathless. "Perfect timing. Hey, listeners, I haven't forgotten about you. Seems this was all a misunderstanding. I think Cormac the assassin and I have worked things out. The police are coming up the stairs as I speak. If this were a movie, the credits would be rolling. So that's it for the Midnight Hour. Next week, I'll have Senator Joseph Duke as my guest, sponsor of a bill in Congress that would grant federal marshal status to licensed exorcists. Is he a crackpot, or is the country really under threat from hordes of communist demons? I can't promise it'll be nearly as thrilling as tonight, but you never know. I'll do my best. Until then, this is Kitty Norville, voice of the night. Matt started the closing credits, featuring a long, clear wolf howl rich with the full moon. It was my own howl, recorded for the show at the beginning. I pulled off the headset and rubbed my eyes. Maybe Carl was right, and I should quit doing this. So much trouble. Was it worth my life? I should just quit. Nah. The hair on my neck prickled. I turned to see a man standing in the doorway, leaning against the frame. Even without the revolver holstered at his thigh, he was intimidating, tall, around 6 feet, slim, dressed in a black leather jacket, black t-shirt, worn jeans, and thick, steel-toed biker boots. He smirked under a trimmed mustache and held a rifle tucked under his arm. "That you?" he asked, indicating the last fading note of the wolf howl. He looked to be in his early 30s, his eyes sparkling with humor. I nodded, rising to my feet and propping myself against the wall. "Big, dangerous werewolf. Yeah, that was me. I wanted a hot shower and a nap." Cops were pounding down the hallway now, shouting something about weapons down and hands up. Cormac complied, gun down and hands up, as if he'd done this many times before. I had 1,000 questions for him. How does someone get into the business of hunting werewolves and vampires? What kinds of adventures had he experienced? Could I get him on the show as a guest? What should I do now? Introduce myself? Shake his hand? "Norville, don't ever give me a reason to come after you," he said, just before the police flooded the floor. My smile froze, and my knees felt weak as the uniformed officers arrived, surrounded him, and led him away. The officer in charge, Detective Jessie Harden, escorted me down the emergency stairway herself. She explained that I'd have to go to the police station, make a statement, sign the report, and so on. The long night was going to get even longer. I wanted to say something, like, I'm a werewolf. I wondered if it would change anything. No, not if. How it would change everything. I'd told the world. I felt like I had to keep saying it to believe it had actually happened. For once, I kept my mouth shut. By the way, there's a guy downstairs looking for you. Name of Carl? I told him he can talk to you after you go to the station. This might take a while, though.
Carl.
That bastard. Took him long enough to figure out I was in trouble. And he called himself an alpha. That's fine. Take as long as you need. Carl can wait. Chapter 6. The police kept me for 2 hours. They were polite and accommodating. Harden placed me in a plain holding room with off-white carpet and walls, offering me coffee and giving my shoulder a reassuring pat. Most of the others at the station kept their distance, staring as I walked by. Word spread quickly. The whispers began as soon as we arrived. That's her. The werewolf.
Right.
Harden seemed oblivious to the reactions around us. I recounted the events to her. It was just a formality. We had recorded the entire show. But Harden kept me there, trying to reason with me. Are you sure you don't want to press charges? We could charge him with felony stalking, criminal mischief, attempted murder. I had made a deal with Cormac. I intended to stick to it, and despite everything, I trusted him to do the same. I had grown accustomed to operating outside the law. We had our own rules, people like Cormac and me. But if I told Harden we'd take care of our own, she wouldn't appreciate that. What was I thinking? Cormac probably belonged in jail. Don't tell me this was just a publicity stunt, she finally said, her frown deepening.
No.
It could end up that way. I might have to thank Cormac later. I think I just want to go home, if that's all right. I attempted a demure smile. It would be much easier to prosecute if you cooperate. I can hold him overnight, but not longer without filing charges. No one was hurt. It's all right, really. She leaned closer, placing her hand on the table beside me. Attitudes like that get girls like you killed. I blinked, instinctively recoiling. She straightened up and left the room, and I was free to go 10 minutes later. Outside the police station, Carl and TJ were waiting for me. TJ wrapped his arm around me while Carl firmly grasped my elbow. I thought I would argue with them, assert my independence, but instead, I nearly crumpled. I leaned against TJ, hugging him tightly and speaking into his shoulder with a shaky voice. I want to go home. Carl stayed close, his presence a protective shield at my back, guiding us to his truck, and they took me home. They just held me, and that was enough. I didn't want to be alone or independent. I could ask Carl, take care of me, and he would. A part of me yearned to curl up at his feet and feel safe. That was the wolf speaking. I lived in a small studio apartment, decent enough, with a kitchen on one side and a bathroom on the other, the rest of the space in between. I usually didn't bother converting the futon back into a sofa. TJ sat on the futon with his back against the wall while I curled up on his lap like a puppy. Carl paced back and forth between the window and the door, convinced that someone would come after me. Cormac aiming to finish what he started, or some other fool who had it out for me on principle. I hardly noticed if TJ was here. I felt secure. What am I going to do? I sighed. They're going to fire me. It's all going to blow up. God, it'll be all over the Inquirer. You might even make it into Newsweek with this, babe, TJ said, patting my shoulder. I groaned. The phone rang, causing Carl to nearly leap out of his skin before he lunged for the bedside phone. I reached it first. Hello. Kitty, it's your mother. Are you okay? I had almost forgotten. How could I have forgotten? I was just starting to process all of this. I should have called her first. Hi, Mom. Cheryl called. She heard your show and she said you almost got killed and that you said. Cheryl was my older sister. I barely registered the rest of the conversation. Mom couldn't bring herself to say the word werewolf. I found myself repeating a lot of, yes, Mom. It's true, Mom. I'm sorry, no, I'm not crazy. I don't think, anyway. No, I couldn't tell you. It's hard to explain. No, I'm not going to die, at least not right now. About 3 years, I guess. Yes, that long. Mom began to cry. Yeah, I'll talk to Dad. Yeah. Hi, Dad. Hi, Kitty. How are you? He sounded calm, like he always did, as if I were calling from college to say I had wrecked the car, and he was reassuring me everything would be fine. I wiped away tears. Shell-shocked. But I'll recover. I know you will. You're a good kid. I know that, and so does Mom. She's just a little shaken right now. Thanks, that means a lot. Is she going to be all right? Yeah, I think so. If you call back this evening, she should be better. Okay. Are you alone? Is there someone you can stay with? Do you want me to come up there? That was the last thing I needed, Dad discovering me tangled up in bed with the pack. I've got friends here. They're taking care of me. He insisted about 3 more times that I call back tonight before hanging up. TJ smiled. I could hear him on the phone. He sounds great. You're really lucky. He hadn't let go of me all morning. No matter what happened, he would be right there. He was Pack and he cared. Yeah, I replied. I am. Carl crossed his arms.
That's it, he said.
You're quitting the show now. I pressed my face against TJ's leg. I didn't respond. I didn't argue. Faced with all the evidence, Carl was right. I should quit. I didn't know how to explain to him that I couldn't. So I kept silent. TJ tensed, as if sensing my thoughts. He's right, Kitty, he whispered. I covered my ears. I didn't want to hear this. I sat up and scooted away from TJ until I was in the middle of the bed, hugging my knees. Aren't you even a little upset with Arturo for hiring that guy in the first place? If it was indeed Arturo, I needed to find out. Maybe Rick had some insights. Carl bristled, his shoulders twitching, his mouth twisting into a snarl. This isn't about Arturo. This is about you putting yourself in danger. I have to find out if Arturo was behind this. You could talk to him. Will you help me?
Carl didn't respond.
He just glared at me. TJ looked back and forth between us, waiting for a signal. TJ focused on me and said, If you quit the show, I'll confront Arturo for you. Carl jumped onto the bed. I yelped. TJ scrambled away, slipping off the bed and crashing to the floor. He quickly rolled onto all fours but kept his distance. Carl pinned me, his hands braced on the bed on either side of my head, his weight pressing down on me. Trembling, I tried to pull away. I wasn't ready to confront Carl. I don't negotiate, he said, his voice low. He glanced at TJ, who looked away, submissively. You will do as I command. I'll handle Arturo. I didn't trust him. I shut my eyes tight against tears, looking away even as I felt his breath brush my cheek. He was close enough to bite. I nodded, wanting nothing more than for him to leave me alone, to make it stop. If we were human and this were a human relationship, I would have been expected to walk away. This was abuse. After a moment, he wrapped himself around me, holding me tightly. He just wanted to take care of me. The wolf adored him. It took until noon to convince them I was all right. I told them I needed to rest and go back to Nob, if only to inform them I was done. When I said this, I believed it myself. But by evening, all I felt was anger. Everyone, receptionists, assistants, interns, stared at me as I walked through the station's reception area that afternoon. No one spoke. It felt like one of those dreams where you're naked in public. The wolf, she relished it. All those quivering bits of flesh, just like prey. But I held it together. I had practiced keeping it together many times. I had no idea what they were all thinking, how many believed it was real, how many thought I was insane. Some fear hung in the air. There was also curiosity. I hadn't had a chance to talk to Matt the night before. The police had separated us for our statements. I didn't know what he thought of me now. He'd been with the show long enough. I was pretty sure he believed. He met me in the hallway, grinning, and handed me a shoebox full of messages. I took it and examined him closely. A hint of fear tensed his jaw. His shoulders were tight, and his heartbeat thudded a little too loudly. But he remained composed, standing there as if nothing was wrong. I admired him for it. "You okay?"
I asked. "Yeah."
"You?" I shrugged. "It's strange. Everything feels different now. Like I've grown a second head. Or a tail and claws, sorry. But you're for real, aren't you?" I nodded, and he shook his head. "You're right. It is strange. That guy had a point. Kitty is a pretty funny name for a werewolf." "I'm never going to live it down. Ozzy's in his office. He wants to see you." "Oh, great." I managed a grim smile and thanks and continued down the hall. When I opened the door, Ozzy stood up. He looked definitely nervous. I felt anxious too. I tucked the box under my arm and leaned against the doorframe. What was I going to tell him? Then I realized I had gone submissive, but he couldn't read the cues. He was my boss, it made sense, but still, I made a conscious effort to stand tall. "Hi, Ozzy." "Kitty. This is..." I waited for him to continue, lowering my gaze, feeling apologetic without knowing why. Then he softened, his hands pleading. Kitty, why couldn't you tell me? You didn't have to keep it a secret." "I kind of did, Ozzy. There are people out there who don't like people like me. It might be tough to handle after this. Do you need more security? We can arrange that. And what would Carl and TJ think about that? I was supposed to be quitting." I glanced at some of the messages. Some were expected. Reporters from the National Enquirer, Wide World of News, Uncharted World. Some surprised me. CNN? Newsweek. Great. Why did TJ always have to be right? I shook my head. "No, I've got friends. It's fine. Any updates on how this is unfolding?" He handed me a paper labeled preliminary ratings. The numbers were huge. This couldn't be right. "We're inundated with requests to replay the show. An instant poll suggests the show's credibility skyrocketed last night, at least among those who believe in all this. Before, you were just easy to talk to. Now, you actually know what you're talking about. Those who don't believe think it's a publicity stunt to boost ratings, and they're eager to see how you'll keep it going. This is gold, Kitty. Can you maintain it?" Carl would just have to deal. I'd show him his share of the profits when the next expansion came through. Then he could handle it, I was sure. Absolutely. Right, look for a message from Howard Stern. He wants to do a joint show, kind of a double interview with both of you taking calls. Cross-pollination of audiences sounds great to me. I even talked to Barbara Walters. "I'm not going on TV. You know why. My website didn't even have a photo of me." "Yeah, I know. Still, you're going to be the country's first werewolf celebrity." I had my doubts. Only the first to admit it. "Thanks, Ozzy." "Thanks for being nice to me. You're still Kitty after all, right? Hey, you look like you didn't get much sleep last night. Why don't you take the rest of the day off? After you call Howard Stern back." As soon as I got home, I called TJ. The phone rang 5 times. I thought he might have gone out. Then he picked up. "It's me. I'm going to Arturo's. Will you come with me?" This was foolish, calling him. He'd tell Carl. There was no way he wouldn't. Then I'd be in real trouble. But I had to call. Who else could I turn to? Maybe I was hoping he'd help me without any arguments. "Have you quit the show?" I didn't respond. I think I even whined. He sighed. "You can't just pay Carl off, you know. This isn't about the money." "No, it's not." "You don't think that's why I keep doing it, do you?"
"No."
"I know how much it means to you. Then how can you ask me to quit?" "Because it's changing you. You never would have argued with me like this 6 months ago. You've been picking fights, for Christ's sake." I closed my eyes. My voice dropped to a whisper. "Is change all bad? You're going to get yourself killed. And not just because of people like that assassin. I'm an adult. I can take care of myself." "No, you can't." And that was what this was really about, wasn't it? Which one of us was right? Well, I guess we're about to find out. I hung up. I made it as far as the alley behind Obsidian. Obsidian was a trendy art gallery specializing in antiques and imports. The whole place was a front. Arturo lived in the lower levels beneath the basement. Beneath the fancy downtown facade, it was a vault where the city's vampires slept away their days. 6 months ago, The idea of going to Arturo's lair alone would have terrified me. Now, at least I could consider it. But I couldn't walk those last few steps toward the stairs leading to the basement door. I stood in the alley, my hands shoved into my jacket pockets. It was midnight, completely dark. At any moment, a swarm of vampires might emerge from those stairs. They would see my presence as a territorial violation and react accordingly. I could already envision the headline: Radio show host murdered in gang dispute. If luck were on my side and I lingered here long enough, perhaps Rick would appear and I could seek his insight. Maybe he could even talk to Arturo for me. He owed me for my help with the Elijah Smith situation after all. Ultimately, fear triumphed over anger. I stood there for just a moment before I turned and walked away. I was still inexperienced. As I reached the corner, I felt hands grab me, no, claws. Hands morphing into claws. Stars flashed before my eyes as I was slammed against the wall, my head striking the brick. Someone held my shoulders in a tight grip, pinning me, their thumbs digging into my throat. It was TJ. His fingers were changing, his hands swelling as his wolf side emerged. He was choking me. His face was mere inches away, his eyes glinting with a hint of gold. His teeth were exposed, a low growl rumbling through him. I stared, wide-eyed and gasping for air. There wasn't much else I could do. He said, his jaw clenched. You disobeyed. Every instinct in me wants to beat you to a pulp. Why don't I? I swallowed hard. He could tear me apart, and although he hadn't broken skin yet, I knew I could fight him. Wolf was thrashing inside, desperate to escape or retaliate, but I knew I couldn't win. Yet that almost didn't matter. I wasn't going to back down. That thought terrified me. I didn't want to fight TJ. I had to focus to keep my hands away from him. I managed to take a breath and speak. Because sometimes we need to listen to our human side. He was shaking. His hands trembled on my shoulders. I held his gaze, trying to convey my plea, hoping he could see the humanity in my expression. Then he released me. I slumped against the wall. He glared, a snarl tugging at his lips, sweat matting his hair. I wanted to say something, but I was at a loss, and my throat felt tight. He turned and ran, shedding his shirt as he went. A coat of slate gray fur spread across his back. Then he was gone. I sank down and pressed my face to my knees. How had I ended up here? So, I didn't speak to the vampires. Nor did I quit the show. All I'm saying is if this is a cry for help, you might want to talk to a therapist about your need to express your aggressions. I leaned into the mic. Hey, who's the amateur psychologist here? I host a popular radio show. Do you think I want more attention? Next caller, please. My stomach had been in knots all evening. Before the broadcast, I was terrified, not of Carl or TJ, since I hadn't seen either of them all week. The full moon was approaching, and I was uncertain of my next steps. Would I face the pack and risk getting hurt, or spend the night alone? No, my fear stemmed from the fact that I had no idea what would happen during the show. I'd convinced Ozzy to postpone the scheduled guest. I wanted the full 2 hours to address the aftermath. I planned to open the lines for calls, ready to explain myself repeatedly. Surprisingly, it wasn't so bad. Anticipation is always the worst part. Half the calls had been supportive, rallying cries from devoted fans. We're with you all the way. I spent a lot of time expressing gratitude. There were some skeptics, threats, and the usual advice calls, with plenty of questions. Have you ever killed anyone? 3 different callers posed that question.
No.
I'm strictly a venison kind of girl. How did you become a werewolf? I was attacked. Beyond that, I prefer not to discuss it. So, it was traumatic? Yeah, it was. One girl called in crying. I don't understand how you do it. How can you talk about this stuff so calmly? There are days I just want to rip my own skin off. I tried to soothe her. Take it easy, Claire. I understand how you feel. I have those days too. I count to 10 a lot. Talking about it helps. I feel less scared when I do. Tell me, what do you dislike most about being a werewolf? Her breathing steadied. Not remembering. Sometimes I wake up without any memory of what I did. I'm scared I've done something terrible. Why is that? I remember how I feel. I remember the taste of blood. And I remember that I like it. When I'm human, it makes me want to vomit. I no longer needed to sugarcoat my words. I could answer her from experience, which I couldn't have done before last week. She likely wouldn't have called me then. I think when we change, much of our humanity remains. If we want to fit into society, it stays with us, preventing us from doing certain things we're capable of. I suppose that's part of why I'm here, trying to lead a relatively normal life and civilize the wolf side of me. Is it working? Good question. So far, so good. Thanks, Kitty. One day at a time, Claire. Next caller, hello. I knew it. I knew you were one. I recognized the voice. A repeat caller. Sure enough, I glanced at the monitor. How are you, James? I'm still alone. His statement was stark and simple. I'm almost afraid to ask, but how did you know? I don't know, he said, and I could picture him shrugging. You know what you're talking about. That's the only way you could know. Eager, he continued. So, what's it like for you? Do you have a pack? Did I? I wasn't sure anymore. After TJ had beaten me up and I had disobeyed Carl, I wasn't certain they'd accept me during the next full moon. Taking a risk, I replied. Yes, I do. What's it like? What are they like? Occasionally, a werewolf would attack someone without a pack to help the victim understand what had happened and how to cope. James must have been one of those. I couldn't imagine that. TJ had supported me during my first full moon, the first time I transformed. It had made things a bit easier. I tried to be honest. Well, I can't live with them. Can't live without them. What does that mean? So much for humor. I value my pack immensely. They've been there for me when I needed them. But it can be frustrating. There's not much room for debate. I wondered if Carl or TJ were listening. But do you think werewolves need to be in a pack? I believe packs serve a purpose. They help keep werewolves under control, preventing them from hunting sheep or small children. That was a joke, by the way. You don't think a werewolf can survive on their own, then? I didn't say that. It's just, in my experience, it would be difficult. Oh, you mentioned you're alone, James. How do you cope? I don't. He hung up, and the line went silent. Great, I felt uneasy about that call. Right. Thanks for calling, James. Matt was waving through the window, pointing to the booth door. Rick stood there, casually leaning against the doorframe as if he'd been there for hours. He waved nonchalantly. I turned back to the mic. All right, we're going to take a break for station ID. More calls when we return. This is the midnight hour. Matt made the cutting motion, signaling we were off the air, giving local stations time for commercials. I removed my headphones and approached the door. Hey, Rick. I tried to sound casual. He might have come to relay a harsh message from Arturo or inquire about my findings on the Church of the Pure Faith. I still hadn't learned much. Hello. So, this is the famous studio. Yeah. Not to be rude, but I need to get back to it soon. What can I do for you? I thought we might exchange information. What have you discovered about Elijah Smith? There it was. I shrugged. Not much. Nobody who knows him is talking. A couple of reporters tried to sneak into his caravan and got thrown out. I'll keep trying. I still have a few leads. Sorry I can't provide more. He pursed his lips, masking disappointment. Well, perhaps your persistence will pay off. In the meantime, he handed me a manila envelope. I heard your show last week. Thought you might find this interesting. What is it? Evidence, he replied. Now you have no reason to investigate Obsidian alone. I looked up, my throat tightening. You know about that? He nodded. So does Arturo. He's disappointed you didn't give him a chance to confront you directly. Yeah, I bet he is. How foolish had I been? Of course Arturo had guards posted. Of course they had seen me. Score another point for cowardly self-preservation. I opened the envelope and pulled out the contents. There were a few oddly lit black and white photos, as if taken with night vision. One depicted a forested area I recognized from behind Carl and Meg's house. A couple of figures were running alongside some wolves, with one face circled. Mine, naturally. A few photos later in the sequence captured me shedding my clothes as my body transformed. These were copies of the photos that had put Cormac on my trail. I put them back. The rest of the envelope contained several pages of information, phone records, and a terse written agreement. Just because someone put a contract on you didn't mean it was legitimate. Hitmen didn't hand out receipts. Rick elaborated. These show phone calls between Arturo and his intermediary, and the intermediary and Cormac. The intermediary is a woman tied to the local militia. Cormac has a history with them. She's been discussing the possibility of, signing up with Arturo. She'd do anything for him. What else do you know about Cormac? He doesn't come cheap. These figures. He pointed to the relevant paper. I blinked. That's a lot of zeros. Indeed. Arturo wants me dead that badly? Oh, I don't know.
He had backing.
A whole conglomerate is unhappy with you. Who else? That, I'm afraid, I don't know.
Saudi.
No need to apologize. This is fantastic. I felt overwhelmed. I had been feeling friendless lately, and here was unexpected help. Why are you helping me? If Arturo finds out you did this. He waved dismissively, as if he'd simply let me $5 instead of saving my life. Don't worry about that. He doesn't need to know. Believe it or not, some of us think you're doing valuable work. There was always a chance this was part of some plot by Arturo, that Rick was playing me. Rick deserved better than that. I sighed, feeling humbled. Thanks. Can you ensure Cormac gets a copy of this? Already done. Thanks, Rick. I owe you one. He tilted his head, considering the ceiling for a moment. You know, I could also be helping you just to drive Arturo mad. He winked and slipped out as quietly as he had arrived, vanishing into the shadows at the end of the corridor. Like a vampire or something. Matt stared. Was that a... He made a gesture, fingers pointed down from his mouth like fangs.
Yeah.
So, Matt, how do you feel about this job now? He shook his head, whistling through his teeth. Never a dull moment. The next day at work, I found a list of phone numbers atop the clutter on my desk. Ratings projections, transcripts, unanswered mail, phone messages, newspapers, and magazines I used as material. The headline on Wide World of News read, "Following Kitty Norville's lead, dozens of vampire and werewolf celebrities confess," featuring pictures of Quentin Tarantino, David Bowie, Britney Spears, really? And Bill Clinton? Yeah, right. I made it to the cover of Wide World of News. I must have really hit the big time. I crossed off numbers as I made calls, reporters, police departments, people who knew those who'd vanished into Elijah Smith's caravan. I had already spoken to reporters from Uncharted World who tried to infiltrate the caravan. One proposed that Smith might be a front for government researchers seeking vampire and werewolf test subjects. The other sounded more rational, believing a cult of personality had formed around Elijah Smith. Neither believed he was actually curing anyone. No one left him. The caravan was expanding. What if it really worked? I traced the latest clue to Modesto, California, where the caravan had parked 2 nights before. The police had tried to issue Smith citations for trespassing and disturbances. The 2 officers sent to deliver the tickets woke up in their patrol car the next morning with no memory of the previous 8 hours. The caravan had vanished. I attempted to contact the officers, but they were still hospitalized for observation. 2 hours on the phone yielded no information about their condition or where they thought the caravan would go next. As I hung up, one of the knob interns entered, handing me a letter. She bounced in, gave it to me, and bounced out again. It bore no stamp or return address. It had been hand-delivered. I should have been suspicious, but something about it felt okay. I opened it to find a blank card with a handwritten note. You were right. I owe you one, along with a phone number. Chapter 7. Hello, you're on the midnight hour. I want to know about the orgies. The orgies. Yeah, the vampire orgies. How can I find out where they are? How do I get in on one? Let's see. Are you a vampire?
Yeah.
Then you usually get invited. Are you part of an organized family, or are you solo? I have a family. He sounded offended, as if I had questioned his pedigree. Not all families host orgies. What kind of orgy are you after? You know, orgies. An orgy. I could almost picture his vague hand gestures. Alarm bells were ringing in my mind. I suspected I was being played. So, an orgy.
Right.
How long have you been a vampire? Not too long. No, really.
How long exactly?
Because not long means different things to different vampires. If you've been around since the Roman Empire, not long might mean a couple of centuries. So, how long is not long? A year? He seemed to be searching for the answer that would win me over. Okay, what's your name?
Dave. Right.
You're not a vampire. But, you know why? Because vampires don't have orgies. You're looking for a lot of hot sex with attractive vampire women, thinking a vampire orgy is the way to go because of all the stories you've heard. Am I right? But here's the thing. Sex is different for vampires. When a vampire talks about sex and a human talks about sex, they're talking about two different things. For vampires, sex is almost synonymous with feeding. Do you get what I'm saying, Dave? If you want to be the main course, go ahead and find yourself a vampire orgy, because I can tell you exactly what those attractive vampire women are going to do to you. But, the stories I've heard. Gullible and inarticulate. Gotta love it. Next caller, you're on the air. Bruce.
Hi. Yeah.
I want to know if I could get the phone number for that assassin who was on the show last month. You mean Cormac? You want Cormac's phone number? I couldn't hide my annoyance. The same Cormac who tried to kill me? Yeah. May I ask why you want Cormac's number? Well, I was hoping to see if he needs an assistant or an apprentice or something. So, Bruce, you want to be a werewolf hunter? Yeah. It's a dangerous profession. Ever seen a werewolf in action?
On Tijal.
You know, on Uncharted World and stuff. Oh my god. Those videos are so manipulated.
Let me tell you what it really looks like.
The average werewolf has claws as long as your fingers, 2-inch-long fangs, and a jaw that can exert 5 times the pressure of a human's. And werewolves are fast, think 2-minute mile. Can you run that fast, Bruce? Can you shoot straight? Do you know how long it takes a typical werewolf to tear apart a full-grown deer?
No.
I smiled sweetly. The expression may not have been visible through the radio, but my tone conveyed it. The last time I did it, it took about 5 minutes. And I'm just an average werewolf. I could almost hear Bruce gulp on the line.
Whoa.
Sorry, Bruce, but it's not in my best interest to promote werewolf hunters. You understand? Thanks for calling. I felt a shiver run through me. People wouldn't stop talking about Cormac, and it was getting on my nerves. Next caller. Betty, you're on the air. What's your question? I want to know if you're dating that Cormac guy from last month. My jaw dropped. I took a full 5 seconds to recover before saying, What? Are you dating that Cormac guy? We're talking about the same Cormac who tried to kill me on air, right? The one who hunts werewolves for a living. Uh-huh. And you want to know if I'm dating him? Why would you think that's a good idea? Well, I kind of sensed some chemistry between you two when he was on the show.
You sense something.
Are you psychic? I don't think so. Empathic?
No.
Clairvoyant?
No.
Then why on earth do you think we would date? Of course you sense something. He hunts werewolves. I'm a werewolf. There's a hunter-prey dynamic at play. He wanted to kill me, and I was ready to defend myself, claws and bullets at the ready. That's what you were sensing. But he didn't kill you. You worked it out. He sounded nice. Was he cute? Well, yeah, sort of. If you like guys who wear revolvers and hip holsters. You just sound anxious whenever anyone mentions Cormac, and I thought there might be some unresolved tension there. He tried to kill me. What other explanation do you need? Moving on to the next caller. Hello.
Hi, Geach.
I sort of forgot my question. But that last caller's idea about you dating Cormac, wouldn't that be interesting?
No.
Not at all. Well, you're always talking about cross-supernatural understanding, and this could be a bridge. It would be diplomatic. Diplomatic.
Yeah.
I thought long and hard about being diplomatic before I responded. Just a reminder, this is my show. I'm the one who gives out terrible advice. I searched the monitor for a call that had nothing to do with werewolf hunters. Hello, Ingrid from Minneapolis. Hi, Kitty. I just wanted to tell you that I'm a werewolf. I've been one for about 10 years, and I'm married to the most wonderful man in the world. He's a wildlife control officer. We get along great. We just make sure to keep communication open. The studio felt stuffy. I fanned myself with my cue sheet.
Wow, Ingrid.
That's really interesting. How did you two meet? Well, it was a full moon night. I inferred from her story that Mr. Ingrid might have a fur fetish. It happens sometimes. But they sounded happy, and that's what mattered, right? So, I wouldn't let your bias against bounty hunters ruin something that could be wonderful. Keeping my voice steady, I replied, I don't have a bias against bounty hunters. I have a bias against people who are trying to kill me. Matt was waving frantically at me through the booth window. Kitty, you need to take line 2.
What?
Why? I checked the monitor. There's no name.
Didn't you screen it?
Just take the call. I pressed the line. Yes?
What?
Norville. It's Cormac. If you don't change the subject right now, I'll have to come over there and have a word with you. Cormac.
Wow.
I was oddly flattered that he even listened to the show. I've been trying to change the subject. Not that he'd know that from the last 15 minutes. I wondered what would happen if I called his bluff. But hey, thanks for calling. So, you did get out of jail. DA didn't want to prosecute without your testimony. Got off scot-free. And have you ever dated a werewolf? There was a brief pause. That's none of your business. He didn't outright deny it. Oh, how intriguing. What if someone you were dating was attacked and infected with lycanthropy and became a werewolf? Would you dump her? Would you feel a primal urge to kill her? Change the topic. I mean it. Cormac, when was the last time you went on a date? One challenge of doing a radio show was gauging everything by voice alone. I couldn't see their faces or expressions. I had to interpret the inflections of their voices to assess their moods and reactions. While I couldn't see Cormac's face, I could tell by the lightness in his voice that he was grinning. Norville, when was the last time you went on a date? The phone line clicked off.
Bastard.
That, my friend, is none of your business, I said into the microphone. I straightened up, put on a smile, and thought happy thoughts, my claws around Cormac's throat. My hands itched. A couple of days later, I was still trying to sift through the same pile of papers on my desk when I received a phone call. Hello. How are you, Miss Norville? It was the CDC guy from paranormal biology or whatever branch of government he represented. I should have anticipated his call. Hello, Mr. Throat. Excuse me? Never mind. What can I do for you? Nothing out of the ordinary. I just wanted to talk. The last time you called to chat, you hung up on me. I have to be cautious. I don't think you fully understand my position. I huffed, clearly frustrated. Of course not. You haven't explained what your position is. At this point, I was beginning to think he was a nut with delusions of grandeur, trying to draw me into his paranoid fantasies. Still, he might be that, and some kind of government agent. He sighed in annoyance. I wanted to discuss your revelation. I've been curious about your identity. This is a very brave move you've made. How so? You've exposed yourself, but you've created an opportunity as well. You might be making my job easier. You still haven't told me what your job is. I think you know more than you're letting on. He had mentioned the Center for the Study of Paranormal Biology. He must have been involved with that project, reporting findings to the government. Let's check that, I said. The publicity my show is generating lends weight to the research being conducted. You're trying to draw attention to that study, and my show is paving the way for that. Before long, people will be demanding transparency about the study. That's a definite possibility. He sounded pleased, as if he was smiling. Can I ask a few questions? I reserve the right to not answer. Oh, of course. Why wasn't that study publicized more when it was released? It's over a year old. It wasn't classified, but it seems to have been just overlooked. Ironically, Classifying it would have attracted more attention, and some people prefer it that way. As for publicity, secrecy can be a powerful tool in certain communities, like the vampire community.
I had my own suspicions about that.
Next question. How did you convince your test subjects to participate? Given the secrecy you mentioned, why would they agree to be examined? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If there were a cure, would you take it? A few months after the attack, once I had processed the shock and started to regain my balance, I did a lot of research. I read about wolves and devoured every piece of folklore I could find. Many stories spoke of cures, killing the wolf that made the werewolf. I couldn't try that approach. Drinking a tea made from wolfsbane under a new moon only made me ill. Eventually, I gave up because it wasn't so terrible, really. I don't know, I finally replied. Does the name Elijah Smith mean anything to you?
No.
Should it? You might want to look it up. Is that what you guys are doing? Searching for a cure? Tell me, who do you consult when you need advice? Is this a game of questions? Are you offering to be my bartender?
No.
I respect you. Goodbye, Ms. Norville. Wait, but he had already hung up. I needed a drink. I needed a bodyguard. The phone rang again, nearly making me jump out of my chair. I swear, if I weren't doing a call-in radio show, I'd get an unlisted number. Hello, Ms. Norville. Hello, Detective Harden. You remember me. Good. I'm not likely to forget that night. Probably the second most terrifying night of my life. No, I guess not. I was wondering if you could consult on a case. What's it about? She paused, drawing a deep breath over the phone as if she were bracing herself. It's a crime scene. A murder. I closed my eyes. And you think something supernatural is involved? I'm pretty sure. But I want a second opinion before I raise any alarms. It could get messy. She was telling me all it would take was one rogue vampire draining an innocent girl. You know I don't have any training in this area, no forensics or even first aid. I know, but you're the only person I know with any familiarity with this subject. Except for Cormac, right? I don't trust him. That was something getting a cop to trust a monster more than a monster hunter. Maybe my show was actually doing some good. Perhaps my exposure would lead to positive outcomes. I'll need a ride. I'm on my way. Harden picked me up in an unmarked police car. As soon as she pulled away from the curb, she started a rambling monologue. It sounded casual, but her knuckles were white and her brow furrowed. She was also smoking, drawing deeply on her cigarette as if it were her first of the day, tapping the ashes out the cracked window. I started listening to your show. That night we got called to your studio was so strange. I was curious. I still am. I'm learning more all the time. I've been reviewing all our mauling death cases from the past few years. Most are too old to have any evidence left, or we caught the animal responsible. But now, I can't write these off as wild dogs anymore.
You convinced me.
Werewolves are known for ripping people's throats out. She glanced at me sideways, smiling grimly. With her dark hair tied in a short ponytail and hazel eyes, she didn't wear makeup. Her clothes were functional, shirt, trousers, and blazer. Nothing glamorous about her. She was intensely straightforward. I slumped against the passenger door. We don't all rip people's throats out. Fair enough. Anyway, a year ago, I would have been looking for a pack of wild dingoes that escaped the zoo on a case like this. But now, you're stalling. How bad is it? She tightened her grip on the steering wheel. I don't know. How strong is your stomach? I hesitated. I regularly ate raw meat, but not by choice. It depends on what I'm doing, I said evasively. What do you mean, what you're doing? How could I explain that it depended on how many legs I was walking on? I couldn't guess how that would freak her out. She might try to arrest me. Best to let it go. Never mind. She was a prostitute, 18 years old. The body is in 3 separate pieces. Not counting fragments. Jagged wounds consistent with the bite and claw marks of a large predator. The mass of the remains doesn't initially appear to equal the original mass of the victim. Shit, I muttered, rubbing my forehead. She'd been eaten. Maybe I wasn't ready for this after all. It wasn't a full moon last night, she said. Could it still be a werewolf? Werewolves can shift at any time. Full moons are just when they have to. How do I determine if it's a lycanthrope and not an angry dog? Smell, I said without thinking.
What? Smell.
A lycanthrope has a different scent, at least to another lycanthrope. Okay, she drawled. And if you aren't around to act as a bloodhound? I sighed. If you can obtain DNA samples from the attacker, there are markers. There's an obscure CDC report on lycanthrope DNA. I'll get you the reference. Are you sure it wasn't just a big dog? If the attacker was a werewolf, it had to be one from Carl's pack. But I didn't think any of them would hunt in the city or go rogue like this. They would have to answer to Carl. If there was a strange werewolf in town, Carl would confront him about invading his territory. I dreaded what I might find. If I caught the scent of the pack at the scene, if I could identify who was responsible, should I tell Hardin, or should I make excuses until I could speak to Carl? Nervously, I tapped my foot on the floorboard. Hardin noticed and glanced at it, so I stopped. We drove to Capitol Hill, the rough part of town even for people like me. Many old-fashioned, one-story houses had fallen into disrepair, with overgrown yards and gangbanger cars cruising the intersections in daylight. The entire street was cordoned off by police cruisers and yellow tape. A uniformed officer waved Hardin through. She parked on the curb near an alley. An ambulance was stationed there, and the area was crawling with people in uniforms and plastic gloves. In addition, vans from 3 different local news stations were parked at the end of the street. Cameramen hefted video cameras, while a few well-dressed reporters lurked nearby. The police were keeping them back, but the cameramen had their equipment aimed as if the film was rolling. I kept Hardin between me and the cameras as we approached the crime scene. She spoke to a man in a suit, then turned to introduce us. Kitty Norville, this is Detective Salazar. The detective's eyes widened, and he smirked. The werewolf celebrity. Yeah, I replied, my tone edged with challenge. I extended my hand. For a moment, I thought he might not shake it, but he did. He was at least 6 inches taller than me, and I didn't look particularly intimidating. Plus, I had a winning smile. Salazar said to Hardin, "You sure this is a good idea? If those guys find out she's here, it'll be a field day." He gestured toward the news vans. That was all I needed, my face plastered all over the nightly news. Werewolves loose downtown. I'll keep an eye on them. She's a consultant, that's all. Too late. We were already drawing attention. One of the cameras pointed at us. A woman reporter in a tailored skirt suit glanced at the camera, then at us. As soon as they focused on us, the other news teams turned to see what they had found. In my jeans and sweater, I clearly looked like a civilian in a place where cops typically didn't allow civilians. The media would ask questions. I turned away from the news people. I don't like cameras, I said. I'd rather people not know what I look like. Okay. Hardin shifted to block the camera's view of me. Salazar, get people into those buildings to ensure they don't try filming from the windows. Already done. Good. This shouldn't take too long. Let's just get it over with, I urged. Salazar led us to the mouth of the alley. I had seen what werewolves and vampires could do when they truly lost control, when all they craved was blood and slaughter. Shredded venison, deer guts everywhere, with a half-dozen wolves feasting on the carcass. I thought I knew what to expect. This was nothing like it. Her eyes were open. Blood caked her dark hair, splattered on her slack face, but I noticed her eyes first, frozen and glistening. The head lay about 4 feet away from the rest of the remains. My vision blurred for a moment, turning splotchy. There were pieces. Legs twisted one way, naked arms and torso twisted another, clothing torn apart along with them. A spill of organs, shining, dark lumps, lay scattered between them, like remnants from a butcher's shop, not something that belonged in the street. The worst part was that I could visualize how the attacker had done it. Claws digging into the belly, ripping outward in opposite directions, jaws around the throat. I was human. I couldn't do that. I couldn't think that way. But the wolf could. For a second, I didn't know which side I was on, caught between them. I had to remind myself who I was. I covered my mouth and turned away. Some idiot in a uniform laughed. And you call yourself a monster? I shot him a glare. Another wolf would have taken it as a challenge. But this fool couldn't read the signs. I've never ripped anyone's throat out, I retorted, though I had come close with Zahn. Hardin stood next to me. She's the third victim to match this MO in the last 2 months. The first 2 were dismissed as wild animal maulings. Coyotes, maybe. But then I started asking questions. We found that the saliva on the bite wounds is mostly human. I stepped out of the alley and leaned against the wall. Could werewolves really suppress their instincts to be productive members of society? Or was I just deluding myself? I wanted to believe a lycanthrope hadn't committed this act. Hardin was mistaken. This was something animalistic. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. The stench of blood and decay was overwhelming. The victim had been lying there since the previous night. Carrion, my other self, hinted, salivating.
Stop it.
I focused further, filtering through the myriad scents that brushed against my senses, like sunlight shimmering on water. Tar and asphalt. Car exhaust. Hardin had recently brushed her teeth. Mint and tobacco.
Rats.
And there it was. A wild scent, incongruous with the city's typical odors. Musky and fierce. And human beneath it all.
Male.
He smelled of skin and fur. I didn't recognize the individual scent, nor did it smell like my pack, Carl's group. I felt a rush of relief. But that only meant there was a rogue wolf in the area. It's a werewolf, I said, opening my eyes. Hardin was watching me closely, her gaze narrowed. Is it a friend of yours? I shot her a glare.
No.
Look, you asked for my help, but if you're going to be suspicious, I'm leaving. Sorry, she said, holding up her hands defensively. But if I understand correctly from listening to your show, you have packs, right? Can I assume you know other werewolves in the city? She had done her homework, and I had to give her grudging respect. She was close, but not so close she couldn't duck out of arm's reach in an instant, one arm propped against the wall. Her expression had shifted. She wasn't looking for answers anymore. Suspicion radiated off her. You didn't bring me here to consult, I said. You think I can identify who did this? You want me for questioning? She bowed her head for a moment. When she returned her gaze to me, her determined expression confirmed it. You said you could smell it. If you know who did this, I really need you to tell me. I don't know who did this. You have to believe me. I could take you in as a material witness. Witness? I didn't see anything. You're in possession of a piece of evidence our forensics team doesn't have. That makes you a witness. My mind was spinning. She had drawn me into this, but there was no way she could hold me here. Legal precedents, I was going to need a research assistant soon.
Was I out of my mind?
There wouldn't be any legal precedents. Hardin continued. Would you recognize the wolf that did this if you encountered him?
Yeah.
I think I would. Then keep in touch. Let me know if you find out anything. That's all I want. She wanted me to be a freaking witness for a crime I had no part in and was nowhere near. The manipulative witch. There's no way an after-the-fact witness, based on smell, would be admissible in court. The courts won't know what to do with that kind of testimony. Not yet, she replied with a wry smile. Give me another minute and I'll drive you back. One of the reporters, the woman in the suit, was waiting for us at Hardin's car. A man held a camera pointed at us, over her shoulder. Shit, I muttered. Hardin frowned. Ignore them. Just walk by like they aren't even there. They can't air pictures of me without my consent, right? They can. I hunched my shoulders and ducked my head, unwilling to lose my dignity by covering my face. Besides, it was too late. The reporter dodged Hardin and came straight at me, microphone in hand. Angela Bryant, KENC. You're Kitty Norville, the radio show host, right? What's your involvement with this case, Ms. Norville? Are you a witness? Is there a supernatural element to these deaths? For once, I remained silent. I let Hardin open the car door and close it after I climbed inside. Calmly, she made her way around to the driver's side. I propped my elbow on the inside door and shielded my face with my hand. We drove away. Hardin said, for a celebrity, You're quite shy. I've always preferred radio for its anonymity. We stopped in front of the Knob studio. I was about to exit the car, slink out as innocently as possible, when Hardin stopped me. One more question. I braced myself. She reached into her coat pocket. I felt foolish when I went looking for these, but they were easier to find than I thought. I guess there really is a market for this kind of thing. I need to know, though, will they work? She opened her hand, revealing 3 shiny silver 9mm bullets. I stared at them as if she were wielding a poisonous snake. Yeah, I said. They'll work. Thanks. She pocketed the bullets. Maybe I should invest in a couple of crosses, too. Don't forget the wooden stakes. Waving a half-hearted goodbye, I fled before the conversation could go any further. Chapter 8. The phone rang 8 times. Didn't he have voicemail? I was about to give up when he finally picked up. Yeah. Cormac? Is this Cormac? There was a lengthy pause. Then, Norville. Yeah, it's me. So. Another long pause. Laconic, that was the word. What do you want? I just spoke with the police. Those mauling deaths downtown? A werewolf is responsible. I didn't recognize the scent. It's a rogue. What do you want me to do about it? I knew his rates. Even with the show's success, I couldn't afford to hire him to hunt the rogue. Did I really think he'd do it out of the goodness of his heart? I don't know. Just keep an eye out. I didn't want you to think it was me. How do I know you're not lying to me now? I winced. You don't. Don't worry. You said it yourself. You're harmless, right? Yeah, I said weakly. That's me. Thanks for the heads up. He hung up. What was with everyone thinking they could just hang up on me? I never hung up on anyone. At least, not outside the show. Well, not often. Then it hit me. I had talked to the werewolf hunter before discussing this with Carl. I was going to have to talk to Carl soon anyway. I had been avoiding him, but the full moon was tomorrow, and I didn't want to face it alone. He wouldn't let my continued work on the show go by without commenting. I had hoped I could just show up and blend in with the pack without anyone noticing. That was as likely as me turning down one of TJ's barely cooked steaks. It really came down to deciding which situation, just showing up or confronting him first, would result in me getting the least amount of crap beaten out of me. Maybe it would have been easier if Cormac had just shot me. I called TJ first. My stomach churned. I thought I might get sick waiting for him to pick up. I hadn't spoken to him since that night outside Obsidian. He answered. My gut tightened, but it was still good to hear his voice. It's me. I need to talk to you. And Carl and Meg. For a long moment, he didn't respond. I listened closely. Was he banging his head against the wall? Growling? Finally, he said, I'll pick you up. I rode behind him on his motorcycle, holding on just enough to stay on. We hadn't spoken yet. I had waited on the curb for him, shoulders tense and slouched. He pulled up and I didn't meet his gaze. I climbed onto the bike, cowering behind him. He turned and ruffled my hair, a quick pass of his hand over my scalp. I wasn't sure what that meant. I felt sorry that he was angry with me, but I wasn't sorry for anything I'd said or done. I didn't want to fight him, nor did I want to be submissive. That would mean admitting he was right. So I lingered in uncertainty. His touch meant that maybe things weren't as bad as I thought. We arrived at Meg and Carl's house. He got off the bike, but I stayed on. I didn't want to do this. TJ crossed his arms. This was your idea, remember? He's gonna kill me. Come on. He grabbed me by the neck and pulled. I stumbled off the bike and let him guide me up the driveway, like I was some kind of delinquent. He opened the front door and maneuvered me inside. Carl and Meg were in the kitchen, seated at the breakfast bar as if they had been waiting for us. TJ had probably called ahead. Meg leaned against the countertop with her elbows resting on it, while Carl had his back to the counter. Both of them straightened up. With them in front of me and TJ behind, I suddenly felt like I was on trial. I shrugged off TJ's hand. The least I could do was stand on my own. Carl stood in front of me, arms crossed and glaring down. You haven't quit the show. What do you have to say for yourself? I thought I had moved past this when I left my parents' house. I shrugged. I got a raise. He cocked his hand back as if to hit me, and I ducked. We both froze mid-motion. He stood there with his fist raised, while I hunched my back, my knees ready to buckle, cowering. Then he relaxed, and I did the same, gradually straightening, waiting for him to change his mind and strike anyway. This was so messed up. But all the wolf wanted was to tuck her tail between her legs and whine until he reassured us he loved us again. His hands opened and closed into fists at his side. Can't you say anything without trying to provoke people?
No.
Carl began to pace the kitchen, while Meg, arms crossed, glared at me. I cringed and attempted to look remorseful, but she wasn't having it. There was nothing for it now that I was here. What was it some eccentric philosophy professor once told me? What's the worst that could happen? You'll die. And we don't know if that's bad. So that's why I switched my major to English. I wasn't here to talk about myself. The police came to see me. What? TJ interrupted, gripping my shoulder. Both Carl and Meg moved toward me. I ducked and turned, escaping TJ's grasp and fleeing to the living room, putting the sofa between us. Just listen. You have to listen to me, damn it. The sofa wasn't deterring them. TJ was circling it from one side, Meg from the other. Carl looked like he planned to go straight over it. I backed against the wall, wondering if I could leap over him. I had to speak quickly. A detective called me. They've got a serial killer, mauling deaths. At first, they thought it was an animal like a feral dog. But now they believe it's one of us. They asked for my help. They took me to a crime scene today. My words came out fast. Talking about it triggered memories of the scene, the sights and smells. The recollections stirred something within me, awakening that other part of me. My skin felt hot. I rubbed my face. I saw the body. I smelled it. I know they're right. It's a werewolf, but I didn't recognize him. There's a rogue in your territory. Pressed against the wall, I slid to the floor, covering my face with my hands. I couldn't continue. The memory was overwhelming, making me nauseous. The wolf was stirring, becoming alert. I held on to the sensation of my human limbs and the shape of my body. Then TJ knelt beside me, wrapping his arms around me and lending me his strength. Keep it together, he murmured into my hair. That's a girl. I hugged him tightly. Gradually, I calmed down enough to breathe normally, and the feeling of bursting out of my skin subsided. TJ let me pull away. I sat on the floor, feeling miserable. Carl looked ready to march over to me, but Meg held him back, touching his arm. She stared at me as if she were seeing me for the first time. Why did you agree to talk to them? She asked. Don't you think it would have been suspicious if I told them to buzz off? What could they have done if you had? I couldn't do that. I have a reputation. That's your problem. I ran a hand through my hair, which was coming undone from its braid and needed washing. This wasn't getting anywhere. How could I phrase this without sounding like I was questioning them or trying to give orders? The pack should be addressing this, right? Carl glared. If there were a rogue in town, don't you think I'd know about it? I don't know. Maybe he has a good hiding spot. If you knew about him, he wouldn't be a rogue. Meg blocked my escape around the sofa. You told them it was a werewolf that did this? You told them that's what you smelled. Yeah. Her shoulders tensed, like hackles rising. She wasn't playing the good cop anymore. You should have lied. You should have told them you didn't know what it was. Easy for her to say. I wasn't good at lying, especially to cops. They have tests for that now. They would have found out eventually. I'm lucky they don't think I did it. You're an easy target, Carl said, turning on me. How many times do I have to tell you to quit the show? 200 markets, I shot back, raising an eyebrow. I could almost see him calculating how much money that was. TJ said to Carl, if there's a rogue out there killing people, the cops can't handle it. We have to. If we don't want them focusing more on us, we need to eliminate the problem. That was exactly what I had been trying to get across. I owed him a steak dinner. I added, this detective knows just enough to identify the issue, but not enough to do anything about it. TJ's right. Carl paced back and forth like a caged animal, his jaw clenched. Do you know anything else about this rogue besides how he smells? No, I admitted. TJ said, "We could go out and look. Track where the deaths happened. If he's staking out territory, we'll find him. I could even do it alone if you'd rather." Meg cut in. "You're wrong. There is no rogue." Of course, she was siding with Carl. She kept shooting me dirty looks, and I didn't like what I saw in her eyes. Cold, predatory. "We have to do something," I said, refusing to acknowledge her. "No one's doing anything unless I say so," Carl said firmly. "When will that be?" TJ crouched like he was ready to spring. Carl glared. "When I decide. And in the meantime, he keeps killing." Carl stepped up to TJ, looming over him, fists clenched. "Are you challenging me?" For a second, I thought it was going to explode right there. It wouldn't take much for a fight to break out between an alpha and his second-in-command. That was why TJ usually backed Carl up. Any hint of dissent could be taken the wrong way. But this time, TJ didn't look away. He held Carl's gaze, unflinching. I braced for the clash. Then TJ lowered his head, shoulders sagging. "No," he said quietly. Carl raised his chin in triumph. Then it settled. "We wait. This is my pack, my territory. I'll handle it." He grabbed me by the shirt and yanked me to my feet. "And you're not to speak to the police again."
Sure.
"Just wait until they show up at your door." I bit my lip, too sarcastic. Carl narrowed his eyes. "We need to have a little talk."
Great. Time for him to put me in my place.
He gripped the back of my neck and pushed me toward the hallway. But Meg stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "Let me talk to her." Carl looked at her like she'd sprouted antlers. She'd never asked to handle these talks before. She always left that to Carl, even knowing what they often led to. Maybe she was finally done turning a blind eye. She glared at me like she wanted to sink her teeth in. I did my best to appear submissive. I didn't want to challenge anyone. I could feel the wolf in me curling up, shrinking away. Honestly, I was starting to prefer Carl's version of punishment. I leaned back until I brushed against him, letting him shelter me. Now it was Carl and Meg exchanging hard stares. A classic power contest. If they actually fought, it would shatter everything. "Not today," Carl said, brushing past her and pulling me along. I stumbled to keep up, dizzy with dread and the twisted sense of safety I felt near him. At the end of the hall, he shoved me into the bedroom and shut the door behind us. He boxed me in against the wall, arms braced on either side of my head, staring at me in silence. My heart thudded. I kept my eyes down. Then he went for my neck. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was a vampire. He nuzzled my hairline, kissed my skin, licked and nipped at my ear. He pressed his whole body against mine, aroused like he'd just come out of celibacy and straight into temptation. Despite myself, I melted into him. I clung to him, desperate to keep the contact. There's more than one way to dominate a subordinate. "You're not mad?" I asked softly. "I'm reminding you of your place."
Carl's toy.
I'd nearly forgotten. I let out a small moan, torn between arousal and irritation that he was dodging the real issue. His hands roamed under my shirt, gripping my bare back. I arched toward him. "I can't go back to who I was." I gripped his hair, holding him close as he traced my throat with his tongue. "I know," he murmured. "You've gotten stronger. You could rise." I froze inside. He didn't notice. His hands were sliding toward my front. "Rise?" I asked, breathless. "You could challenge Meg. Take her place." Suddenly, it felt like he was touching someone else. I was still clinging to him, but mentally I'd checked out. Detached. Clinical. "You and Meg aren't getting along, are you?" He went still, hands no longer groping, just holding. He leaned his face against my shoulder, silent. I smiled faintly. Carl, with relationship issues. Who knew? I absent-mindedly stroked his hair until he pulled away. He walked to the nightstand, opened a drawer, and pulled out a business envelope. Handed it to me. Only then did he meet my eyes. Inside were photos, blurry, full-moon snapshots of people and wolves running together. One of them was me. Copies of the same photos Rick had given me. The same ones Arturo used to hire Cormac. "You," My voice cracked with hurt. Whoever had handed those photos to Arturo had essentially marked me for death, then paid Cormac to do the job. If it was Carl, he might have even used my own money to fund it. Meg, he said quietly. He stood close, the lust gone from his voice. She gave them to Arturo. She was jealous of you. Jealous? Of me. She was Meg, gorgeous, powerful. Of the show's success. Of the attention. Of my attention. He looked away, the most human gesture I'd ever seen from him. Like he knew he'd been hiding behind pack politics to excuse sleeping around. Like he finally got how twisted all this had become. You know what this means? I said. She sold me out. Handed me to Arturo, like a gift. Then it hit me. Maybe Carl told me it was Meg to push me into challenging her. A neat little trick to get rid of her without dirtying his hands. If I won, that is. If I survived. But his brown eyes looked too raw, too pained to be fake. He never could hide his feelings, anger, lust, whatever. He wasn't subtle. What did you do when you found out? We talked. A euphemism, of course. Was it a fight? Or something more like this, whatever this was? What did she say? She said she was sorry. That she'd back off. That's it? Just like that. I didn't know who I was mad at anymore. Was she really sorry? Or was Carl covering for her? Maybe I should talk to her myself. Maybe you should, Carl said. He leaned in, lips brushing my cheek. I turned away. I shoved the photos back in the envelope and handed it to him, then walked out before he could throw a fit. For a second, I thought I'd make it to the front door without being stopped. My hand touched the knob. Meg's hand landed in front of my face, blocking it. I didn't need to look. I felt her glare, the heat radiating from her body. Her breath brushed my cheek. She knew I knew. And from that moment on, nothing between us would be the same. If I didn't respond, she'd stand there forever. She wanted a reaction. She wanted to intimidate me. Where was TJ? I didn't dare glance toward the living room to check if he was still there. For a brief, traitorous second, I wondered if TJ was in on this. Whose side would he even be on? He wouldn't back me in a fight. It suddenly felt like the whole world was aligned against me. Meg spoke, low and venomous. If he ever has to choose between you and me, don't think for a second he'd choose you. She meant Carl. She could have him. He won't fight for you, she added, sneering. He's weak. Maybe she was right. He was still in the bedroom. If I screamed, I wasn't sure he'd come. I whispered, I don't want to fight you, Meg. I don't want anything. Nothing? Really? Nothing at all. That wasn't true. Clenching my teeth, I braced myself. I want to keep the show. She moved her hand, and I flinched, but she didn't hit me. She touched my chin, trailing a finger along my jaw before curling her hand into a fist and stepping back. She opened the door and let me leave. TJ waited by his bike, fiddling with some inscrutable piece of it. Can we go? I asked, arms wrapped around myself. You okay? You're shaking. He wiped his hands on his jeans, then got on the bike. I climbed on behind him. Did you know Carl and Meg were fighting? They always fight. Not like this. The words caught in my throat. I closed my eyes and held onto him tightly. I never watched the local news, so skipping it tonight wasn't hard, even though part of me was morbidly curious to know whether Angela Bryant had caught my good side. But at 6:15 sharp, Ozzy called. Kitty, did you know you're on the news? Some small, grim part of me hoped a plane crash had bumped a hooker's murder off the headlines. I had a hunch, I said, tired. What the hell is going on? Didn't the TV say? All they said was, and I quote, well-known radio personality Kitty Norville is involved in the investigation. Doesn't sound great. You're not actually involved, are you? Really, Ozzy? You think I'd do something like that? I know you wouldn't. But, there's that whole werewolf thing. I sighed. I'm just a consultant. Unofficial. That's it. So there are werewolves involved. I'm not talking about it. He muttered like he wanted to keep going, then said, You couldn't work in a little free publicity for the show?
Goodbye, Ozzy.
I hung up. The phone blinked, new message. Someone else had called while I was talking to him. I checked it. It was Mom. "Hi, Kitty. We just saw you on the news. Are you okay? Do you need a lawyer? We know someone. Please call."
I hung up again.
Another full moon. My 37th. How many more to come? Every full moon of the rest of my life would be scheduled, carved into time. How long could I keep doing this? Sometimes, the silver light and the pull in my blood made me want to scream with joy. Other times, I was sure the change would tear me apart. I waited outside the house until the others spilled from the back door into the scrub brush yard and the woods beyond, like a hiking group on a midnight outing. Some began changing the moment they hit the dirt, shifting and running toward the trees. I lingered at the edge of the house, holding myself, feeling their call. TJ, naked, shining in the moonlight, looked back at me and smiled. I didn't smile back, but I stepped away from the wall, toward him, like my wolf was yanking me forward by an invisible leash. Someone grabbed me from behind.
"Meg."
Her fingers dug into my arm as she leaned in, whispering, "You've gotten too big for your skin. You're arrogant. And you're tearing this pack apart. I won't let that happen. You think you're hot stuff, but I'll remind you where you belong." Her hand pinched my arm. I felt a growl rise in my throat, but I swallowed it. She wouldn't throw the first punch. She was alpha. She didn't start fights, just dominated, threatened, provoked. She was baiting me, waiting for me to be dumb enough to challenge her. I looked away, weighing how to escape her grip. Wolf wanted to run. Once, her grasp would have made me tremble. I'm not trying to split the pack. I need space.
I sounded like a sulky teen.
I know what you want. I know your type, young, ambitious. If you think you can have Carl or the pack, you come through me. I'm still tougher than you. I don't want to fight you, I said. I won't. And I meant it. I stayed still. I didn't move. Just let me go. I'd leave, disappear into the trees. I leaned subtly away from her, toward the wolves, my family, where I could change and vanish. Her grip changed.
Claws. She didn't release me.
They sliced into my skin, drawing blood. I met her gaze, but said nothing. I didn't growl. The others noticed. Wolves nearby perked up, watching, sensing tension. They approached, graceful, silent, free. I smelled my own blood. Wolf surged inside, crazed. But I didn't move.
I didn't react.
Meg finally released me. I barely exhaled before she slapped me. Open-palmed, claws raking my cheek. Pain bloomed, bright and sharp. 3 cuts, I thought. A fast hit. Probably looked worse than it was. I didn't hit back. I didn't back down either. She turned away. My whole body was fire. My skin ached. I could barely breathe. The wolves closed in, circling. Cream, gray, black, gold. They flowed around us like water. I couldn't see clearly anymore. And then Wolf broke free. She howled and ripped out of me. She chased his scent. The one. She reached him, knocked into him, played, bowed, licked his muzzle. Told him, in her language, what I could never say in mine. That he was strong. That he could do anything to her. But his mate snapped, drove her off. He didn't protect her. He snarled, turned away, left her behind. The others mocked her. She didn't want to play anymore. And I understood the pain for what it was. By morning, when I shifted back, the wounds were gone. The ones Meg gave me anyway. Days passed. I didn't know how to find Rick. He always came to me. I could guess where to start, but if he wasn't there, I might have to fight just to ask. Psalm 23 was a vampire bar, dim, edgy, and discreet. Despite myths, vampires rarely killed their prey. Too messy. A drink, a seduction, and the victim usually walked away, dazed and unaware. In the right scene, plenty of volunteers offered themselves. I dressed up. Had to, jeans wouldn't cut it. Black pants, black vest, choker. Understated. Music pulsed from inside, retro, dark, sensual. The doorman waved me in, but I hadn't taken 3 steps when a pale, elegant woman shadowed me. I stopped. So did she, her breath grazing my neck. "I know you," she said. You're not welcome here. Then you should have stopped me at the door. I already paid. You don't have an invitation. You're trespassing. I bit back a retort. Carl's territory, formerly mine, didn't protect me here. I'm not here to cause trouble, I said, turning. I'm looking for Rick. Is he here? Her gaze narrowed. Fangs peeked out. I might charge you extra for that. Her tongue slid along her teeth. You won't get it. Werewolf blood was gourmet to vamps. Like rare scotch. You're in our territory now. If you want to stay, you play by our rules. I backed away, bracing to run. I didn't want to fight. Maybe it had been a mistake coming here. Maybe I thought I could handle it on my own, and maybe I was wrong. I kept testing those boundaries and I kept falling on my ass, didn't I? I never meant to cause trouble with any of this. Someone stepped beside me, interposing himself between me and the woman. It was Rick. Stella, Ms. Norville is my guest this evening and is under my protection. She stepped back from him, gaping like a fish. When Arturo finds out she was here, I'll tell him myself and take responsibility for the consequences. I'll also make sure she doesn't cause trouble, like start a fight with an aggressive hostess. He touched my arm and gestured me to a quiet section of the bar. The woman, Stella, stalked off with a huff. I let out the breath I'd been holding. Thanks for the save, I said as we took seats. You're welcome. Drink, he said as the bartender drifted over. Tequila, straight up? Club soda. Thanks. The question remains, what are you doing here? It's not exactly safe for you. I want to let you know I got a tip that Elijah Smith is coming back to this area in a week or so, probably out toward Limon. I found that on the web, so take it with a grain of salt. But it's the best I've got right now. It's more than I have. Thanks. I'll tell you when I get more. Maybe you could leave me a phone number for next time? He had the gall to laugh. I take it you don't like phones, I said. Why don't I come see you at your office in a week instead? Damned inconvenient, I muttered. It would have been nice to have someone agree with my suggestion for once.
He looked thoughtfully at me.
No one gets that put out over not getting a phone number. A seething pit of frustrated intentions, that was me. I frowned. Could you give me some advice?
He blinked, surprised. Well,
I thought you had all the answers. I ignored that, glancing back at where the monochrome Stella had gone to harass someone else. You must be in pretty tight with Arturo to toss around his name like that. Don't tell anyone, but I'm nearly as old as he is. Nearly as powerful. The only difference is I don't want to be master of a family. I don't want that kind of responsibility. He knows this, knows I'm not a rival. We have an understanding about other things.
Ah.
Why are you even here at all? Why even follow him? This was touching on what I wanted to talk to him about. He'd been around for a long time. He'd just admitted as much. He had answers I didn't. He sat back, smiling like he knew what I was really asking and why I was asking. Being part of a family has its advantages. Finding sustenance is easier. There's protection. A guarded place to sleep out the days. These things are harder to find alone. Dejected, I propped an elbow on the bar. Those were all the things I needed Carl for. What was I supposed to do if I couldn't stand him anymore? Rick continued. I spent about 50 years on my own around the end of the 19th century. I angered a few dangerous elements, so I set up a place in one of the Nevada boom towns during the Comstock Lode Silver Rush. You wouldn't believe how well the mining operations in a place like Virginia City kept away a certain kind of riffraff. I grinned, drawn into the story in spite of myself. You pissed off a pack of werewolves. You didn't come to hear stories. You mentioned advice. Though this seems a strange place to find it. I'm running out of friends. Nonsense. You have 500,000 listeners who adore you. I shot him a glare. Someone asked me recently who I went to when I needed advice. And I couldn't answer. I didn't know. You still haven't told me what you need advice about. I asked him because he was old and presumably experienced. And ironically, he'd never given me a reason to be afraid of him. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know why Carl and Meg are acting the way they are. I don't know why I can't make them understand why I feel the way I do. I wish they'd leave me alone, but then I'm not sure I want them to. especially Carl. There, I thought I'd gotten it all out. You're not looking for advice. You're looking for affirmation. And I wasn't getting it from the people I most wanted it from. God, he made it sound so obvious. If someone had called in with this problem, I'd have been able to rattle off that answer. I rubbed my face. I felt like I was 5 years old again. See, Daddy, look at the pretty picture I made. And what is that kid supposed to do when Daddy tears it to shreds? I didn't want to think about Carl as a father figure. More like the tyrant in his harem. Or something. Rick turned a wry smile. It's growing pains. I've seen it before. It happens in a werewolf pack any time a formerly submissive member starts to assert herself. You're coming into your own, and Carl doesn't know what to do with you anymore. How do I make everything okay again? He leaned back. If life were that easy, you'd be out of a job.
Right.
Time to change the subject. I wanted to hear about the Silver Rush and Virginia City during the frontier days. I couldn't picture Rick in a cowboy hat. So, you want to be a guest on the show and tell some stories about the Old West? He smirked. Arturo would kill me. The trouble with this crowd was, you didn't know when that was a joke. About a week later, I came home from work and found Cormac leaning against the outside wall of my apartment building. It was well after dark. He had his arms crossed and stood at the edge of the glow cast by the light over the door. I stared for a good minute before I could say anything. You know where I live. Wasn't hard to find out, he said. Am I going to have to move now? He shrugged. The place is kind of a dump. I thought you'd be making better money than this. He didn't have to know about Carl's payoff. Maybe I like it here. What do you want? My neck was tingling. I needed to get the hell out of here. But he wasn't armed tonight. At least not that I could see. Without all the guns, he looked less like a hitman and more like a good guy biker. You remember that cop? Hardin? She got in touch with me about those murders. Just like that, the anxiety went away. The big picture took over. Being pissed off that someone was going behind my back took over. Really? She told me she didn't trust you enough to talk to you about it. She seems to have the idea that you're too loyal to your kind to be any help. Just because I wouldn't name names. Do you have a name?
No.
Geez, it's like thinking that because someone's, I don't know, an auto mechanic, that they know every other auto mechanic in town. Werewolves are a little less common than mechanics. I changed the subject. Why are you helping her? Last time I talked to her, she wanted to prosecute you for stalking and attempted murder. She offered to keep off my back if I helped catch this guy. Hardin knew how to be everyone's friend. Convenient. I thought so. He paced a couple of steps toward me. Listen, you have information about this killer that I can't get, the scent. Is there something you're not telling the cops? I huffed. I didn't recognize the scent, it's not one of ours. At least I don't think it is. Okay, I'm not the cops. I'm not territorial about information. We can get closer to catching this guy if we pool what we know. What do you know? How to kill werewolves. Is that supposed to make me feel better?
No.
Defeated, I let out a sigh. What do you want me to do? If you see this guy, give me a call. You go places I don't, meet people I can't. You have contacts. You don't agree with Hardin? You don't think I'll protect him just because he's a werewolf? I think you'll do the right thing. You have my number. He turned to walk away. Who owes who a favor now? He glanced over his shoulder. Don't worry, I'm keeping track. Matt leaned against the door jamb between the sound booth and studio. Kitty, there's a live one on line 3. Might be a crank, but she sounds like she's really in trouble. You want it? I could say no. This was my show, after all. It would be a lot easier and better for everyone if I transferred her to a hotline. Too bad there wasn't a hotline for troubled vampires and werewolves. I nodded, listening to my current caller's ornate commentary about miscegenation and purity of the species. Standard canned reactionary rhetoric.
Uh-huh. Thank you, I said.
Have you considered a career as a speechwriter for the clan? Next caller, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The woman was sobbing, her words unintelligible around the hysterics. Whoa, slow down there.
Take a breath.
Slow breaths. That's a girl. Estelle? Is this Estelle? She stopped hyperventilating somewhat, matching her breathing to my calm words.
Tigrevalles.
Good. Estelle, can you tell me what's wrong? They're after me.
I'm hurt.
They're coming after me. I need help. Her words came faster and faster. My heartbeat sped up along with them. Her voice lisped, like she held her mouth too close to the phone. Wait a minute. Explain your situation. Who's after you? She swallowed, loud enough to carry over the line. Have you heard of Elijah Smith? The Church of the Pure Faith. I stood and started pacing. More than heard of him. I was almost ready to show up at his door and let him have at me just to learn something new. I so wanted to expose him for a charlatan. Right now, the church caravan was parked some 60 miles away from the studio. Yes, I've heard of them. I left. I want to leave. I'm trying to leave.
Oh.
I, who made my living by my voice, was speechless. No one had ever left the Church of the Pure Faith. None of Smith's followers had ever been willing to talk about him. I had so many questions. What was she? Had she gone looking for a cure? Did it work? What was Smith like? This was the interview I'd been waiting for. Okay, Estelle. Let me make sure I'm clear on this. You are what, vampire? Lycanthrope. Vampire.
Right.
You went to the Church of the Pure Faith looking for a cure for vampirism. You met Elijah Smith. So were you cured? Truly cured? What if she said yes? What then? I believed I was. I really did. But not anymore. I'm not following. Yeah, she said with a soft, shaky laugh. Neither am I. Estelle sounded drained, completely worn out. How long had she been on the run? The night was already half gone. Did she have a safe place to stay through the day? And why call me of all people? Witnesses. We were broadcasting live. Thousands of listeners would hear her story. Clever move. Now I just had to live up to the trust she'd placed in me. Are you safe right now? Do you need to leave where you are? Can you tell me your location? I think I lost them for now. I'm at a closed gas station. I should be okay until sunrise. Where are you exactly, Estelle? If you're in danger, I need to send help. I don't think I should say. They might be listening. If I give it away, they could follow you here. This was going to be delicate. One careful step at a time. I covered the microphone and called out to Matt. Check the caller ID. See if you can trace her location. He nodded through the studio glass. I turned back to the line. When you say they're after you, you mean Smith? His followers? Are they trying to harm you?
Yes.
Yes. Her panic was raw, honest. Some church. Why doesn't anyone just leave? They can't, Kitty. It's not that simple. We're not even supposed to talk about it. Matt held up a note to the glass. Pay phone unknown. Estelle, walk me through what happened. You saw a flyer or announcement for a church service and decided to go. How long ago was that? Her breathing had calmed a bit, but her voice remained tense and quiet, like she feared someone overhearing her. For months. What happened when you got there? I arrived right after nightfall. There were tents, trailers, RVs, all parked in a circle, roped off. Guards patrolled the area. About 8 of us stood at a gate waiting to be let in. They screened us, searched us for weapons, checked to make sure none of us were journalists. Only true believers are ever allowed to meet Smith. And I wanted to believe so badly. One guy they searched, I think he was a werewolf, had a mic on him. They kicked him out. They threw out a werewolf. That took effort. People who've tried to infiltrate that place have run into serious resistance. Who handles their security? His followers. Everyone living and working there is one of his believers. But they must be strong. Entire werewolf packs have gone after them. And they fight back. Against werewolves, war tigers, vampires, you name it. It's fire against fire, Kitty. So they're not actually cured. Oh, but they are. I never once saw them shift, not even under a full moon. The vampires, they walked in daylight. But they kept their powers? They were still strong enough to face down a werewolf. Losing the weaknesses, but keeping the strengths. Some might call that an upgrade, not a cure. I guess so. Go on. I was brought to the main tent. It looked like an old-time revival. Congregation, stage, the whole thing. A man called out to me from the stage. That was Smith? What was he like? He looked ordinary. Of course he did. Probably so unremarkable she couldn't even pick him out in a crowd. I expected a sermon full of scripture and judgment. But he didn't do that.
He spoke about the will to change.
He asked if I truly wanted it, if I had the strength to let him reach into me and pull out my mortality, my true self. And I said yes. His words were incredible. Then he placed his hands on my head. It was real, Kitty.
I swear it was.
He touched my face, and I was filled with light. I felt every sunrise I'd ever missed. The hunger, it vanished. I didn't crave blood anymore. My whole body surged, like my own blood was back in my veins. I flushed. I was alive again. Mortal. I could breathe. He showed me a cross. I touched it. Nothing happened. He made me believe I could walk in the sun. At first, I'd expected to talk to someone who'd been let down, ready to expose Smith as a fraud. But Estelle didn't sound disillusioned. She still believed. She spoke like someone who had lost not her faith, but her sense of worthiness. Did you walk in the sun, Estelle? Yes, she whispered.
Damn.
A real cure. I felt a twinge of something dangerous, hope. It burned like acid in my chest. Could I go back to the life I'd lost? There had to be a cost. I steadied my tone, tried to stay objective. You stayed for 4 months. What did you do during that time? I traveled with the group. I went on stage, shared my testimony. I watched the sun rise. Smith took care of us. He takes care of everyone. So, if you're cured, why not leave? Why don't any of you move on and start new lives? He's our leader. We're loyal to him. He saved us. We'd die for him. Her sincerity was unsettling. Was I being played? But I was close to something. And yet you want out. Why? It's suffocating. I could see the sun, but I couldn't leave him. Couldn't. No, I wasn't able. Everything I'd become, my new self, it was all because of him. Like he made me. Yikes. Sounds a little like a vampire family. Devoted followers, loyal to the one who made them. It resembled a werewolf pack too, but I wasn't ready to go there. What? I've got a question for you, Estelle. Were you turned into a vampire by force? Or did you choose it? It wasn't forced. I agreed. It was 1936, Kitty. I was 17. I had polio. I was dying, or going to live a half-life. My master offered another path. He said I was too beautiful to waste. I pictured her, young, innocent, glowing with that strange magnetism vampires often cultivated. When did you realize you didn't want to be a vampire anymore? What made you go looking for Smith? I had no freedom. My life revolved around the master. I couldn't do anything on my own. That wasn't living. Unliving, I muttered. Remembered to keep the inside voice inside. I had to get away. If I wanted to analyze her, I'd say she had commitment issues. A history of fleeing consequences, always chasing the next salvation. Now she'd come to me. Tell me what happened. I thought I was free. Mortal. I could live again. I had a job screening people at the entrance a couple nights ago. But I slipped into the crowd and ran. Found an abandoned barn to hide in. The next morning I walked into a sunbeam and I burned. The hunger came rushing back. He took it away, his blessing, his grace. So it wasn't a real cure. It was, but I lost my faith. You were burned. How badly? I lost half my face. I shut my eyes. That mental picture I had of her shattered. Porcelain skin blistering, blackening, peeling back to reveal bone. She'd staggered back into the dark. A vampire, immortal. Still alive. Estelle, one theory about Smith is that he's not offering a cure, but using psychic abilities to suppress the symptoms. Sunlight sensitivity, bloodlust, the need to transform, all held in check. But his followers must stay close so he can maintain control. It's mutual dependence. He tempers their natures and in return, he draws strength from them. What do you think? I don't know. I just don't know anymore. She sniffled. Now I understood the slight lisp in her voice. Matt entered the studio. Kitty, there's a call on line 4. Line 4. The emergency line. Only a handful of people had that number. Carl was one of them. Probably him, still playing protector. Can it wait?
No.
The guy made it pretty clear he meant business, Matt said with a shrug. Not the least bit apologetic. He was happy to let me handle the threats from the supernatural side of things. One of these days, he was going to walk away from this job, and honestly, I wouldn't blame him. I needed to talk Ozzy into giving him a raise. Estelle, hang tight for a moment. I'm still here, but I need to take a quick break. I put her on hold, switched the line off air, and braced myself for the scolding I expected. What? Hello, Catherine, came a smooth, aristocratic voice. It wasn't Carl. Only one person besides my grandmother called me Catherine. I'd met him in person only a couple of times during disputes over territory with Carl and the pack. But I knew that voice. That voice sent a chill right through my bones.
Arturo.
How the hell did you get this number? I have my ways. Typical. But this was my territory on the phone. Behind the mic, I held the reins. I flicked the switch, sending the call live.
Hello, Arturo.
You're on the air. Catherine, he said, his tone clipped. This conversation should be private. You call during my show. You speak to the audience. That's how it works. Maybe if I acted confident enough, I'd forget he once tried to have me killed. I don't appreciate being lumped in with your riffraff. What do you want, Arturo? He paused, then answered. I want to speak to Estelle. Why? She belongs to me. Well, fantastic. Things just got more tangled. I covered the mic and turned to Matt. How do we do a 3-way call again? A few moments later, Estelle's voice came back on. Estelle? Still with me? Yes. Her voice trembled, thick with fear. Okay, Arturo's on the line now. She let out a moan, like I'd just driven a stake through her heart. He'll kill me. He'll kill me for running. Not at all, my dear. Arturo interjected. I want to bring you home. You're hurt and you need care. Just tell me where you are. Her breath hitched. She was crying now. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's a bit late for apologies, he said quietly, almost weary. I couldn't believe the words coming out of my mouth. Estelle, I think you should go with him. I don't know how else to help you. Arturo can at least make sure you're safe. I don't believe him. I can't go back, I can't. Estelle, please. Just tell me where you are. Arturo said gently. Kitty, she whispered. Arturo, can you promise me you won't hurt her? Catherine, please. That's a cruel assumption. Promise.
She is part of me.
If she's harmed, I'm harmed. I swear, I mean to protect her. What a dramatic climax for the show. High stakes, raw emotion. But I'd have traded it all for the usual angsty goth teens calling in about their vampire crushes. I'm going to take a break for station ID. When we come back, maybe I'll have a wrap-up for our unexpected deep dive into Elijah Smith, Exposed. I switched the phone lines off air. Estelle, it's your call. Okay. Arturo, come get me. I'm at the Speedy Mart on 75th. Arturo's line went dead. You okay, Estelle? I asked.
Yes.
I think I am. The tears had stopped. She sounded steadier. The choice was made. For now, she could stop running. There was one more call I needed to make. Not the cops. Hardin might help. But she'd take Estelle to a hospital, and that would open a whole can of worms no one was ready for. A normal person would have called the police. I grabbed a note from my contact book, dialed an outside line. 6 rings passed before someone picked up. Yeah, came a static-filled voice. Cormac? You've been listening tonight. Norville? Why would I do that?
Right.
But I knew he had once, and maybe that was enough. I've got a caller in trouble. Arturo says he'll help her, but I don't trust him. I just want someone there to make sure things don't go sideways. Can you go? Arturo's involved? So, she's a vampire. Yep. You're out of your mind. Yup. Look, Arturo will probably get there first. The church folks might not even show up. But if they do, they'll be packing some serious supernatural firepower. Might be your chance to shoot something. Hold up. Church. Church of the Pure Faith. HM. I knew a guy who tried to infiltrate them. Never got in. I've been curious about them. Perfect opportunity, I said cheerfully.
All right.
I'll check it out. No promises. Good enough. Thanks, Cormac. I gave him the address. He gave me a grunt that passed for goodbye. Matt signaled from the booth. Time's up. Mic live again. We're back with the midnight hour. Estelle? Kitty. A car just pulled up. It's not Arturo. I think it's the church people. They'll kill me, Kitty. We're not supposed to leave. They'll take me back. Everyone heard what I said. Okay, Estelle. Stay low. Help's on the way. Matt leaned in, not even bothering to mute himself this time. His face was tight with worry. Line 4 again. Could be Arturo. Maybe I could warn him. Yeah. Kitty, do you need help? Said a gruff voice. Not Arturo.
Carl.
Of all times. I can't talk now, Carl. I hung up. He was going to be furious later. One day, Carl and I were going to be the death of each other. I switched back. Had to be sure I was on the right line. Estelle?
Talk to me.
What's happening? There was noise, rustling, a crash. My stomach clenched. Estelle?
Yes.
I'm hiding, but the phone cord doesn't reach far. I don't want to hang up. I didn't want her to hang up either. A little voice in my head whispered ratings. But if she stayed on the line, I might actually learn what happened. If you need to hang up, do it. Just get out safe, okay? Thank you, Kitty, she said through sobs. Thank you for listening. No one ever really listened before. I hadn't done anything. I couldn't. I was stuck behind this microphone. From there, I could only piece things together from the sounds. Screeching tires. A car door slamming. Yelling voices. The phone hit something hard. Estelle had dropped it. Footsteps running. I started pacing, body tensing like I might shift right then and there. It always hit me when I was stressed. The urge to run. Like Estelle had tried to. I redialed Cormac. Yeah, it's me. Are you there? What's going on? Give me a second. It's only been a minute. Call me back in 5. He hung up. Back on the other line. I heard the jingle of a bell as the door opened and closed. Footsteps crossed a hard floor. Then a scream. Followed by quiet sobbing. What kind of person could terrify a vampire? Estelle, come back to me. You can still reclaim what you've lost. I'll even forgive this transgression. The voice was calm, too calm, like a teacher giving a lecture on something horrifying but routine. It held the warmth of a lullaby and the chill of a grave. Even through the phone, it was convincing. Elijah Smith, making his debut. What are you? Estelle asked. It was the loudest she'd spoken, but her voice was still thick with tears. Oh, Estelle, is it so difficult to believe? For those who hate the monsters they've become, belief is easy. But you found something to love in your monstrosity. That's what terrifies you. Belief is hardest for people like you because deep down you don't really want it. I collapsed into my chair. It rolled backward a foot. The words crawled over my skin like static. He could have been talking to me. And maybe he was right. I didn't believe in a cure. Was that because I didn't want to? A cure should be permanent. Why can't I walk away from you? Because I care for you. I cherish all my people. I need you, Estelle. Arturo had said something similar. She is part of me. If she is destroyed, I am diminished. Could Elijah be feeding on their loyalty? Their power? If only he'd pick up the phone directly. I called Cormac again. Yeah. Has it been 5 minutes? Just keep the line open. I need to know what's going on. Jesus, Norville. All right, listen. There's an SUV out front. 3 guys standing guard. They're pacing, not armed. Probably lycanthropes. Arturo's limo is parked around the corner. No lights. Wait, he's heading in now. I've got to go. I heard the click of a safety, then fast footsteps. I hated this, being stuck, watching through audio. I'd never resented the safety of my studio until now. Then, don't move. These rounds are silver. You, Arturo, what are you doing? Norville's idea. Get your girl and leave, or I change my mind. You, step aside. Let him pass. I had both lines running, voices and chaos filtering through. But nothing outside. Cormac must have had something serious pointed at them because nobody challenged him. Then, Estelle? Time to come home. Come with me. Arturo's voice, low, magnetic. Estelle, Elijah again.
No.
No, 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 she cried, desperation rising. Estelle. Both voices calling her. One smooth as glass, the other sharp as fire. Estelle. Answer the phone. Talk to me. I shouted, knowing she couldn't hear me. If only I could speak to her. What could I possibly say? Ignore them. Ignore us all. Follow whatever heart you've got left. And get out. Then came one last scream, different, not of fear, but of defiance. A crash followed, something falling, breaking. Then silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. This is your fault, Arturo said. His voice was tight with fury. You'll pay for this. You're as much to blame, Elijah replied. She did it herself. Look, her hands are on the stake. The blood in my head was pounding. My whole body burned. I could see what had happened in my mind. Maybe it was a broken shelf, a jagged broomstick. She'd aimed and fallen. God damn it. No one had ever died because of my show before. Arturo said, What are you? If you come as a seeker, I'll tell you everything. How dare you? Everyone out or I start shooting, said Cormac.
Cool and calm.
Fast footsteps retreated. Then slower ones. Then nothing. Cormac's voice cut through the dead air, echoing from both lines. Norville?
Say something.
Are you there? My fingers gripped the desk so hard the laminate cracked. I looked down, claws. I hadn't noticed the shift. I shoved the chair back, shook out my hands, and crossed my arms, pressing my fist to my ribs. Human again. Stay human just a little longer. Norville. I'm here, I said finally. You caught that. All of it. I hadn't even thanked her. For her courage. For her voice. There's a body. A girl. It's already starting to go. Vampire dust, you know how it is. I should have done more. You did what you could. Sirens wailed in the distance. Cormac hung up. Silence fell. Silence on air is death. Matt said, Kitty, that's time. I can cut the PSAs and give you another 30. A dry laugh escaped me. Public service, right? I played the role, but when it came to really helping, I took a breath. I had never ended a show without closing. I leaned into the mic. This is Kitty, trying to close things out. Estelle found her final cure, not one I'd recommend. Vampires don't call their weaknesses weaknesses. They call them the price. Sunlight, stakes, crosses. It's what they pay for immortality, for beauty. And someone's always willing to pay, no matter the cost. And someone's always trying to get out of paying anything at all. Thanks to Estelle, you know what Elijah Smith offers. You also know the price. That's all I could give her. As little as it is. Until next time, this is Kitty Norville, Voice of a Night. Chapter 9. There was nothing the police could pin on Smith. No body had turned up. The only verifiable crime was a break-in at a convenience store, and the primary suspect, Estelle, had vanished. By morning, the church caravan had packed up and disappeared. If it weren't for the recorded radio broadcast, I might have thought the whole thing was a bad dream. Nothing looked different on the surface. The following day, news of another mauling in the downtown area made the front page, fourth one this year. A sidebar piece on the police investigation quoted Detective Salazar, Hardin's partner, who casually mentioned that one of the detectives had consulted with me, Kitty Norville, the weirdo radio host. Was law enforcement seriously exploring the idea that the killings had a supernatural cause? Were they looking at a pattern, some cult-like ritual? Or were they entertaining the possibility of a rogue werewolf on the streets? The department declined to comment officially, but that didn't stop the press from jumping in with wild theories. The latest nickname for the killer, Jack Jr., as in Jack the Ripper. I survived the day through sheer willpower, moving forward one step at a time, focusing on tasks rather than the bigger, heavier questions. I stopped answering my phone and let all calls go to voicemail. At least the mysterious government agent from whichever alphabet agency hadn't tried to follow up. Hardin, on the other hand, left 3 voicemails in under an hour. Then she showed up at my office, arms crossed, a scowl on her face, looking like she really needed a cigarette. "I need you to look at the latest scene," she said flatly. I leaned back. Why not call in that bounty hunter?
Cormac?
He knows what he's doing. We got paw prints at 3 different scenes. Took them to the university. Their wolf expert said it's the biggest he's ever seen. Would have to belong to a 250-pound animal. He swears nothing that size exists in nature. Now, my precinct is actually starting to listen to me. Oh, right. You said you didn't trust Cormac. I still don't. Look, if you could come to the site and tell me what you can, scent, vibe, whatever it is you do, I'll know whether we're looking at the same killer. Why not bring in a professional? She started pacing.
Okay, fine.
How did you know I talked to him? He told me. Of course he did. He wants to share information. It's not a bad idea. At this point, I'm talking to anyone who might be useful. I've even contacted the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit. My eyebrow lifted. So you're treating this like a serial killer case? Not just some beast that lost control. Serial killers are monsters. This guy might be a werewolf, but he's acting like a person, selecting his victims. He's targeting young, vulnerable women. My guess is he stalks them first, chooses them deliberately. That's a human pattern, not a wolf's. Definitely not a werewolf's. I read some of the stuff you gave me. Usually wolves are smart enough to stay clear of humans. Usually. Look, detective. I fidgeted, avoiding eye contact until the last moment. I don't think I can go through that again. The last one really got to me. What? Did you get hungry looking at it? Can I be traumatized like anyone else? She arched a skeptical brow.
Sorry.
I clenched my jaw. I guess I should just be glad you don't think I'm a suspect. Don't thank me, it's just statistics. Serial killers are almost never women. Lucky me. I might recognize the scent, but I've got no idea how to track him down. She sighed and closed her eyes, like she was either trying not to lose patience or piecing together a better argument. When she opened them again, she said, "You don't need to see the body. Just come to the scene, tell me anything you can. We've got to stop this guy before he kills again." If it had been any other day, I could have refused. If she hadn't said that in that tone, I might have turned her down. I stood, grabbed my jacket, and followed her out. This scene wasn't far from the last one, but the surroundings were more commercial. The victim had worked a night shift at a convenience store and was walking home when it happened. Media vans were everywhere, more than last time. With a serial killer on the loose, they weren't going to miss a second. How do they even know where to go? I asked. Hardin shot a glare toward the reporters. They monitor the police scanner. As soon as I opened the car door, the yelling began. Ms. Norville.
Kitty.
What's your take on the killings? Are the police consulting you? Do you have a statement? Hardin threw herself between me and the press, shielding me and guiding me toward the crime scene. The first sign of violence was a blood splatter at the alley's mouth behind the shops. In daylight, it looked surreal, too red, almost staged. A partial paw print, streaked with blood, was nearby. The full print would be about the size of my head. The blood led deeper into the alley, where a group of investigators was clustered. They blocked my view, and I was thankful. I turned away, nauseous.
Hardin watched me.
Well, she asked. I caught the scent. It was the same killer. Blood, death, and something rank. Like rot. Like he never washed and carried death around with him. He smells wrong.
Sick.
Damp, I said, nose wrinkling. It's the same guy?
Yeah.
I still couldn't bring myself to look further in. It's worse than the last one, right? He's escalating.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'll drive.
Her car was parked around the corner. I paused before getting in, taking deep breaths of fresh air. I caught her watching me.
Thanks, I said.
For not forcing me to look. It really hits you hard, huh? We finally got in the car, and she pulled into traffic. With the last one, I said slowly, I could at least figure out how it happened. He wasn't fully shifted, so he had the leverage to knock her over and rip into her at the same time. It freaks me out that I know that I could do that. Being capable and actually doing it are two different things, she said. You don't seem like the type. You're only saying that because you haven't met Miss Hyde. She gave me a skeptical, curious look, her brow creased and a faint, uncertain smile on her lips. As she dropped me off, she gave the standard parting line, "Call me if you find anything." I said I would. I stayed late at work. The building was quiet and mostly empty when I finally left, just me, the graveyard shift DJ, and the security guard still hanging around. After a restless night, I wasn't expecting much better sleep tonight. The thought of going home just meant lying awake with too much on my mind. So I decided to walk, hoping the physical exertion would tire me out and shut my brain down long enough to fall asleep. When I stepped off the elevator into the lobby, something felt wrong.
Off.
I caught the scent first, out of place and chilling. A half-dozen figures were there, some seated on the sofas, some standing. They smelled cold, like corpses that had been perfectly preserved. The elevator closed behind me. I was trapped. Pete, the night watchman, sat quietly at his desk at the far end of the room. He didn't blink, didn't react. Just sat with his hands folded in front of him, like a mannequin. The vampires had put him in some kind of trance. Catherine. His voice made me jump. Arturo stepped into the pool of light in the middle of the lobby like he'd choreographed the moment himself. He looked to be in his late 20s, handsome, poised, with glossy blonde hair swept back and a well-cut black evening coat over an elegant dress shirt. Like he'd stepped straight out of a Victorian play, except he moved with too much confidence for the 21st century setting to feel odd. His entourage drifted from the couches and shadows, fanning out around him like well-trained stage actors. 3 men, 2 women, each radiating a kind of effortless intimidation. Stella, from the nightclub, stood just behind him, her expression carved from stone. Another woman clung to Arturo's arm, dressed in a flowing skirt and corset, looking like she'd stepped out of another century. 2. She touched him like letting go would kill her. The men loitered at the edge, bodyguards in everything but name. Rick was one of them. He caught my eye and gave a bemused smile. They were all unnervingly still, but very much aware. What do you want? I tried to keep the fear out of my voice. My pulse was racing. My eyes kept darting to the exit. I was already planning whether I could make a break for it. To thank you. I blinked. For what? For helping Estelle, and for trying to help me. His smile was faint, his head dipped in a shallow nod. Just hearing her name dredged up everything again. My chest tightened. I rubbed my face and looked away.
I'm sorry. I didn't want it to end that way.
I tried. I know, he said, more gently than I expected. He straightened and adjusted his lapel, brushing away the momentary vulnerability. And for what it's worth, any grudges I may have held against you are no longer relevant. That took a second to process. So, you're not going to kill me? No more threats.
For now.
Though I reserve the right to change my mind if your behavior gives me reason. He smiled slightly. Good evening, Catherine. He turned to go. On impulse, I took a step forward. He paused, tilting his head in question. It was now or never. He was in a good mood by his standards. Did Meg support the decision to hire Cormac to come after me? He studied me, his gaze narrowing. I looked away to avoid getting pulled in. Yes, he said at last. The honesty was a punch to the gut. I'd hoped for some kind of mistake. Some shred of denial. Would you tell Carl that? He gave a breath of silent laughter, flashing the barest hint of Fong. He already knows. If he hasn't done anything about it yet, I doubt anything I say will change that. With that, he walked out the front doors. The rest followed in his wake, Rick glancing back with a sympathetic smile before disappearing. What the hell just happened? I muttered, more to fill the silence than anything else. For Arturo to leave his own turf and come all the way here, just to see me, was unexpected. It was the closest thing to respect I was likely to get from him. I was still staring at the door when a voice called, "Kitty, you okay?" Pete stood behind his desk, looking mildly concerned, like he might come take my temperature. No sign he remembered any of what had just happened. "I'm fine," I said, inhaling deeply to center myself. "How about you, Pete?" He shrugged. "Feel fine." "Good," I said, trying on a smile. "That's good. See you later." As I stepped outside, a chill went through me. Goosebumps prickled my arms. I'd walked home alone at midnight more times than I could count. It never used to bother me. I was tough enough that most human dangers didn't faze me. So I wasn't paying close attention. The breeze was blowing toward my apartment. I was walking downwind. Otherwise, I would have smelled the wolf. He came around the corner at a full sprint, pure muscle, fur, and motion. Bronze eyes fixed on me. Before I could react, he slammed into me, knocking me flat. I hit the ground, arms shielding my face. For a moment, I thought this was the rogue. I even reminded myself, call Harden. But then I caught his scent.
Pack.
"Zahn, get the hell off me, you jerk." He straddled me, jaw clamped onto my arm. He shook his head, tearing flesh. My scream gave him pause, but he didn't release me. If I pulled away, I'd lose the arm. I couldn't get infected again, but that didn't make this any less terrifying. I gripped his muzzle with my free hand, squeezing hard, trying to pry him off. Cartilage shifted. I twisted. He gagged and let go. I scrambled to my feet, my injured arm buckled. Zahn lunged again. This time I rolled with it, ending up on top of him. He writhed beneath me, a tangle of fur and fury. I drove a foot into his ribs. He yelped and threw me off like I weighed nothing. From somewhere deep in my chest, my wolf surged. She was in danger, and she was ready to fight. I gritted my teeth, resisting the shift. I hated losing control, but my body had already started to betray me, bones softening, skin sliding. Running would have been smarter. But she wouldn't let me. I screamed as it overtook me, more from anger than pain. Zahn leapt again. His paws slammed into my shoulders. His teeth closed on my neck. I twisted and elbowed him, just barely escaping. His claws raked me, but his bite missed. Now I had claws, too. Sitting on my knees, I slashed downward with both hands, no, paws. Thick, deadly fingers. My claws tore through his belly. Blood matted the fur. My wolf reveled in it. This was her joy, her power, her revenge. She wanted to finish it. I let her. Zahn retreated, panting. We locked eyes. This was no random scuffle. It was a challenge. I was halfway there. Letting go would be so easy. Then, like a missile, another wolf crashed into Zahn, tackling him away in a fury of snarls and snapping teeth. I fell back, clutching myself, trembling. Cold water.
Ice.
Broccoli. Music. Anything to hold on to myself. Bach. Sheep may safely graze. She left, but it felt like I'd been gutted, like my insides were being dragged across razor blades, chewed up from within. Bile surged in my throat and dropped back down. My stomach turned. The fight between Zahn and the other wolf was over. I'd fought for my life, every inch of ground a battle, barely managing to hold my own. But the new wolf? One strike, and Zahn crumpled. He whined, tail tucked, crawling in retreat, leaving a trail of blood behind. The dominant wolf snarled, bit his face. Zahn rolled onto his back and didn't move. The victor stood over him, growling low. It was TJ. As a wolf, he was slate gray, silver brushed across his muzzle, chest, and belly like frost. His eyes glowed amber. He was massive and terrifying, and he always showed up to save me. Normally, once a wolf submitted, that was the end of it. Dominance established, pack order restored. The loser backed off, and life moved on. But TJ kept growling. With his jaws open, he lunged again. The violence was brutal. He tore into Zahn's throat, no hesitation, no mercy. Zahn writhed, cried out, almost human in his agony, his back legs kicking, trying to push back, trying and failing. TJ was too strong, too fast. Blood gushed out. TJ shook his head with Zahn clamped in his jaws. Again and again, until Zahn went limp like a rag doll. Then he dropped him and stepped back. I collapsed, pain shooting up my spine. My shirt hung in tatters. My left side, shredded by Zahn's claws and teeth, was soaked in blood. My arm was useless. I cradled it against my chest, numb. TJ was a mess of blood. Zahn's corpse began to shift, morphing back to human. His body lay twisted, drenched in red. The marks I'd left clawed across his torso. His head was nearly severed. He looked eerily like the victim Hardin had once described. TJ looked at me like nothing unusual had happened. I tried to imagine what was going through his head, besides the taste of blood. He was tired of Zahn's chaos, wanted to end it.
Zahn had been a fool to attack me.
He was embarrassed and wanted revenge. But if he was going to challenge me, why not do it in front of the pack? I stared at TJ, a few feet away, watching like some smug sentinel. You asshole. I had it under control. I was holding my own. You still think I can't handle myself? He probably understood every word. Probably didn't give a damn. And what the hell am I supposed to tell the cops when they find a body out front, huh? Sorry, officer. He had it coming. You think it's gonna go over well? He just watched me, calm and steady. Like he was waiting for me to finish my tantrum. Yeah, well, fuck you too. It was ridiculous, screaming at a wolf like a crazy person. I choked back a sob and forced myself upright. The world spun. How much blood had I lost? Too much. My arm was slick with it. I stumbled toward my building. I needed a shower. Quit staring. I'm done talking. I turned away. He ran, fast and smooth, vanishing into the shadows. Too late. I realized I'd just yelled at the one person I could count on. I needed him. I was bleeding out and alone. I hadn't been this wrecked since the night Zahn dragged me into this world. Zahn was young, no older than me. His hair fanned around his head like a dark halo, soaked in blood. His mouth hung open, eyes shut. He still smelled like the pack, a familiar scent, warm and wrong now, tainted by death. I gagged but didn't throw up. I made it to my apartment, collapsed into a kitchen chair, and tried to focus. I was shaking.
Cold.
Werewolves healed fast. I just had to wait. In the meantime, I'd go into shock. I didn't want to admit how bad I was, but I needed help. I couldn't call the pack. One of them had done this. I'd just pushed TJ away. No one else would understand. I thought of Rick, but he wouldn't be gentle. I called Cormac. Again, I called him when anyone else would have called 911. Because how do you explain to an EMT that your wounds are healing before their eyes? He picked up after 6 rings. Yeah, it's Kitty. I need help. Where are you? Home. I hung up. I went to the sink, ran cold water over my arm, watched the blood turn pink, the wounds slowly stitching themselves back together, like watching dirt fill a grave. Next thing I knew, he was there.
Cormac.
Watching me. How'd you get in? I asked. You left the door open.
Shit.
What happened? Sibling rivalry. Forget it. Unshakable as ever, he found a glass, filled it with water, handed it to me. I drank. Felt a little more human. You look like hell, he said. I feel worse. You're healing fast. You'll be okay. It's not just that. The wolf in me was still howling. Has something to do with the body out front?
Shit. Yeah.
Did you kill him? No. Someone you know? He was a werewolf. It was a pack thing. He studied me. Quiet. Intense. Why'd you call me? Because I can't trust anyone else. And you said you owed me. He nodded and moved to the dresser. Found a clean shirt and a towel. He tossed me the shirt, turned his back while I changed. Gentlemanly for a werewolf hunter. I'm done, I said. He wet the towel and turned off the water. The silence was heavy. I tried to clean the blood off. It wouldn't come off. just smeared around. He sighed and took the towel. Let me. He held my arm steady, wiped with care and purpose. The numbness faded. The pain came rushing in. I winced. You're not worried about catching anything? Lycanthropy doesn't spread that easily. Mostly through wounds, mostly in wolf form. How do you know so much about us? Family business, he said simply. He cleaned my whole arm, shoulder, neck, even under my nails. Zahn's blood. His touch was clinical but not unkind. Don't you have a pack for this sort of thing? I'm not exactly on good terms with them. My arm throbbed. I shook. Jesus. I didn't think werewolves went into shock. He grabbed a blanket and wrapped me in it, tugging the ends together around me like a cocoon. I melted into it, exhaling for the first time in what felt like forever.
Warm. Safe.
Which was absurd, coming from him, the werewolf hunter. As he pulled his hand away, I caught it, gently pressed it to my shoulder. A pack thing touch meant safety. For a moment, I wanted Cormac to be part of my pack. Then reason kicked in. What the hell was I doing? I pulled back, embarrassed. Sorry, He took my hand again, wrapped his fingers around mine.
Squeezed.
His hand was warm, slightly damp from the towel. The contact anchored me. Everything stilled. He was still kneeling, his head a little lower than mine. I touched his cheek, brushed my lips over his. He didn't pull away. Then he kissed back, and he was hungry. His mouth was warm, his lips active, grasping. I tried to match his energy, move my lips with his, letting the heat of attraction burn through my body, through my muscles. I wrapped my uninjured arm around his neck and slid off the chair, pressing myself to him. He held me there, his hands against my back. He moved his kisses from my lips to my chin, up my jaw, to my ear. Clinging to him, I stifled a gasp. I hadn't been with a normal, non-lycanthropic human since I'd become a werewolf. I'd been afraid to be with a normal human, afraid of what I might do if I lost it, but Cormac could take care of himself. Being with him was different from being with a lycanthrope. I hadn't realized it would be different. I was stronger than he was. I could feel the strength in my muscles pressing against him. I could hold him away or squeeze him until he cried out. It made me feel powerful, more in control than I ever had been in my life. I wanted to take him in, all of him. I could hear the blood rushing through his body, sense the strain of desire in his tendons. He smelled different from lycanthropes, more civilized, like soap and cars and houses. He didn't smell like pack, and that made him new, exciting. I decided I liked the way he smelled. I buried my face in his hair and took a deep breath. I squirmed out of his grip so that I could work my way down his whole body, tracing the whole scent of him, down his neck, along the collar of his shirt, down his torso, and the hint of chest hair through the fabric, across his chest to his armpit, which burst with his smell. I lingered there, then nuzzled my way down to the waistband of his jeans, and oh, I couldn't wait to find out how he smelled down there. Grabbing my shoulders, Cormac pushed me away and held me at arm's length. What are you doing? You smell fresh. I strained toward him, my eyes half closed, wanting to plunge back into the scent of him. He stood, putting space between us. You're not human. He marched away. I knelt on the kitchen floor, my knees digging into the tile, my heart pounding, reaching for the body that wasn't there. After a moment, I wandered to the other half of the apartment. He leaned against the opposite wall, his arms crossed, defensive, staring at the door like he couldn't understand why he didn't just leave. I'm sorry, I said. I wasn't sure what I was apologizing for. For being what I was, maybe. I couldn't help that, though, so I didn't want to apologize for it. So, I was apologizing for this. For calling him. For kissing him. For not guessing how he would react. He started to say one thing, then shook his head. He looked at the floor, then looked at me. How did you get like this? You're not the kind that goes asking for it. I sat at the edge of the bed and hugged my knees. My arm was getting better by the minute. The punctures were closed, covered with red scabs, fading to pink. The pain was turning to an itch. What had that government spook asked me? Who did I go to when I needed advice, when I needed to talk? What would I say if someone called the show and told me my story? Tough break, kid. Deal with it. But that didn't assuage the anger I still felt. The anger I still hadn't dealt with. I never told anyone the whole story, not even TJ or anyone else in the pack. I wasn't sure Cormac was the right person to tell, but I didn't know when I'd get another chance to talk. Wrong place at the wrong time, I said, and told him the story. Bill was cute. I'd give him that much. Sandy brown hair, square jaw, winning smile. But he was only interested in one thing for me. He was a frat boy type, and I was confused. He impressed me because he was cute and arrogant. We were at a 4th of July party in Estes Park in the mountains where they launched fireworks into the valley and the noise echoed back and forth between the hills. He'd spent the whole time talking smack with his friends, while gripping me around the waist like I was some kind of accessory. That was what I got for being blonde and looking good in a miniskirt. My face hurt from forcing it to smile at everyone. I didn't have a good time, and I was ready for the night to be over. He spent the car ride back to town crawling his hand at my leg, trying to get under my skirt. I just want to go home, I said for the 5th time, pushing his hand away. But it's still early. Please. Whatever. So he drove and I stared out the window. When he turned onto a side road, it was in the middle of nowhere and there wasn't much I could do about it. Where are we going? Scrub oak and pine trees lined the narrow road. It led to a trailhead near a river. Turn around. The place was popular with hikers and mountain bikers during the day. But this was midnight. Bill shut off the headlights and pulled to a corner of the parking lot shaded by overhanging branches. I grabbed the door handle, but he pushed the automatic lock as he stopped the engine. He moved so fast, I bet he'd done this before. He held my arms, pinning them, and clambered to my side of the car, pressing me to the bucket seat. 200 pounds of Bill weighed on me, and no matter how much I squirmed, I couldn't get away. I started hyperventilating. Relax, baby. Just relax. I kept saying no, stop, no, please the whole time. I'd never been so scared and angry. When he brought his face close, I bit him. He slapped me and pounded into me that much harder. I tasted blood. I'd bitten my cheek, and my nose was bleeding. With a sigh, he rolled away finally. It still hurt. I scrabbled at the lock until it clicked, then I opened the door and tumbled out. Bill shouted after me, "Don't you want to ride back?" Christ. He started up his car and pulled away. I ran. Legs weak, breath heaving, I ran away. I only wanted to get away.
A full moon shone that night.
Weird shadows lit the grass and scrub. This was stupid. I had no idea where I was, no idea how I was going to get home. I slid into the grass and sobbed. Stupid, Kitty. This whole night was stupid, and look where it got me. A picnic area lay a little ways from the parking lot. Shelters covered some of the tables. I sat down at one, pulling my knees to my chin and hugging myself. My panties were still in Bill's car. I figured I'd sit here until some jogger found me in the morning and called the cops. I could do that. Hug myself to stop shivering, maybe go to sleep. In the distance, a wolf howled. Far away. Nothing to do with me. Maybe I dozed. Maybe I thought it was a nightmare at first when the shrubs nearby rustled. A shadow moved. Its fur was like shadow, silvery and brindled. It turned bronze, eyes on me. Canine nostrils quivered. It stepped closer, head low, sniffing, never turning from me. The wolf was as big as a Great Dane, with bulky shoulders and a thick ruff of fur. Even with me sitting on the table, it could reach me without trying. Later, I learned that the wolf could smell the blood from my injuries, and instinct had told it a wounded animal was near. Easy prey. I trembled like a rabbit, and like a rabbit, the minute I thought of running, it pounced. I screamed as its claws raked my leg, and I lurched away, falling off the table. I kept screaming when its jaw clamped on my hip. Using that as purchase, it climbed up my body, scratching the whole way. My flesh gave way like butter, pieces of it flaying with every touch. Panic, panic, panic. I kicked its face. Startled. It backed off for a moment. In an adrenaline haze, I jumped and grabbed hold of the edge of the shelter's roof. Gasping, clutching, gritting my teeth, I swung one leg up. The wolf jumped, scraped claws down the other leg. I screamed, falling, but no, I clutched the edge. The wolf lost its grip, and I caught one leg over the edge, then the other. Lying there, spent, I dared to look down. The wolf looked back at me, but it couldn't reach me. It turned and ran. I didn't have the energy to move another muscle, so I fell unconscious, one arm hanging over the edge of the shelter. Something squeezed my hand. The sky was light, pale with dawn. With a shriek, I pulled my hands close and started shaking. Blood caked my legs, my skirt, my shirt. Blood had pooled on the roof of the shelter, but it was dried. I wasn't bleeding anymore. Carefully, I inched closer to the edge. Hands gripped there, and a woman hoisted herself up. I scrambled crab-like away from her, all the way to the other edge. I looked down to where a couple of men stood, watching me with cold eyes. The woman knelt at the edge of the roof. She had long black hair, brown eyes, and moved with a dancer's grace, settling to a seated position without taking her gaze off me. "What's your name?" she said. I looked around. A half-dozen of them surrounded the shelter, men in various states of scruffiness, unshaven and uncombed, wearing leather or denim jackets, t-shirts, and jeans. All of them were barefoot. The woman also wore jeans and a t-shirt without much thought to style. Still, they all managed to intimidate, radiating strength just in the way they stood. I didn't answer. The bites, the scratches, do they hurt? I had to think about it, which meant they didn't hurt. I touched my hip. It was tender, but not painful. "Look at the wounds," she said. "What do you see?" I pulled up my shirt, exposing where the wolf had taken a bite. A scar, red and healing, maybe a week old, puckered the skin. The gouges on my legs were pink lines, closed and healing. I started hyperventilating again. I managed to gasp. "How do you know what happened?" She said, "One of our people attacked you. We're here to take responsibility for his actions." "But you're—" She crept toward me, her eyes focused on me, her nostrils quivering. I flinched, but if I backed away any farther, I'd fall off. "I won't hurt you. None of us will hurt you. Please tell me your name." All I wanted to do in that moment was fall into her arms, because I believed that she wouldn't hurt me. "Kitty," I said in a small voice. For a moment, she looked disbelieving. Then she smiled. "Oh, that's rich. You're way too nice for this life, kid." "I don't understand." "You will. You'll have to. I'll help. TJ." Hands appeared on the edge of the roof behind me. One of the men pulled himself up easily, like he was hopping onto a tabletop and not climbing up a 7-foot-high shelter. He crouched at the edge, one hand resting on the roof to steady himself. He was God. He was gorgeous. Tanned, well-built, biceps straining at the sleeves of his white t-shirt, dark hair flopped around an intense face. He radiated energy and scared the daylights out of me. I backed away, scraping my knees on the roof's asphalt shingles. But then she was there, just as intense, trapping me. I curled in on myself, on the edge of screaming. Something inside me started to rip. "Who are you people?" The man, TJ, said, "We're the pack." A convulsion wrenched me, and I blacked out. I fell in and out of consciousness for the next 3 days. I remembered a little, the smell of the park that morning, pine trees and dew. Someone carried me. Someone else, her, the woman, kept a hand on my shoulder. Voices, which I couldn't keep straight. "She smells like sex. Sex and fear. There's blood. Not from the bites and cuts. Meg, look." I shook my head and tried to struggle, but I was like a baby, arms flailing without gaining purchase, too weak to pull away. "No. Stop. Don't touch, don't touch." I gasped. "She was raped," the woman said. "You don't suppose Zon. It doesn't smell like Zon. Someone else, then, might explain how she ended up out here. Wish she'd talk. She will later. She's got a couple of days of this yet." I groaned. I had homework. I opened my eyes. I lay on a bed. A sheet was tangled around me, like I'd been thrashing in my sleep. I wore a t-shirt, nothing else, and I was clean. I was cold, and sweat matted my hair. I took a deep breath. I didn't know how long I'd been sleeping, but I felt exhausted, like I'd been running. I didn't want to move. The bronzed idol from the park was sitting in a chair by the bed, watching me. The woman moved from another chair to sit at the foot of the bed. I looked back at them, waiting to feel panic. I'd been kidnapped. Some cult thing. Did Bill put them up to this? None of that seemed right, and I didn't feel afraid at all. Somehow, I felt safe. Like I knew they were here to watch over me, to take care of me. I was sick. Very sick. How do you feel? He said. Not good.
Tired.
Wrung out. He nodded like he understood. Your metabolism's all fucked up. It'll work itself out in a few days. Are you hungry? I hadn't thought so, but as soon as he said it, my belly felt hollow, and I was starving. Yeah, I guess I am. I sat up. He left through a door in what appeared to be a well-lit bedroom. Meg studied me. I looked away, feeling suddenly shy. TJ returned carrying a platter with a steak, like he'd had it waiting. I looked skeptically at it. I wasn't much of a steak eater. He set it on the bedstand and handed me a knife. Reluctant, I sliced into it. It bled. Profusely. I dropped the knife. I don't like them rare. You do now. I thought I was going to cry. Glaring at him, my voice barely a whisper, I said, "What's happening to me? Why aren't I afraid of you?" He knelt beside the bed. I looked down on him now, which was comforting. Meg came around to the other side and sat next to me, so close I could feel her body heat. I was trapped, and my heart started racing. She took my hand, then raised both our hands to my face. "What do you smell?" Was she nuts? But with our hands right in front of my nose, I couldn't help but smell as I breathed. I expected to smell skin. Maybe soap. Normal people smells. But there was more. I closed my eyes and breathed deep. Something rich and vibrant, like earth and mountain air. It wasn't soap or new age deodorant or anything like that. It was her. I calmed down. Before I knew it, TJ was sitting beside me, an arm around my shoulder, pressing his body close to me and breathing into my hair. It wasn't sexual. There wasn't anything sexual about it. That was so hard to explain to people who didn't know. "This is our pack," Meg said, holding me from the other side. "You're safe here." I believed her. By now, Cormac was sitting on the floor. He seemed more relaxed. He didn't have that look on his face that he'd had when he left me, like he'd eaten something sour. "That's shitty luck," he said finally. I shook my head, smiling wryly. I'd made my peace with it. Telling the story, I realized who I'd been most angry at all this time. I said, "Now, ask me which one I think is the real monster." Zahn, he was following instinct. He couldn't control it. But Bill, he knew exactly what he was doing. And he wasn't sorry. After a pause, I added, "That's Zahn, out in the street." When I leaned back, I could see out the window. From the second floor, I could see the street, but not the spot where Zahn was. I said, "You think anyone's called the cops yet?" "Depends," he said. "How much noise did you all make?" I couldn't remember. To the casual listener, it might have sounded like stray dogs fighting. I'd have to call Carl to find out what I should do about Zahn. I couldn't just leave him out there. "You should get some rest. You may heal quick, but you still lost a lot of blood. You going to be okay on your own?" I thought about it a minute and thought I would be okay. Maybe I'd go to TJ's and see if he'd made it home yet. "Yeah, I think so." I smiled crookedly. "I'm glad you're not the type to shoot all werewolves on principle." He may have actually smiled at that, but it was thin-lipped and fleeting. "Just give me an excuse, Norville." He made a haphazard salute and left the apartment. Man, that guy scared me. He also made my knees weak, and I wasn't sure if the two were related. He was right, I was tired, but before I could sleep I had to call Carl. I was reaching for the phone when the door opened and Cormac returned. Following him were Detective Harden and 3 uniformed cops. Chapter 10. Cormac leaned against the wall, arms folded, face unreadable. One officer stayed with him. He hadn't drawn his weapon, but his hand hovered near his belt. The other 2 began searching the apartment, checking behind doors, opening drawers, rifling through closets. Harden came straight over to me. I'd expected sirens, flashing lights, chaos. Something loud enough to give me a chance to slip out the back. But of course, Hardin wouldn't tip her hand if she was hunting a killer. I should have had Carl swing by and pick up the body before the cops arrived. But that would have looked even worse. Someone seeing us load a corpse into his truck, jotting down the license plate, calling it in. Fights between werewolves usually happened off the grid, where the bodies could vanish. Now, at least I was the only one caught. What the hell had I been thinking? The whole situation was a disaster. Zahn was dead. Hardin said, "You want to explain the shredded corpse we just found downstairs?" I glanced at Cormac. He didn't twitch. Bastard. "No," I said, which might have been dumber than saying nothing. "Was it you?" I'd already been through this once tonight.
No.
"Ms. Norville, I think it's time we took a little trip to the station. I have a few questions for you." Not unexpected, but my stomach still twisted. I was a werewolf, sure, but I'd never been arrested. Never even had a parking ticket. Not owning a car helped. Anyway, it wasn't an arrest. Just voluntary questioning. "I'll grab a jacket," I murmured. As I stood, I turned slightly, and Hardin noticed the healing claw marks on my arm. "When did that happen?" "Tonight." She gave me a look.
No way.
"Those have been healing for weeks. You should read more. Did you even look at those articles I sent you?" I did. She studied me, like she was trying to read my mind. "Who did that to you?" Her voice softened, like she actually gave a damn. I met her eyes. "The guy downstairs." She hesitated, then said, "You're telling me that guy was a werewolf?" I pulled on my jacket and grabbed my keys. Should I be calling a lawyer right about now? Outside, the street was a crime scene. At least half a dozen squad cars and the coroner's van. Yellow tape flapped in the breeze. Forensics teams in gloves swarmed Zahn's body, bagging everything that looked remotely relevant. Too much exposure. Carl had always warned me this day might come. He was definitely going to kill me. Cormac and I got the VIP ride in the police car. He'd already called his lawyer, apparently someone who might represent me too if I asked. I didn't want to imagine the kind of lawyer Cormac kept on speed dial. But hey, he wasn't in jail. They separated us at the station. My interview room looked the same as the one I'd seen before, small, bland, with no personality. This time, no coffee. It must have been close to 4 a.m. I hadn't slept. My head spun. I wanted a glass of water. I tried the door, it wasn't locked, but the hallway was empty. I had a strong sense that if I tried anything stupid, half the station would appear out of thin air. I closed the door and went back in. I rested my head on the table, trying not to think about how badly this week had gone. I must have dozed, because the door opening startled me awake. I shivered in my coat. That short nap made me feel worse. The man who walked in looked like he'd just crawled out of bed, early 30s, messy light blonde hair, a face rough with stubble, and a suit that fit, but still looked somehow too big. He carried a beat-up briefcase under one arm and moved with an easy slouch. He shifted the case to shake my hand. "Hi, Kitty Norville? I'm Ben O'Farrell. Cormac said you might need a lawyer." His voice was calm, unremarkable, but he met my eyes and didn't flinch. "Hi." I shook his hand, trying to get a read on him. He smelled normal. Average. Like maybe his jacket had been sitting in a pile too long. "I don't know if I do or not." He shrugged. "Can't hurt when cops are involved."
Here's my card.
My rates. He awkwardly juggled his pen, the card, and his briefcase before setting it down to scribble the number. It was a big number, an hourly one. "You any good?" I asked. "Cormac's not in jail." Despite myself, I smiled. "Should he be?" O'Farrell grinned back. When he smiled, he looked sharp like a hawk. Suddenly, I was very glad I hadn't pressed charges that night Cormac stormed into the studio. "Can you hang around tonight? Hopefully I won't need you for long." He nodded and went to the door. "Wait." I flinched, realizing just how deep I was. He was about to let the cops in. I wanted to bolt. My inner wolf stirred. Bad timing. I don't want to tell them what happened. He paused, then nodded. "Okay." He peeked into the hallway and motioned someone in.
Detective Hardin.
O'Farrell took a seat, opening his briefcase. Hardin leaned against the wall, arms crossed, clearly over it. "What was that hitman doing in your apartment?" she asked. "Great opener." I looked at O'Farrell. He shrugged, still flipping through papers. Was that a yes?
A no?
I could refuse to speak, mostly because I didn't have a clue what to say. "I called him," I said. "I was hurt earlier, needed help. We've worked together before. Consulting." "No hard feelings about last month then?" "Guess not." "What about the dead guy? What was he doing there?" I swallowed.
My throat was dry.
O'Farrell spoke up. "Can we get some water in here?" Hardin scowled and called someone. A couple of plastic cups arrived a moment later. More wasted time. "You going to answer me?" she said. Her hair stuck out in wild angles, and the shadows under her eyes were deep. She hadn't slept either. "He was waiting for me," I stammered. "He wanted to hurt me." I took another sip and looked away. "Why?" I couldn't say. Not without dragging everything else into it. "Who else was there?"
Again, silence.
I glanced at O'Farrell for help. Hardin did too. "She hasn't been Mirandized," he said. "She doesn't have to answer anything. She's here voluntarily." "For now," Hardin said, turning back to me. "That body wasn't mauled by a dog, and it wasn't you. There's blood under his nails and in his mouth. I'm betting it's yours. If that checks out, it puts you at the scene and means you probably know who did it. Was it the rogue werewolf we've been investigating?" "No," I said, forgetting myself. "This isn't about the rogue. This was a pack matter. Not her concern." Hardin began to pace. "Kitty, right now you're just a witness. Don't make me change that to accessory to murder." "What?" "If you know who did this and don't tell me, I can charge you as an accessory." "That's a bluff," O'Farrell said. "Without more evidence, the most you could get is obstruction." What the hell were they even talking about? Hardin pressed on, undeterred by the interruption. "If you're protecting the person responsible, that makes you complicit." "It's not like that." Zahn challenged him. "He asked for it. This isn't a crime in our world." "Ms. Norville," O'Farrell said calmly, trying to steady me. I leaned back in my seat. Hardin's voice sharpened. "A man was killed, and you're saying that's just fine?" "No, I'm saying, within the pack's rules, it was justified. TJ was dominant, and Zahn had overstepped. I wanted that double standard to work in my favor now. He did it to protect me. Zahn attacked me first, and—" "Ms. Norville," O'Farrell warned gently. "I was doing everything I could not to name him. And, honestly, it wasn't self-defense. Zahn had backed off. TJ killed him anyway. Under human law, that made TJ a murderer." I curled up in the chair, resting my face on my knees.
O'Farrell sotod.
"Detective Hardin, can I speak with you for a moment?" He led her to the far corner of the room. They spoke in low voices, but I could still hear them. "Ms. Norville is cooperating as much as she's capable of right now. She's injured, sleep-deprived, and in no condition to be questioned. Let her rest. She'll be more helpful later. Or she'll use that time to coordinate stories with her friend," Hardin said, clearly skeptical. "Check her record. She's no flight risk. Completely clean. Except that she's a werewolf." He shrugged. "Not exactly her fault." Hardin sighed, clearly frustrated. She pulled a cigarette from her pocket, searched for a lighter, but came up empty. Pointing the unlit cigarette at O'Farrell, she said, "If I let her go, make sure she understands. I don't want to have to charge her." "I'll do what I can, detective." All I could think about was finding TJ. O'Farrell approached and said gently, "Ms. Norville, let's go." Hardin stopped me at the door. "Don't leave town."
My mouth was dry.
Everything about this place felt cold and stale. I just nodded, eyes lowered. Outside, the sky was brightening into gray. The early morning light stung my tired eyes, and the cold air cut to the bone. We stood together on the station steps. I asked, "Me being a werewolf, does that bother you? Are you like Cormac, out to take us down?" He smiled, faintly amused. It reminded me of one of Cormac's rare smirks. If Cormac were really on a crusade, he'd have shot you the first time he met you. No questions asked. So what is he then? He just likes testing the limits, seeing how close he can get to the edge without falling. Somehow, Cormac as a thrill seeker was more unsettling than Cormac with a cause. And what about you? He shrugged. Equal opportunity, defense attorney. I gave a small laugh. Well, thanks for getting me out. That was easy. Hardin actually likes you. Need a ride? No, I'm good. Then take this advice. Tell the police who did it. Let one of you take the fall. If he's really your friend, he'll understand. He really did fit as Cormac's lawyer, sharp and pragmatic, like someone from a noir film, always finding loopholes. I'll think about it. At the very least, don't go see him. That makes it look like you're hiding something. We're not used to human law. Normally, we're better at not leaving behind bodies. He said nothing. After a long pause, I gave up waiting and walked away, hands in my pockets. I could feel him watching me go. I went straight to TJ's place. If Hardin had someone tailing me, I didn't notice. It wouldn't have surprised me, though. I wasn't exactly thinking clearly. I had the sense to stick to alleyways and footpaths, avoiding streets where cars could follow. I ran fast despite my injuries. Any decent werewolf could. The front door of his house was unlocked. I slipped in, quietly shut and locked it behind me. It was a small place, just a living room with a pull-out bed, a kitchen-laundry combo, and a bathroom. He was sleeping on the living room floor, naked and wrapped in a blanket. He looked exhausted. His muscular frame curled up tight, like he was having a bad dream. Sweat dampened his hair. He held a pillow to his chest. I took off my shoes and jacket, knelt beside him, and touched his face, letting him catch my scent. He stirred slightly, groaning. I lay down beside him, nestling into his arms as he woke. He didn't open his eyes, but I knew he was awake. His arms tightened around me.
I'm sorry, he yelled. He whispered.
He smiled, kissed my forehead.
HM.
You okay?
Yeah.
Now I am. For the moment, anyway. Why'd he do it, TJ? He wasn't stupid. If he wanted to challenge me, why not do it in front of the pack? That wouldn't have helped him reclaim anything. He didn't respond right away. I almost thought he'd fallen asleep again. The question was rhetorical anyway. I never really understood Zahn's motives. Finally, TJ said, someone put him up to it. They wanted him to kill you without the pack around. So it wasn't Zahn's idea. That almost made sense. How do you know? Because I told him, if he ever came after you again, I'd kill him. My eyes burned as tears slipped down. I had to tell him about the police, had to ask him what I should do. He couldn't go to jail. What would they even do with him during the full moon? I nestled closer to him, resting my head on his chest. Who puts Zahn up to it? Someone above me. He wouldn't have done it unless someone more intimidating than I am told him to. That narrows it down to Carl or Meg. We lay in silence for a while. Sunlight began to seep in through the blinds before I said, I think it was Meg. I think it was Carl. Then, more quietly, I used to be in love with Carl. In a lot of ways, the pack alpha was like a god to us. I remembered those early months, how I trembled when Carl came close, how I would kneel at his feet, adoring him. When had that stopped?
Me too, I said. We dozed for a while.
I was half awake when TJ stretched, sat up, then leaned down close to me, inhaling, first my hair, then the scent on my neck and shirt. You smell like a police station, he said, skeptical. I told him everything as he cooked breakfast, bacon and eggs. The smell of meat filled the kitchen, but neither of us touched our food. We sat across from each other at his worn table, the plates untouched. He toyed with his food, stirring broken egg yolks with bacon. Eventually, he looked at me and said, This is what happens when you go to the cops. I'm not in jail because I went to them, I argued. They're giving me the benefit of the doubt. I can't go to jail, he said. Neither can you. You'll tell them I did it, and they'll let you go. I'll run, disappear into the hills, go wolf for a while. That way they won't find me. That plan made my stomach twist. It wouldn't clear his name. He could end up hiding forever. I wanted a way out where everyone believed he was innocent. But he wasn't. That was the problem. No matter what, I stood to lose him. My voice cracked. Have you ever heard of someone changing and not being able to shift back? I've heard stories. Never known anyone it's happened to. I don't want you to go wolf. You're not just a wolf. It's a strength, Kitty. If it helps, I'd be stupid not to use it. That's something you've never quite figured out. How to let the wolf be your strength. I'll miss you. Who'll protect me if you're gone? He smiled. I thought you said you could handle yourself. I wanted to snap back, but instead I cried. You can always come visit, he offered. I went home. The police, the coroner, the crowd, Zahn's body, all gone. Only a few scraps of crime scene tape flapped in the bushes. A guy in a sedan across the street sipped coffee and watched. I ignored him. I threw away the bloodstained towel and shirt in the sink. Opened a window to let in fresh air. The place still reeked of cops and tension. I dropped O'Farrell's card on the counter. Washed my face, brushed my teeth, glanced in the mirror. Puffy eyes. Greasy hair.
Pale.
I started to tell myself things would settle down, that I just had to take it step by step and things would return to normal. But I stopped myself because I couldn't remember what normal was anymore. Shifting under the full moon, waking in a tangle of naked bodies, sniffing armpits like foreplay. Was that normal? Letting Carl dominate me, hit me, sleep with me, all because my wolf side accepted it. Was that what I wanted to go back to? Life before the wolf was so distant, it felt unreal. When it came to Carl, I had two options, leave or challenge him. Leaving meant abandoning the pack. That was hard. Too hard to face just yet. Could I survive on my own? Could I defeat him? 6 months ago, the answer to both would have been no.
Now?
I wasn't so sure. I had to say yes to one of them if I couldn't return to who I was before. All that was left was to decide which. Underscore 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 underscore. Might be interesting to dig through autopsy records and see how many victims were shot with silver bullets. I'm adding that to the list. I said into the mic, do the police even test bullets for silver content? They should. The caller grumbled. Seems obvious, doesn't it? Absolutely. Thanks for calling. This is Kitty. If you're just tuning in, we're compiling a list of investigative tips law enforcement might consider when dealing with supernatural crimes. Tonight's topic: law enforcement and the supernatural. I've got last year's national homicide stats here, weapon types, causes of death, all that. According to the report, 14 people died from stakes through the heart. Of those, 8 were also decapitated, and 3 were covered in crosses. All classified as ritualistic killings. Sounds about right, but I have to wonder, did anyone check whether those victims were actually vampires?
Could they?
Maybe not. Some types disintegrate when killed. There is a CDC document outlining tests for identifying lycanthropes and vampires. Let's take a call. Hello, Ray, you're on the air.
Hey.
Just wanted to point something out. You call those 14 murder victims, but if they really were vampires, was it really murder?
Controversy.
What's your take? I'd call it self-defense. Vampires are predators. Humans are their prey. We've got a right to defend ourselves. He sounded like a rancher talking about wolves. Come on, Ray. Some of my closest friends are vampires. What if this one only took blood from volunteers, lived quietly, never hurt anyone? Then a vampire hunter shows up and stakes her just for being what she is. That's been going on for centuries. I think you're the first to call it murder. Actually, I'm not. And I hate to push buttons, but the Nazis didn't call it murder either. I cut him off before he could react. Let me try a different thought experiment. A supernatural being kills someone without cause. Were he human, he'd be arrested, tried, possibly executed. But what do you do with a werewolf in prison during a full moon? What about a vampire? Life sentence sounds ridiculous for someone who doesn't age. Let's go to Timothy. Hello, you're on the air. The caller's voice was low and smooth. Of course, sentencing a vampire to life in prison is impractical. That's why we have vampire hunters. So, you're suggesting law enforcement should stay out of it entirely? Just let vampire hunters run wild? Certainly not. Not unless vampires are allowed to hunt the hunters as freely. I pegged him as a vampire. That haughty tone, the precise enunciation, like someone raised in a time when speech mattered more than slang. Not modern. So, you believe the supernatural community should police its own. Stay out of human legal systems entirely. That's right. If a werewolf kills another in a dominance fight, should the cops really intervene? That hit home.
Twice.
I should have known better than to make tonight's show personal. Lesson learned. Don't open wounds on the air. But I wasn't the kind to retreat. I remembered something Churchill said. If you're going through hell, keep going. Let me flip the question. What advice would you give to a cop who did get involved in such a situation? Let's say a mutilated body turns up. The officer, open-minded and observant, realizes the killer wasn't an animal. He runs some tests and finds out the victim was a werewolf too. Maybe Hardin was listening. Maybe she'd learned something. What should that officer do? Stock up on silver bullets, Timothy replied, deadpan. Not helpful, I muttered, and realized I'd said it out loud before cutting him off. Moving on. If you're a vampire, lycanthrope, or similar, and you've ever dealt with the police, call in. What happened? What advice would you give? We're opening the lines. Hi, Kitty, the next caller said. Best advice when the cops are after you? Run like hell. They'll never catch you. That's the beauty of it. If you expect law enforcement to deal with the supernatural, then you have to put supernatural folks on the force. Vampire cops? She might be onto something. At least someone would want the graveyard shift. The calls kept coming. The same rules can't apply. They never have. They never will. Death, murder. Those things mean something different when you're immortal. My head ached. Every caller made me feel dumber, dragging me back to the same conclusion. TJ was right. I should stop talking to the cops. There was no supernatural transparency. I was a walking horror story, and maybe I needed to accept that. Or shoot myself with silver. I wondered how high suicide rates were among werewolves. Hardin had someone tailing me the past few days. I wasn't doing anything, just going between work and home. No calls.
No updates.
True confession, I said on the air. Sometimes I take these topics personally. I make them real.
And right now?
I'm wondering what the point is. If the supernatural and human worlds are doomed to be in constant conflict, if we can't agree on who's in charge, what am I even doing here? Why bother with this show? I've thought about running to the mountains, forgetting I was ever human. But I'd miss chocolate. Movies. My favorite band's next album. And maybe that's the point. We might not technically be human anymore, but we used to be. And we can't forget that. We shouldn't. Forgetting is where things go wrong. The call board was full. I looked through the booth window at Matt, silently asking for guidance. I didn't want to pick another line. Didn't want to hear another angry rant or tragic story. I just wanted something else. Maybe music. Next show, I'd bring on a band and talk music for 2 hours. That sounded good. Matt leaned back in his chair, smiling at me. He'd stayed for the whole show, and that smile said he was glad he did. He was my friend. And human. That meant something. I straightened up, lightened my voice. Looks like we've got a return caller. I always appreciate loyalty. James, welcome back. Kitty, he said, voice tight with emotion. I just want to say your show means the world to me. You're a voice of reason. You think things through. It helps, it really helps. Don't ever stop. I hesitated. His voice was worse than before, more strained. If this was helping him, what would he sound like without it? Thank you. That really means a lot. How are you holding up? I've been thinking about it. I think I'm okay. I think I'm doing what I was meant to do. Why else would this have happened to me, if not to become what I am and do what I do? My stomach dropped. Do what things, James? I didn't like being human. Never did. But now I'm strong. I know what to do. When I don't, the wolf tells me. Oh God. He was psychotic. Probably had been before turning. And now, a misanthropic lunatic with claws. I glanced at the call monitor. We always took names and cities. Where was he from? Denver.
Jesus.
I covered the mic and hissed at Matt. Caller ID. Get his number.
Now.
I leaned in, keeping my voice calm. What does the wolf tell you to do, James? You know, Kitty. You know. What does your wolf tell you? You understand. Use teeth.
Claws.
Spill blood.
Run.
Yeah, I understood. But I'd fought that war and won. Do you ever consider your wolf might be wrong? But it's stronger than I am, he said, full of admiration. Might doesn't make right. That's why civilization exists. You called me a voice of reason. Where does reason fit in? I told you. There is a reason. I was made to be strong. 15 minutes left in the show. I'd never ended early before, and I wasn't about to start now. I kept my voice even. Okay, we're going to take a break for station ID. You're listening to the Midnight Hour. We'll be right back. I cut the mic and turned to Matt. Did you get the number? He stepped into the studio, holding a slip of paper and an address. Kitty, you look like death. What's going on?
My mouth was dry.
My whole body was shaking. I don't know yet. Just let me finish this. I have to make a call.
Call the police.
That would have been the right move. Except it wasn't. The supernatural made everything different. Fangs and fur changed the rules. Maybe someday things would be different. But not yet. James, in wolf form, wouldn't be just a wolf. Or just a psycho. He'd be something worse. A wolf would run from Hardin with a gun. James would attack. I couldn't call her.
She'd die.
Or worse, get infected. So I called Cormac instead. The other law. Yeah, he answered. It's Kitty. Wanna go hunting tonight? He paused briefly. Not sure. What are we looking at? I think I found the rogue behind the attacks. You tell Hardin?
No.
He called into the show. Local guy, completely unhinged. Hardin wouldn't know how to handle someone like him. She'd try to bring him in, and he'd tear her apart. But you're okay with him tearing me apart? I know you can handle yourself. Comforting. I want to come with you. You certain? I'll recognize his scent from the scenes. It's the only way to be sure it's him. All right. You at work? Yeah. I'll pick you up there. He hung up. Ma was leaning in the doorway to the studio. Kitty, you're actually doing this?
Yeah.
You heard the guy. He wasn't making threats. He's already done it. How much time's left? He glanced at the console. 10 minutes, maybe? I took a few more calls, forcing myself to sound composed. I couldn't recall what anyone said, or what I said back. Hopefully, I didn't sound like I was unraveling. This is Kitty Norville, voice of a night. I wrapped up with a breath and let my recorded howl play. Be careful. Matt called after me. I gave him the most reassuring grimace I could muster. He didn't look reassured. He clutched the doorframe like it could protect him. There was nothing else I could do. Cormac pulled up in a real Jeep, not a suburban SUV, but something caked with mud. I climbed in and gave him the address. Thank God for online reverse lookups. After a few blocks, he said, "You realize we're going to have to kill this guy. If we're skipping the law, that's what it comes down to. No talking him down.
No eres.
Just stopping him. Permanently. You listen to the show."
Yeah.
Probably twice as many people listen as the ratings say. No one admits it. You ever killed anyone before?
No.
Then stay clear so I can get a clean shot. I leaned my forehead against the window. Vigilante justice. There was a word for it. But legal niceties didn't seem to matter anymore.
For women were dead.
A werewolf did it. Someone had to end it. His phone beeped. It sat in the ashtray by the gear shift. He jammed in a hands-free wire, answering after 6 rings. Yeah.
Pause.
Hang on. He covered the mic. It's Hardin. Wants to know if I've got a way to reach you. She's asking about the show. Guess she was tuned in. Should I tell her? What do they say? Better to ask forgiveness than permission. He was right. She'd only slow us down. I'll call her when it's done. Cormac spoke into the mic. Detective? I'll have to get back to you. What am I doing? Driving. Yeah, I'll keep in touch. He pulled the wire free, smirking. She's too optimistic. That's her issue. The address was in a crumbling neighborhood at the fringe of an industrial zone. Warehouses, refineries, train tracks. Maybe it had once been decent. Big old trees stood in some yards, now dead and broken. The streetlights were out, and the orange wash of floodlights from the warehouses gave the place a sickly glow. Cormac turned off the headlights and rolled forward. There, he said, pointing at a sagging bungalow set back from the road. The paint was worn away, shingles missing, siding cracked. I rolled down the window. The air reeked of tar and gasoline. But there was still life, feral animals, rats. Wildness clung to the place. The pack never came here. Why would they? We had forests and hills close by. This place was a graveyard. Why would any werewolf stay here? Unless he had nowhere else. Maybe he'd been made and left to fend for himself. Or maybe someone put him here on purpose, where no one would think to look. Did Carl know about him? If not Carl, then who? You okay? Cormac asked. You've got that sour look. I don't like how this place smells. He smirked, dry and cold. Neither do I. We got out. Cormac grabbed a handgun, strapped it on, and pulled out a rifle. Another belt with a pouch went over his shoulder. I didn't ask what was inside. Quietly, we approached the house. I go first, I whispered. I need to catch the scent. Make sure it's him. If he sees you first, he might bolt. Fine, he said, clearly doubtful. Just call out. I'll come in shooting. That wasn't exactly comforting. I stepped ahead. Light leaked through blinds on the front window. A voice came from inside, a radio.
Knob.
The show had just ended. I reached the walkway. Cormac just behind me. I tried peering through the blinds, but they were nearly shut. I touched the doorknob. Unlocked. I stepped back. Didn't want to surprise him. I knocked. Cormac moved to the side of the door, out of sight, and, not coincidentally, downwind. I waited.
For a while.
I didn't want to go in, but I had to confirm the scent. He could be out hunting. If I went in, at least I'd know. I opened the door and stepped in. The front room was bare and battered. The floor scarred. A dusty TV sat in one corner, a radio on top. Probably Rodney, wrapping up the late-night playlist. A sagging couch slumped in the middle of the room. A trash box overflowed in another corner. The walls were stained and empty. No sign of a life. Just decay. I inhaled deeply. The scent triggered a memory, vivid and sickening. Blood. The alley. The body. A werewolf scent burned itself into memory stronger than any photo ever could. My stomach turned. A hallway led further into the house. Water rushed through the pipes. A toilet flushed. A door creaked. A man stepped into the hall. Jeans. White t-shirt. Tall and solid. A bit unkempt. Barefoot. He smelled like the room, stale, pungent. He stopped at the sight of me. His nostrils flared. His hands clenched. He stalked forward, predatory. I held still. No flinching. No fear. Any sign of weakness might trigger the wolf. Are you James? I asked. He froze, like I'd thrown a wall in his path. His face twisted with confusion. What?
James.
Is that your name? He blinked, as if trying to focus. Then his eyes lit up. You're her.
Kitty.
He stepped closer, arms out like he might hug me. I braced, but he stopped short. Hands moved as if begging. I'm such a huge fan. Thanks, I said, unsteady. I should have shouted. Cormac could have ended it. But I was caught off guard. James didn't ask how I found him. Didn't seem surprised I was here. Like this was normal in his world of lonely calls to radio shows. He slouched, ducking in front of me like he was bowing. He had to stoop to make himself shorter than I. That was what he was doing, showing submission one wolf to another. He kept turning his gaze away. His instincts were taking over. I stared. Not a dominant. I'm a bigger wolf than you stare. More like a bewildered, disturbed stare. What was I supposed to do with him? I didn't want him touching me. But he was inching closer, like he was going to start pawing me, rubbing me, the way a subordinate wolf would to the one he'd identified as the alpha. I stepped back. He cringed, pulling his arms close to his body, his eyes sad and hurt. "You don't understand," he said. This is great. It's what I've always wanted.
You can help me."
You're the only other one of us, one like us, I've ever met besides." He stopped, swallowing. His breathing came fast. "Besides who, James?" My voice caught. "Besides the one who made me. She's been helping me. She said I could have a pack if I killed this other werewolf and took his. She said she would show me. I can do that. I know I can do that. I've been practicing. But she won't tell me where to go. She hasn't been to see me in a while. But you'll help me, won't you? You help so many people." I felt sick. James needed help, but I couldn't give it to him. Who could? What hospital could hold him? What could anyone do? That was the human talking, of course. I remembered Cormac's words. "You understand that we have to kill this guy." As a wolf, he'd overstepped his bounds.
Like Son.
But what did that mean if there'd been no one to teach him the rules? James looked up, over my shoulder.
Cormac stood in the doorway.
"Norville, is he the one?" All I could do was nod. Cormac raised his arm, fired his handgun. I ducked out of the way. James was already running. I thought he would turn around, try to make for the back of the house. That was what I would have done. But he dived forward, under the range of the gun, past Cormac, shouldering him aside, and out the door. Cormac struck the door frame, but recovered in a heartbeat, turned outside, and fired twice more. His arm remained steady, his sight aimed at his target, tracking smoothly, like he was mounted on a tripod. Shit. He pointed the gun up when James disappeared around the corner of the house. I ran after him, aware that he might have been waiting on the other side of the house to ambush whoever followed him. I didn't want to lose sight of him. Cormac was right behind me. In the strip of yard between the two houses, a trail of clothing led away, jeans, briefs, and a white t-shirt, torn to shreds. There was a dark, wild odor, the musk, fur, and sweat of a recently shifted lycanthrope. I unzipped my jeans and shoved them to the ground. "What are you doing?" said Cormac, stopping in his tracks. I paused. I didn't know if I could do this. I didn't have a choice. I can move faster if I change. It's the only way I'll keep up. It can be a strength, TJ had said.
We'd see.
He opened his mouth, starting to argue, but he didn't say anything. His shoulders slumped, and he looked away. I took off my shirt, my bra. The air was cold, sending pimples crawling across my shoulders. Inside, I felt warm. My muscles tensed, already preparing to run, because I knew what this meant. Wolf knew what this meant. I wanted to hunt, and I needed her. I was ready. She crouched inside, filling me with anticipation.
Cormac started to walk away. "Wait," I said.
"I want you to watch." "Why?" he said, his voice rough. "I want you to see what I look like so you don't shoot me by accident. If I ever shoot you, it won't be by accident." I walked up to him, naked, unself-conscious. I was on the edge of my other world, human mores falling away. I didn't know how else to be, like this, with Wolf looking out of my eyes. I stood a step away, holding his gaze.
"Here's your chance.
If that's what you're planning, get it over with now, so I don't have to keep looking over my shoulder." I didn't know how long I planned on waiting for him to raise that gun and shoot me in the head. I stood, arms spread, offering myself to him. My glare didn't match my vulnerability. But once and for all, I had to know what he wanted to do. Finally, he said, "Be careful."
"Yeah."
"You, too." I turned away, walking to the back of the alley. "Don't try to fight him, Kitty. He's bigger than you. Just find him, and I'll take care of it." I nodded. Holding her back felt a little like holding my breath. As soon as I thought of shifting to Wolf, the change started, sensations coursing with my blood, waking those nerves and instincts that lay buried most of the time. Any time except full moon nights, I could hold it back. But if I wanted to shift, I just had to let that breath out, think of exhaling, and the next breath would belong to her. My back bent, the first convulsion racking me. Think of water, let it slide, and first sprouted in waves down my back and arms, needles piercing skin. I grunted, blocking the pain. Then claws, then teeth and bones and muscle. She shakes, ruffling her fur and slipping into her muscles. Her ears prick, and she raises her head to see the figure nearby. He stands on two legs and smells of danger, of mechanical pain. Her other self recognizes the weapons that can kill her. Her other self also recognizes him and keeps her hackles flat and buries the growls. Norville. Tension, anxiety, fear. She can take him, kill him if she has to.
He's weak.
But those weapons are stronger. They smell of fire. You in there? You know who I am. The tone is questioning, seeking reassurance. His anxiety isn't because of her, because there's another danger. The other one, the rogue, the outcast. She remembers. Identifying him as friend, she wags her tail. Christ, I can't believe I'm doing this. He says this to her back, because she's already running. She seeks the one who has invaded her territory, caused havoc, broken the code. He's run far ahead, but the night is still. The ground is clear, and she can smell him, chase him, like she would a rabbit. With her nose close to the ground, her legs racing, her muscles flowing, close to flying, she will find him. Her mouth hangs open a little. Her tongue tastes the air. Closer. She gets closer. He's turned up ahead. She feels a thrill because he's trying to confuse her, to make her lose him. But she isn't fooled. Stretching full out, running hard, she turns the corner. He is waiting for her. He strikes, tumbling into her from the side. She doesn't have time to stop or swerve. He lays his paws on her, clamps his teeth around her throat, and they roll in a tangle of legs. Snarls, driven from the belly and guttural, echo. Her speed carries her away from him, sends her rolling out of his grasp and away from his teeth, but she is dazed. She shakes her head. He doesn't hesitate, springing to his feet and leaping at her again. She braces, her lips pulled tight from bared teeth. When he is about to reach her, she rears to meet him, their front legs locking around each other's shoulders, teeth snapping at whatever purchase they can find.
He is so much larger than she, though.
He pushes her over without effort. She falls on her back, with him on top of her, her throat and belly exposed. She writhes, kicking, desperate to protect herself. He bites hard, catching her upper foreleg, and she yelps. The noise of pain spurs her to frenzy. She arches forward, closes her teeth under his jaw, bites hard. Taste of blood. He cringes back, and she twists her feet, is up and running. Instinct, fear drive her away. She runs, wanting to escape, but he is faster. He jumps, catches her hind end, sends her sprawling. His claws dig into her fur, searching for flesh, scrabbling over her, pinning her to the ground. A memory of hate and wrongness surfaces. He has no right to do this. He is outcast. But he is stronger. If she showed submission, if she whined and turned her belly to him, would he listen? Would he stop? She doesn't think so. He would kill her. She can't let him. She also thinks he may be stronger. But I am better. That other voice, the day's self, the human, says. His eyes tear his face. He climbs her, gnawing her fur and the tough skin of her shoulder, looking for the soft parts, for the chance to rip into her. His weight presses down on her, pinning her no matter how she struggles. She waits until he comes close, until his face is at her neck. Then she attacks. Jaws open, she lunges. His muzzle is turned down, buried in her hackles. She slams into the top of his face, as hard as she can. Surprised, he pulls back. Released from his weight, her sinewy body twists back on itself. She smashes her mouth into him, searching for purchase, chewing, doubling her effort when her teeth find soft targets. When she can feel his flesh popping, shredding. He squeals, scrambling backward. She will not let go. He's dragging her with him by the grip she has on his face, her canines hooked into his eye sockets. Her snarls sound like a roar. He bows, head low to the ground, and swats at her with his forelegs, like he is trying to scrape mud off his face. His claws slash her face. The pain barely registers. He has made himself lower than she, has exposed himself, has shown fear. Opening her mouth, she dives at his throat so fast he doesn't even flinch. She gnaws, breaking skin. Blood erupts into her mouth, washes warm over her muzzle. When she finds a firm grasp, she shakes, worries, mauls back and forth as much as she can. He's too large for her to toss around properly. But she has this piece of him, and it is hers, and the blood flows hot and fast. The thick taste of it makes her dizzy, ecstatic. His struggles fade to a reflexive kicking, then nothing. Blood covers his neck and chest, and her own face, neck and chest. She licks her muzzle, then she licks him, burying her nose in the wound she made. She keeps growling as she digs into him. Bites, rips, gnaws, swallows. The body under her is shifting as she feeds. The fur shrinks to naked skin. The muscles melt. The bones reform until she is digging into the neck of a human body. Norville. Crack. A sound like thunder bursts, with a smell like fire. She recoils, springing to stand a foot away from where she was, to assess the danger. Her nostrils quiver. The man, the dangerous one, the friend, stands there, arm pointing up, hand holding the source of the burning smell. The weapon. Kitty, he shouts and stomps toward her, radiating a fierce challenge. She trots a couple of steps away and circles back, staring. Does he mean it? Pounding human footsteps travel toward them. More of them arrive, smelling of weapons, anxiety, danger. They are pointing at her. The man yells, "Harden, hold your fire. It's Kitty." There are too many of them. She runs. She runs for a long distance until the world is quiet and the smells are peaceful. She searches for trees, shelter, comfortable scents, finds none of these. She's far from home, doesn't know this place. A patch of dry ground in the corner between two walls makes an uncomfortable but acceptable den. She is hurt, aches in her face, leg, and shoulders, a sharp pain in her back. She needs rest. She misses the others. There should be others. There should be pack, for her to feel safe. All she can do is curl tight around herself, snugged in the corner of the den. Chapter 11. Sirens jolted me awake. I tried to stretch, but a sharp wave of pain stopped me cold. I groaned, felt like I'd been hit by a truck. It was still pitch dark, dead of night, so I hadn't been out long. I needed more time to sleep, to recover from shifting back from the wolf. I wasn't close to feeling human again. I bent my arm just enough to cradle my head. I was curled up in a corner between a brick wall and a wooden fence, no clue where exactly I was. But I could hear the sirens, police, ambulance, the works. I remembered enough of the last hour or so to not be completely lost. The taste of blood still coated my mouth. I licked my teeth and winced. Curling in tighter, I shut my eyes. Footsteps crunched over gravel, coming closer. Norville, you awake? After everything, now I felt completely exposed. I tucked my knees to my chest, hugging myself for whatever comfort and modesty I could manage. The footsteps stopped. I glanced up. Cormac crouched a few feet away, offering a blanket. When I reached for it, a cut across my back flared open again, making me wince with a hiss. He draped the blanket over my shoulders and helped me sit up, steadying me by the arms. I clutched the fabric tight around me. "You found me," I said. "You left a trail. Blood's not subtle." I nodded. I could feel it on my skin, dried and crusted. I hadn't even checked out my injuries yet. Wounds sustained as a wolf didn't just disappear once I shifted back. They were still fresh, still healing, still itching like hell. The blood was still in my mouth, thick and metallic. I could taste it in my throat, in my gut. A sob escaped before I could stop it. My stomach twisted, and I leaned away from Cormac just in time to vomit. It came up dark and chunky. After a few heaves and one or two dry ones, I slumped back against the brick, letting the cool surface anchor me. "Heck of a werewolf you turned out to be," Cormac said, trying for a grin. "That's me," I murmured, drained. "I told you not to fight him." "I was defending myself, officer." "Can you stand?" I focused on breathing, checking in with my body. I thought I could. I got my feet under me and tried to stand, but my legs shook. I wobbled, and Cormac caught me. And then I broke. I curled into myself and cried. Not loud, just tight, silent sobs shaking through me. I buried my head in my arms, trying to disappear. Cormac held me. He didn't try to soothe or shush me, just kept me steady, half supporting my weight on his lap. Eventually, the tears stopped. The shaking quieted. My face felt swollen, my lungs hiccuping for air. I didn't feel any better, but I felt like I might be able to sleep now without seeing blood. Sometimes I dream I'm running through the woods, covered in blood, hunting, killing, and enjoying it. Sometimes I'm not sure if those are dreams at all. You all right? He asked. I don't know, I said, voice small. I wiped at my face, gritty, caked with dirt. Come on, I'll take you home. He stood, and this time my legs stayed steady. He kept a hand under my arm, just in case. The blanket covered me to my knees. I walked carefully, barefoot on an alley full of glass and metal. I kept my eyes on the ground. When Cormac stopped, I looked up. Detective Harden stood in front of us. She turned and said something to the handful of uniformed officers behind her. They slowly backed off, guns still drawn. Harden holstered her weapon, folding her arms. She looked at us like a teacher catching students behind the gym. Or maybe that was just how I felt.
There's a body back there, she said.
No face left. You want to tell me why I've got a hunch that his DNA is going to match the suspect from the mauling cases? I swallowed hard. My throat still burned from trying to hold it together. Because it will. What about the guy from outside your place?
No.
But I'm ready to talk about him now. I think. She sighed, irritated. Is this normal? Werewolves ripping each other apart for no reason. There's always a reason, I muttered. Then winced at how bad that sounded. No, it's not common. Not unless someone was trying to prove something. Or if a lower wolf stepped out of line.
Huh.
And I thought internal affairs were rough. I glanced at Cormac, whose face gave nothing away. I was sure he hadn't been the one to call the cops. How did you know where to find me? I asked. Your sound tech called me. Matt. That idiot. I muttered. I really thought he'd know better than to get tangled up in supernatural messes. Why didn't you call me? I didn't want you getting hurt. He raised an eyebrow. That's touching. Really? But now what am I supposed to do? How do I even begin to write this up? I shrugged, and pain flared through my back as the wound reopened. I was going to need a few hours of lying still just to start healing. Should I be calling my lawyer? She stared at me, hard, like she was trying to read me layer by layer. My shoulders tensed. If she'd been a wolf, that look would have been a challenge. I lowered my eyes, trying to make myself look as small and harmless as possible. Submissive. Then she gave a short, decisive nod. All I saw were a couple of dogs fighting. That's it. But next time, call me, damn it. With that, she turned and walked off. Cormac had my clothes in the front seat of his Jeep. I got dressed, but kept the blanket wrapped around me. I was freezing. He parked in front of my apartment and cut the engine. I hesitated, knowing any movement would hurt. I braced myself. As I reached for the door, he asked, "Need me to come in with you?" There was a weight behind the question, something unsaid. It wasn't quite like a first date where someone's hoping for an invitation to stay longer, but there was a hint of that too. Maybe he wanted another shot. Maybe I wanted to give him one. But if I was hurt enough to need help, I was probably too hurt to be thinking about second chances. Maybe he was just being kind, but why? Unless there was more to it? Or maybe I was overthinking everything. My head hurt, I needed a shower, and more than anything, I needed sleep. Which meant no second chances. Not tonight. Still, he'd stopped the engine. That had to mean something. "I'll be fine," I said. I stepped out of the Jeep carefully, leaving the blanket behind. "Thanks. Really? I probably owe you for this." He shrugged. "You saved me a bullet." I looked down, a smile playing at my lips. "You're not mad I stole your kill?" Typical wolf. Always worried about the kill, when there's plenty to go around. He restarted the Jeep, the engine rumbling back to life. "Watch your back." "You too." I shut the door behind me. As he drove off, I kept thinking about whether I should have asked him to come inside. He had weapons. He wasn't bleeding. TJ had killed Zahn right around here. Who knew what else might be lurking? Not James. Not anymore. I'd killed a rogue. On my own. That should have made me feel strong. Invincible even. Like I could walk any street, face any challenge, with no fear. Like the wolf should be proud. But I just felt drained. Weary.
Sick.
Even the wolf was silent. She'd had enough, too. Every shadow looked like a threat. Every corner held a monster waiting to pounce. The hairs on my arms were standing up. I couldn't stop glancing behind me. James had said she offered him a pack. She had created him and pointed him toward the alpha. It had to be Meg. I didn't know what to think. What had been going through her mind? Choosing him. Did she actually believe he could lead? He might have looked the part, strong enough to challenge Carl, but he didn't have the mindset. He'd begged me for help. He would have crumbled. The pack would have ripped him to pieces. Maybe she realized that too late and left him to fend for himself. It was too much. I should have seen it coming, but it still hurt. At least now, the way forward was a little clearer. She was still out there. Would she send someone else after me? Or come herself? I wasn't in any shape to take on another fight like that tonight. Maybe she was already in my apartment. I climbed the stairs quietly, sticking close to the wall. My head throbbed from focusing so hard. The building was silent. I took shallow breaths, scenting the air for signs of trouble. If a werewolf had passed through recently, I'd smell it. If someone had carried a gun, I might catch a hint of metal and oil. But there was nothing, just the stale scent of old drywall and human sweat.
My door was still locked.
Miraculously, the key was still in my jeans pocket. I tried to slide in quietly, but the metallic scrape felt like a scream inside my skull. I paused, listening for any sounds from inside. Still nothing. My heart pounded as I pushed the door open. It was empty. I checked every corner, every cabinet, even spaces too small for a cat, let alone a person. Still I looked. Then I locked the door, shut the blinds, and sank to the floor. I covered my face, teetering between bitter laughter and helpless tears. I wasn't being careful anymore. I was paranoid. And I was completely spent. Curled up on the floor, I spent 10 solid minutes wrestling with a decision: sleep or shower. Sleep, shower, sleep, shower. My skin felt like it was crawling, and I stank like a back alley, so I dragged myself toward the shower. Halfway to the bathroom, I changed my mind. What I really needed more than anything was to brush my teeth. I ended up doing it 5 times. Flossed twice. I didn't look too hard at what came out. Next thing I knew, I was waking up. Afternoon sunlight leaked in around the edges of the window shade, glaring in sharp lines. I stretched out, spine arching, arms and legs extended. I smiled. I was sore, but the pain was gone. No fresh wounds aching down my back. And for a little while, I didn't want to move a muscle because once I did, I'd have to figure out what the hell came next. Meg had crossed a line. TJ still wasn't answering his phone. Hadn't in days. He was gone, running from the law, and I couldn't count on him to back me up. Riding the bus to Meg's place didn't have quite the same edge as being on the back of TJ's bike. It took longer, too. Too much time to think. I didn't have proof. I could tell Carl what had happened last night, but I couldn't count on him to act. He hadn't when Meg and Arturo tried to have me killed, even when the evidence was right in front of him. Though in his own roundabout way, he'd basically asked me to fight her, to finish her, to take her place. And I didn't want to be Carl's stand-in alpha. Pack politics worked both ways. Alphas were owed loyalty and respect. In return, they protected their pack. I hadn't felt protected in a long time. Carl stood with Meg always. Any trust one had in him was long gone. The foundation had cracked. I might be ready to face Meg, but not both of them. Not alone. I had to tell them what went down last night. That much was certain. And odds were that would kick off a fight. The kind that didn't end with a few dominance games or a warning growl. They were probably out of patience with me. Maybe I'd get lucky and Meg would be alone.
God, I miss TJ.
The house was locked when I got there. No one was home. Meg held down a real job, working stock at a warehouse. It gave her a cover, a house, a car, paid the bills.
Carl didn't work.
It looked like they were both out for now. The back door was locked, too. I sat down on the patio, leaned against the wall, and stared off toward the tree-dotted hills, which thickened into the national forest. Warm sunlight slanted down, and a pine-scented breeze brushed past. For a moment, I just let myself enjoy it, eyes closed, soaking it in. Then I caught a scent on the wind, faint, familiar. Wolf.
Pack.
I opened my eyes and scanned the hills. No movement. The scent vanished. Just echoes, maybe. This place reeked of pack. Carl came around the side of the house. His posture stiffened when he saw me. Fists clenched, shoulders hunched, the dominant act. I barely glanced his way, then tilted my face toward the sun. Hey, Carl. What were you looking at? His voice held suspicion, like I'd been hiding something. I don't know.
Thought I saw someone.
Maybe TJ. He eased up a little, stepped closer, looming over me. Haven't seen him in a while. He likes to roam. Thought you might know where he ran off to. He's laying low. The cops are after him, for killing Zahn. There was a pause. Then, Zahn's dead? I looked up. I'd assumed TJ told him everything. You didn't know? Meg said he left. Took off. I figured maybe he and TJ ran off together. He added a little scoff, like he was suggesting more than friendship.
Gross.
Meg's full of it. Why would TJ kill him? Because Zahn came after me. TJ stepped in. Why would Zahn attack you? Seriously? I stared at him. You really don't know what's going on in your own pack? His body tightened again, but then he exhaled and let his stance relax. What am I supposed to do with you? I hugged my knees, gaze fixed on the sun-drenched hills, the shadows growing long as the day faded. I'm going to confront Meg. As for you, I don't know. You'll either stand aside, or you'll take her side. Not sure which. Can you beat her? I'll give it everything I've got. Then you'll take her spot.
No.
I don't want it. I wanted something else entirely, my own path. I don't need this pack. I want my own life. You think you can lead without the pack? Maybe you can learn to lead without her. His voice tightened. Why won't you even think about taking her place? Because I'm done with all of it. So, are you going to stand by her or stay out of my way? He shoved his hands in his jeans pockets, looked off into the distance. He wasn't that old, mid-30s, maybe. I didn't know how long he'd been turned, but suddenly I saw it. He wasn't as sure of himself as he tried to appear. His dominance was an act. With Cormac, confidence came naturally. With Carl, it was always forced. You want to wait inside? I'm good out here. He left, and a little while later, he returned, Meg beside him. They stood above me. I stayed seated, still soaking in the late afternoon sun, a chill starting to touch the air.
Hey, Meg.
Tell me about James, I said, not looking at her. She hesitated too long. Who?
James.
The rogue wolf. Carl blinked. Kitty, what are you talking about? I think Meg's been keeping secrets. I think she found some big, mean stray, turned him, and was grooming him to replace you. Someone who owed her everything. But he went off the rails. She couldn't control him. So she ditched him, and he started killing. When I started sniffing around, she panicked. Sent on to shut me up. And when that didn't work, when hiring Arturo to get Cormac to kill me didn't work either, she started getting desperate. She's had it in for me ever since I became a threat.
Carl looked at me.
Where is he now?
He looked at me.
I killed him. Meg's eyes narrowed. I don't believe you. Got her. What? You don't believe he existed, or you don't think I could take him? I stood without using my hands. I tore out his damn throat, Meg. Want me to tell you how it tasted? Want a demonstration? Okay, that was over the top. I was channeling Carl now. No backing down. Meg stepped behind Carl. A thrill warmed me, a static shock up my spine. I hadn't even touched her yet, but she was scared.
Of me.
I could breathe on her right now, and she might scream. I narrowed my gaze and smiled. This was why Carl got off on being a bully. This was how it felt to be strong. If you want me dead, Meg, why don't you just challenge me face to face? Don't you have the guts? I circled Carl, moving toward her. She moved as well, keeping him between us. Kitty, that's enough, Carl said. No, it isn't. I'm calling her out. I want to challenge her. What do you say, Meg? She stared at me, her body still. I think you're crazy. I'm pissed off is what I am. I mean, what the hell were you thinking dealing with that guy? Still, she didn't deny it, didn't confirm it. Didn't say anything. It was going to happen. I could feel it, a charge in the air, our glares colliding. My blood rushed. I could feel my pulse pounding in my brain. My throat was tight, holding back a growl. She closed her hands, preparing. Then Carl stepped between us. I won't let you do this. Stand down, Kitty. Now. And why should I listen to you? Where were you all those times people tried to kill me? You're useless, Carl. I don't owe you anything. Carl took a couple of steps toward me. His posture was stiff, arms slightly bent, ready to swing fists. However much I wanted to back away, I held my ground. Even my wolf didn't cringe at his approach. Even she was too angry. I don't want to fight you, I said, my voice tight. Let me challenge her, Carl. I thought you wanted me to challenge her. He paused, glancing over his shoulder. With a calculating look and a thin smile, Meg turned her gaze away from me. She stepped toward Carl, touched his back, and put her face against his shoulder. She glanced at me from the shelter of his body, then closed her eyes and rubbed her cheek down his shoulder, holding his arm, clinging to him. She showed herself submissive to him. She put herself in his power. Then, it followed. He would protect her. She was asking him to fight her fight. My jaw opened, disbelieving. Were you always this much of a bitch? That was a stupid question. I know my place, she said. Slowly, she crouched until she was kneeling at Carl's feet. She gripped his leg, pressing her face to his thigh. And Carl, insecure dominant that he was, fell for it. He swelled, appearing to grow a few inches in all directions as he puffed out his chest and cocked his arms, preparing to fight. Oh, please. Come on, Carl, I said. She's putting on an act. She's scared that I might actually have a chance against her. You challenge my mate. You fight me. And what about everything she's done? Giving the photos to Arturo, sending Zahn after me, and that doesn't even touch on what she did to James. She wanted to kill you. Why protect her after all that? She hasn't said she was behind James. She hasn't denied it. We both looked at her. I might get out of this yet. Meg, contrite as a Catholic schoolgirl, bowing her head so her hair fell across her face, said, James was a mistake. It'll never happen again. I'm sorry. That was ultimately why I could never take Meg's place at Carl's side. I couldn't grovel like that. At least, not anymore. Carl needed someone who would grovel at his feet. The sun finally dipped behind the hills. Everything turned to shadow. The sky was darkening to that rich, twilight blue of velvet, of dreams. This was the elfland blue that Dunsany described. It made me feel like I could take a step and be in another world, a magic place where nothing hurt, where no one hurt another, or where the adventures someone had were symbolic and meaningful, leading to enlightenment, adulthood, or, at the very least, a nice treasure. Maybe a talking goose. I'd seen plenty of magic in my world. None of it impressed me a whole lot. I shrugged. Well, Carl, you're free to stand by her, just as long as you know what she really is. I was ready for him when he sprang at me. Chapter 12. Carl lunged at me, fingers splayed, ready to wrap around my throat. I ducked and rolled out of the way. Technically, I'd learned all the right moves to redirect the charge of someone bigger, to flip an opponent using their own momentum and slam them to the ground. But that sort of thing worked a lot better in a gym with padded mats and time to practice. As it was, all I managed was to scramble out of reach. I grabbed at him, catching the hem of his jeans. He stumbled but stayed on his feet. On all fours, I crawled away quickly, turned, and crouched, ready to face him again. Carl wasn't in a rush. He pulled off his shirt, revealing a lean, muscular chest, and began circling me slowly, a low growl rising from his throat. I'd stand a better chance as a wolf, with claws, teeth, and none of my human hesitation. But if I started to shift, he'd strike before I was ready. Maybe I didn't need to go full wolf. If I let just a little of that side through, I might get the edge I needed. My growl answered his. I was going to take Carl down first, then deal with Meg. I feinted a lunge, testing him. He reacted. Charged, thinking we were going to collide head-on. He would have crushed me if we had. Instead, I dropped low and avoided him again. He passed close. I felt the heat radiating off him, smelled the sweat rolling off his skin. When I reached for him, my claws had already started to form. I raked my hand across him, slashing deep. Blood sprayed. He roared, a sound like tearing wood, and staggered from the pain. He turned, retreating a few steps, clutching his side. I'd slashed him beneath the ribs. Hard to say how deep the cut went, but his snarl wasn't from pain, it was fury. His eyes blazed. Then something jerked me backward by the neck. Meg. She had me in a chokehold, arms locked tight, one braced across my throat, cutting off air. She dragged me down until I was flat on my back, nearly on top of her, using every ounce of strength to strangle me. I clawed at her arms, reached back trying to gouge her face. Panic flared. My control slipped. Fear tried to pull me out of my body, into Wolf, who could run. I fought her and myself, struggled to break free, and to stay human. Her voice was sweet. False sugar in my ear. Looks like we're done here. Want to finish her off, or should I? She looked to Carl. His body shifted, muscles bulging, claws extending, as he approached. And I realized how stupid I'd been. I never should have tried to face them both. I'd let one victory go to my head. Got cocky. Thought I was invincible. I kept tearing at Meg's arms. My hands were slick with her blood. I was shredding her, but she wouldn't release me. She'd hold me down until Carl killed me. I whimpered, even though I didn't want to. But my legs were still free. I could kick. I'd fight until the end. Then Carl stopped, lifted his head slightly, sensing something. A shape broke from the shadows beside him. TJ stood there, hand locked around Carl's throat. His fingers or claws really dug into the flesh, just enough to show he could rip it out in a second. He was naked, freshly back from wolf form. He hadn't gone far. He'd come back. Let her go, Meg, he said, or we all lose. She loosened her grip slightly, just enough that I could breathe. Or maybe, she said, we make the most of this. Kill our rivals and take the pack for ourselves. Did she hate Carl that much? Why had he ever sided with her? I knew why. I remembered the first time I saw her. Feral, magnetic, a goddess surrounded by power. Beautiful. TJ gave a short laugh, half a smirk on his face. You're not my type. His gaze shifted to Carl, and the humor disappeared. You're a lousy alpha, Carl. Being a bully only works for so long. Maybe it's time someone did something about that. This isn't a fair fight, Carl choked out. Neither is what she's doing to Kitty, TJ said, nodding toward me. If you were really going to kill me, you have done it already. I held my breath. For a second, I thought TJ might do exactly that. But then he said, you're right. I want to make a deal. Let Kitty and me go. We'll leave, get out of this territory, and stay gone. You'll never have to see us again. You can have your pack, run it your way. Part of me wanted to take the deal, walk away, stop fighting, just survive. But Meg had betrayed me, and I had roots here. Knob, my show, friends, the pack, even if it had fallen apart. This was my home. I didn't want to leave. I shouldn't have to, but I let TJ lead. He'd earned that right. More than anyone else, I trusted him to protect me. Carl was panting, chest rising and falling, but TJ kept his grip firm. Finally, Carl gave in.
Fine.
Let her go, Meg. Meg shot TJ a glare, but obeyed. As soon as the pressure eased from my throat, I slipped out of her hold and scrambled away. I got to my feet and backed off, ready to bolt. My hands and claws shifted back to human form as the wolf inside me receded. As soon as TJ reached me, we'd run, and we wouldn't look back. TJ released Carl, and both men stepped apart, putting space between them. Then Carl struck. He and Meg were the same in the end, ruthless and made for each other. He twisted and drove his arm upward in a vicious punch, claws extended. TJ tried to dodge, but he wasn't fast enough. Carl didn't gut him the way he meant to, but his claws raked TJ's chin, whipping his head back and sending him stumbling. Blood sprayed from deep slashes across his face. I screamed, a raw, almost inhuman sound. As I rushed to help TJ, Meg lunged at me. I was getting my fight with her after all. I didn't hesitate. I charged her, slamming into her midsection. She didn't expect me to reach her so quickly. I lifted her off the ground just enough to throw her off balance and took her down hard. I landed on top of her and pinned her there. No games.
No merci.
I pressed my forearm across her throat and leaned in with everything I had. She gasped and choked beneath me, making strangled, wheezing sounds. I brought my face close to hers. She bared her teeth like a wolf, even though she was still in human shape. I struck her. My claws, somehow back without me noticing, raked her cheek open. I felt the searing hatred in me boil over. This wasn't just anger, it was pain and rage and exhaustion all crashing together. A sharp, terrible cry, half human, half wolf, cut through the air. It pulled my attention away. I looked toward the edge of the yard beyond the patio. Dark figures moved in the twilight, shadows against the dimming sky. A breeze picked up, whispering through the trees. I could smell everything: rain, the trees, the pack, wolves, blood, and the sour stench of waste. Too much blood. Two figures lay on the ground. One of them rose, rolled his shoulders back, and turned to face us, Carl. The other didn't move. He was face down, unmoving. My breath caught. I whimpered. I bolted. Meg forgotten, I ran to TJ. Carl, his arms soaked in blood up to the elbow, reached out to stop me, but I dodged and dropped beside TJ's body. He was curled slightly, one arm beneath him, as if he'd tried to rise. The other held his stomach, which had been torn wide open. He was trying to hold his insides in gleaming, slick organs spilling through the deep gashes carved into his belly, all the way up to his rib cage. Blood flowed freely, soaking the earth. We only healed fast if we lived long enough to heal. I lay next to him, sobbing silently, biting down on the sounds. I reached for his face. TJ, TJ, I whispered over and over. I pressed my forehead to his, desperate for him to know I was there. TJ. He made a noise, a grunt that faded into a sigh. His eyes were shut. His lips moved, so I leaned closer, straining to hear. If he said anything, I didn't catch it. I waited for another breath, another sound. But none came. I kept saying his name, hoping he could still hear me, hoping it meant something. My fingers tangled in his hair as I held him close. I kept hoping. Then Carl appeared, towering above us. I didn't feel fear. Not anger either. Just a crushing weight of hopelessness. I was drowning in it. I looked up, voice cracking with fury and grief. He was your friend. Carl's arms shook slightly. He shouldn't have challenged me. He didn't. I snarled. He was going to walk away. My lips curled with disgust. He was 10 times the man you are. Killing him won't change that. Meg came up beside him, bloodied and beaten. She looked barely able to stand, but hiding behind Carl gave her false confidence. Her voice was ice. Finish her. Leave her with him. I met Carl's eyes and held his gaze. For a long time, neither of us said anything. There was a look in his eyes, like maybe he wondered how it had all gone so wrong. Like I did. None of this should have happened. Maybe it all started the night I was turned. A night that never should have happened. He shook his head slowly.
No.
She's not going to fight anymore. When Meg looked ready to protest, he grabbed the back of her neck, and she froze. To me, he said, "You have 1 day to leave. I don't want you in my territory."
He could keep it.
Before I got up, I leaned down and buried my face in TJ's hair, breathing him in motor oil, kitchen heat, his soap and jacket, a hint of smoke, and the sharp pine scent of the forest. His wolf scent, wild, untamed. He smelled like wind at the edge of the world. I stood without looking back. Carl's voice followed, full of hate. TJ died for you. Don't forget that. I choked on a sob and ran,